Good morning. This special meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Dr. Hepburn, are there any items to be added to the, am I reading the wrong one? No.
Yes.
Are there any items to be added to the agenda? Oh, not yet.
No, Chair.
Okay. Hold on one second. We don't have the, we don't do the pledge yet for this. Okay, thank you. May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. Are there any parents present to speak against recommended or final orders? Since there are no disputed facts and no parents are present to speak against recommended or final orders, may I have a motion and a second to approve all final orders?
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving all final orders, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. All final orders have been approved. I now declare this special school board meeting is adjourned. Welcome to today's regular school board meeting. We are happy to have you join us, and we are thankful for your time and dedication to our district. This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon activation of the fire alarm system, please exit from the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Board member Pham has selected the schools for today. So, please rise and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance by Falcon Cove Middle School and the Cypress Bay ROTC.
Home of the Falcons, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. We are Falcon Cove Middle, home of the Falcons. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Board Member Bowman has requested a moment of silence for a staff member from South Broward High School. Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. Is there a, I think there was a little thing they were supposed to play, no?
Beacon, do you have the memorial slides?
Oh, slides up. That's not mine.
That one's mine. Yeah. Okay. I'll go first, I guess. Okay. I also have a moment of silence for the crossing guard at Tropical Elementary. It is, sorry, there. It is with great sadness that I share that one of our dear longtime crossing guards from Tropical Elementary, Miss Connie Shepard, passed away just before Christmas. Miss Connie was an amazing woman with a vibrant, kind, and generous soul who was always so caring for our children. She will be greatly missed. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to take a moment to remember Andrew Landry, who was a custodian at South Broward High School. He was originally from my home state of Michigan, but was a Floridian at heart, loved Florida, loved his job at South Broward, was a lifelong learner, had recently been certified in HVAC, and was very happy with his job at South Broward and with the students and his colleagues, and will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statute that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda. Second. Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Thompson. All in favor of closing the agenda say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meetings. October 15th, 2024, regular school board meeting. October 22nd, 2024, special school board meeting. December 17th, 2024, special expulsions.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. The Chief Communications and Legislative Officer polled the board of any agenda items they wish to address in advance of the meeting. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion, which are H5, H6, A1, J1, J2, O1, O2, and S2.
So moved.
H3 was pulled. I called the ones that aren't pulled. S3, I pulled it. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman. We need a second by Mrs. Thompson. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
can you repeat it again?
sure. So these are the items that have not been pulled. That's H5, H6, A1, J1, J2, O1, O2, and S2. You're
Thank you.
welcome. At this
Chair.
time, yes,
I'm sorry, Chair, to interrupt, but I pulled F2.
yes, I called the ones that were not pulled. The ones I read are the items that have not been pulled. I didn't call F2.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I heard F2. Must have been someone in the audience.
John asked me to pull it. Okay, so at this time, we have a registered speaker for, oh, it's pulled. H6 is pulled, though. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we have a registered speaker for H6, which was not pulled. So at this time, if Natalie Lynch Walsh would come up for her,
Chair, did we complete the approval of consent items that haven't been pulled? I didn't hear a vote.
oh, sorry. Yes, we did. No, the public gets to speak first, and then we vote. So that's the part where we're at. Okay, so the public speaker is not here, so all in favor of approving the consent agenda items that have not been pulled for discussion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say no. Okay. The next item of business on the agenda is H1, a motion to approve appointments, leaves, and separations of employment. May the chair have a motion and a second on item H1?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. It is moved and seconded to approve H1, a motion to approve appointments, leaves, and separations of employment. Is there any public comment on H1?
No registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay. Board debate. Let me go to H1. Dr. Holness.
Madam Chair, I am okay with that item now.
Okay. Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. Where are we in this time last year and now with resignations and retirements? We used to actually have that with the agenda items when they did come, so we can see it, we engage how well we are retaining our employees and the number of retirements and resignations. So, through the superintendent.
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ms. Rupert. Ms. D'Azarito, you have that info? If not, we can provide a follow-up and make sure we can add that in the future. Okay. We'll do a follow-up, Ms. Rupert, and also add that
Moving forward.
to compare and contrast at the same time of the previous year.
It's really helpful because then we can actually zero in if certain groups of individuals have a rising number. So thank you so much.
Yep, absolutely.
Although for the record, I did have this in ahead of time. So, thanks.
Thank you. The question is on the approval of H1. Those in favor of approving H1 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and H1 is approved. The chair would like to take a moment to recognize new staff appointments. We would like to congratulate each of you for your career advancement with Broward County Public Schools. We value you and your families. If we could give the appointees a round of applause. Again. Dr. Hepburn, do you have any new leaders that you would like to introduce for a few remarks?
No new directors or above at this moment in time, but I definitely want to congratulate all of our new team members. Welcome to Team BCPS, or if you got a recent promotion, congratulations on that. Looking forward to supporting you. As many of my staff know, we are about supporting you, making sure that you can do your job as best as you can for all the students that we serve. So congratulations again.
Thank you. At this time, we will now recess this regular school board meeting for a board photo with the new staff appointees. This regular school board meeting is now reconvened. Next, I will take a motion and a second for item H2, which is employee corrective action. So it's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on H2?
No registered speakers, Madam Chair.
Okay, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for employee Victoria Cardoza, it appears that there is a 3-day suspension based upon this particular employee failing to notify administration that another employee was sleeping on the job. Is that correct, Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Azarito.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so what is the normal, is a 3-day suspension for any employee who has observed someone doing something that they're not supposed to do but decided not to report it? Is a 3-day suspension the norm for such an employee?
Mr. Azarito.
No, 3 days. So it's, Dr. Holness, yes, it was an employee, but it's also because it was a campus monitor, so it was a safety reason for that.
Okay, so the question then is a 3-day suspension the usual consequence for an employee observing another employee who may be involved in security? Is a 3-day suspension the norm as far as consequence for that person?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so basically then, based on this item, any employee within the school district observing another employee not doing what they're supposed to do is under obligation to report that, or there will be consequence to those employees.
That's possible, yes.
Okay. The other question I have is on, actually, I just want to follow up with another question. Has there been any other employee that you may be aware of who has been punished because they observe security personnel or any employee not doing what they're supposed to do, but by the mere fact that they did not report it, they decided, I'm going to mind my own business, that employee was punished? Do we have any history of punishing someone for deciding not to report an incident that they observe?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Azarito.
So to our knowledge, this is the first time an employee has been disciplined for not reporting a security employee sleeping on the job.
Okay, do we have any information, and Ms. Batista, I'm not sure if we're privy to that, you can educate me on that, but do we have any information on what the reason was for this employee deciding, I'm going to mind my own business, I don't want to get involved?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'll give Mr. Azarito and team some time to go through the doc. But while they're doing that, I do want to comment that due to the life, safety, and security issue with security guards sleeping on a job, that is a huge deal for us, because somebody could penetrate our single point or other issues of getting on campus without knowledge. Go ahead, Mr. Azarito. Or Mr. Lozano. Go ahead.
Through the chair, Ernie Lozano, Executive Director, Professional Standards. So she said this individual said they didn't directly see the individual sleeping. It was reported by a parent to this individual.
Okay, so the individual that we're consequencing is saying they did not see the security monitor sleeping? Is that what you're saying?
That's a Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Lozano. A parent observed a security guard sleeping on the job, alerted this individual, and this individual did not carry forth the information to school administration.
That's correct.
Okay, and this individual, what is this scope of responsibility that this individual has, besides being a classroom assistant?
Dr.
No,
Hepburn.
General
No,
clerk.
general clerks, and most likely a front office clerk. Where
Front
a parent-
office
yeah,
clerk.
where a parent has access to give information to this.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to extract this particular item from the list and vote separately.
Is there a second? Okay, thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All those in favor of item H2, employee corrective action, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. Motion carries. The next item up is H3, supplemental pay position 6. Can I have a motion in a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on H3?
No public comment, Madam Chair.
Board discussion, Mrs. Alhuda.
Thank you. So I would like to just bring to the board's attention a possible opportunity for the superintendent to look into saving some money within the service learning allocation. We spend a total of $203,361 for basically triaging service volunteer hours that students have to do. So I know there is an app out there that I would ask if the superintendent can look into the possibility. So we're very paper driven. When students do service hours, they have to fill out a paper. But there's apps out there that students can have all the information filled out electronically, and then with 67,785 students, with all that paper, it's difficult, right? And so I think this is an opportunity that we can be green and go through an app to help us, and then possibly that would lower the allocations and supplements that we have to give out.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I think that's a brilliant idea. And every time we find a way that we're using paper and people to do things with technology, most cases, not all cases, but in most cases, the technology does it better. And one of the things that we've seen on the app that one of my children uses for service hours is it also gives you a list of 1,200 organizations that you can get in touch with in order to do it. And we have a lot of students that, believe it or not, get very little information on how to volunteer and to donate their time. But the technology allows you to put in your zip code, and you can get things that you can walk to, things that your parents could drive you to, and other things that other students have done. It's a pretty simple algorithm to just capture these things. But moving this process and moving every other process we can to an app, to web-based kind of tools, reduces the death of trees, reduces paperwork, and more importantly, reduces the mind-numbing tasks that we ask people to do when they look at a form, come over here, type it in, and they do that 67,000 times a year. There's a better way to do this. It's a really big strength of Broward County Public Schools. It's shocking the millions of hours that our kids donate every year, but I think we don't account for all of the hours because of the processes we use to do them. So this is a great idea. Thank you.
Nobody else. I'd also think it's a great idea. I just would have a question. Would the app tie it right into wherever it needed to go, so for graduation purposes? Because that's really what the person who does service hours is doing, is just verifying that they have enough service hours to graduate. So does anybody know if those apps link to our system, or would we still need somebody to input it into the system?
I would say this, Madam Chair, give us opportunity to explore these options, and we can provide some feedback to the board and see how we can implement this.
Okay, and I'd just say, 3 of us said something, but if everybody could kind of either give a thumbs up or thumbs down if you're interested in having the superintendent do this. Okay, great, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff, for the suggestion. The next item we need a motion and a second for is H4, out-of-field teacher approvals, FTE Survey 3.
So moved.
Chair, I'm sorry, you have to vote.
I'm sorry.
What? Vote.
All those in favor of H3 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? H3 passes. Thank you. Sorry about that. Now we need a motion for H4.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Is there any public comment on H4? Mr. Sullivan?
I'm sorry, no public comment.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair. I just want to kind of highlight some data that's really, I think, important for us to think a little bit about and make a suggestion about how we do this report in the future. Parents are always concerned about certified teachers. They're concerned about teachers that are certified for that specific subject matter at the grade level or at the school level. It's a legitimate concern. When they see 1,000 students that are teaching outside of what they're certified to do, you get emails and phone calls, and I think it puts out a narrative that really isn't very accurate. Broward County Schools for the last 5 years has averaged 93% on day 1 of the school year of having a teacher certified to teach the class. By February of that year, Broward County Schools average for 8 years is 98%. It is something that we ought to brag about. We talk a lot about school choice from this table and in that well down there. But in terms of having certified teachers, having teachers that are certified in the subject matter and the level for which they are assigned, we are the best in Broward County by far, not even close. So if you look at alternate ways of getting your education, that's great. If you want to have a certified teacher who is certified in their trade and you want them to be certified in the subject matters, Broward County Public Schools is 98% by the middle of the year and has been at that level for 5 years. No motion on that, Chair, but I would like to make a suggestion about future reports on this. There are certainly some lack of certifications that are different than others. If we wanted to know whether or not a computer science teacher or a chemistry teacher or a physics teacher is certified, that might really make a big difference. There are some other working out of certifications that are only because you're certified at high school level and not yet at middle, or certified at middle, not yet at high. I view that second group as kind of a benign set of working out of certificate out of what's required. But we keep telling the public just big numbers of people. So my suggestion would be, by the time we bring this report back next year, that we have something that the public can consume that kind of segregates things that are kind of one category of impact and another, a larger category of impact. But it's just a way of reporting the data next year.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor of item H4, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. H4 passes.
Thank you.
The next item up on the agenda that we need a motion and a second is for F1, which is the surplus of tangible personal property.
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So originally, this item came with, there was about 20-ish items that had a net book value of $3,665, which I thought was very interesting. However, we had a follow-up that zeroed that all out. Again, thought that was very interesting. So my question was going to be, if they had values, which they originally said they did, what are we doing with those items? Are we donating them? But now with the follow-up, there is no value. So that was my thoughts, and I know we had an audit, and there was no net book value. So I just think that's something to take into consideration if there is a net book value. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn, do you want to?
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for the comments, Ms. Alhadeff. Yes, so many of these items, they reach their useful life and can't be used even if we donate them. So essentially, they are useless. And so, and they're past warranty. They're not good use for donating to other facilities or places like that. But Mr. Davis is actually working to acquire services from recycling companies that will actually pay us for these items in the future. That's about all we can do with them besides putting them in the trash. So we're trying to make money off of recycling them too. Yeah.
Thank you. The next item up for vote is F2, the budget report.
Madam Chair, you do have to vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, I keep skipping that. All those in favor of item F1 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item passes. Next up is F2, budget reports for the period July 1st to November 30th, 2024. Need a motion and a second.
So moved.
It's moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Thompson. Is there any?
No comment, Madam Chair.
Okay. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. Amongst the character flaws that I have, I enjoy reading financial reports. It's an important thing to do. As this board has said repeatedly, if you want to know the values of Broward County Public Schools, look at what we fund and look at what we don't fund. Going forward, Chair, my expectation is we're going to get each month of budget amendments within some reasonable amount of period of time after that month closes. Right now, we have 5 to digest all at once. But is that your expectation going forward, that we'll have each month we'll be able to review budget amendments for the previous month?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'll put that to our expert, Ms. Johnson.
Yes. Through the chair, superintendent, board members, this is Romanere Johnson, Chief Financial Officer. Yes, going forward, we're going to have monthly reports, and we'll be having meetings with each board members to go through the reports. I know it's a new style of looking at financial reports, and we're going to do our due diligence and go through these reports thoroughly before coming to a board meeting.
Chair, thanks so much. My second question was predicted, I think, by our Chief Financial Officer. These reports are different. And in some ways, they're trivial things. But I will tell you that footnotes in these reports are clear, they're concise, they don't hide things. Lots of financial reports will have footnotes to explain why a number's in. I like this one. We took 443 out of the budget on the revenue side because we're not going to track pass-throughs to charters anymore. And you look at the footnote, and it says, we're not going to track charters anymore. It's just a pass-through. And so this is crystal clear. The public can understand it, and board members and anyone else that's interested can understand exactly what's going on. To that end, though, there's also changes between what's been forecasted versus what's actual and things like that. I think it's really important for the board and for the community to understand how these reports are different than last year. And Chair, what I'd ask is, could we just get kind of the significant highlights about these reports being different from previous reports?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, absolutely. Ms. Johnson and her team during the individual board meetings can go over all the changes in detail so everybody has a greater understanding of the new way we're reporting our financial situation.
And what I'm curious about now, Chair, is what are the differences, the major differences, type 2 or 3 differences in these reports, because they're significantly different than the ones we had before, so that the public and us can digest them in the right way.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Johnson.
Through the chair. Yes, these reports are different because now we're not doing projections, we're doing actuals when we close the month. So we want to know our financial positions. You can look at the financial reports and understand where the district at that point in time. Also, it'll show some flaws. If we have errors, when we close out a month, we would not be making correction to the reports. Those corrections will be made in the next month. and we will be detailing what those corrections are in our budget amendments.
Terrific. And for the board's consumption, more maybe than the public, changes going from projected amounts of revenue versus actual revenue being compared to actual expenditures is a big deal, because in the past, we could ask our CFO fund balance questions, and the answer was, well, we projected this much revenue, and we've had this many expenditures, and so what we were making decisions based on was not our actual fund balance, but a kind of funny thing in the accounting space, which I've never seen before in my life, where we were looking at projected on the money in, but we were looking at actuals on the money out. Nobody would run their family that way. Nobody would run a company that way. It's a wonky kind of issue, but it's just not kosher. I want us, though, to be prepared to understand that the fund balance figures that we see on a month-to-month basis follow an annual cycle now, because it's actual revenue versus actual expenditures. And so when we ask questions about, can we afford covered walkways at school X, and we say, well, what's our fund balance, CFO? Well, that answer is going to be different, because it's going to be actual fund balance, and it has a cycle to it. I would just like us to get a little bit, maybe 1 minute, of an explanation of what those fund balance numbers look like and what the CFO would ask us to focus on when we're making in-year decisions ourselves about changes in the budget.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes. It kind of portrayed our cash flow. At the time, we did have to go out for a 10. If you don't have a sufficient amount of money in your fund balance, we have to go out and borrow. So we're showing that we're actually going out and borrow in July to cover when our months we are low. Because our revenue doesn't come as people see. We're going to show the projection of the cash flow. State revenue is consistent. It comes every month. But we only get our local revenues starting in November and December, which is we get the majority of our local revenues, which is our millage and our local revenue from our referendum. So when that comes in, we'll show that cash flow will increase and we'll pay off the loan, the tax anticipated notes. And it just gives you a better picture of how our revenue flows through the district. What is our revenue and how it flows, how it come in, and how it goes out. And if we don't have an adequate fund balance, we have to actually go out for a 10.
Thank you very much. And I note in the financial reports, Chair, that the TAN this year is $270 million. It's a normal amount of money for us. We go out and borrow it at the beginning of the year because we don't have the money coming in until middle of the year, really, when we start to get a lot more revenue. And then we take the extra revenue we have, we invest that money, and we get paid interest for basically the second half of the year, which I understand. I just wouldn't want the public, maybe there's not that many members of the public that read these reports, but if you read these reports, it looks like we're going out and borrowing a lot of money to run our schools, and we are. But on the second half of the year, we take the excess of revenue to expenditures, and we invest that back and earn a pretty reasonable interest rate on those things. So thank you for getting these in every month. Look forward to talking about them in the future. Appreciate it, Chair.
Thank you. All those, oh, yes, Mrs. Rupert.
And thank you for that, through the superintendent, sorry, for that answer. And I think that explained a little bit why we went negative in October 2024, so thank you for that. The one thing I would ask is, and I'm going to be very careful about phrasing this, because I know that there's certain things I can say and can't say. How come this is coming now instead of next month after these reports went to the audit committee? You know, because they passed motions to require the CPA. I'm sorry, wrong item, I think, right?
Yes, ma'am. Wrong item.
Yes, Mrs.
Hold
Rupert,
on.
that item passed already.
Got it. Okay, I missed that one. There we go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of item F2, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, item passes with one dissenting vote. The next item up is F3, authorization to advertise. Right, yeah, authorization to advertise amended capital outlay millage for fiscal year 24-25. I need a motion and a second.
So move.
Second.
Okay, moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. Chair, why are we going out publicly and asking for a change in the millage?
Dr. Hepburn?
Ms. Johnson, let's see, Mr. Shim is walking up now. Go ahead, Mr. Shim.
Good morning. Good morning. Omar Shim, Director of Capital Budget. Yes, this is just a change to the language in the what can be expended by the capital millage, and it's required to do this according to the TRIM manual, Truth in Millage, and this would allow us to utilize capital funding for eligible expenditures in the general fund.
Terrific, Chair. So will this increase the millage rate to Broward County residents?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Shim.
No, it will not.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else on F3? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. F3 passes. Thank you. The next item up is J3, which is the reappointment of school board representative to the Oversight Committee. I need a motion and a second.
So move.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi and Mrs. Bowman. Oh, any public comment on J3?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Mrs. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to take a moment. I was reviewing the agenda to recognize Mr. Tim Curtin, who I know from serving with him years ago on the Broward Healthy Start Coalition Board, and who also has served as the past chair of the Broward Education Foundation, is currently the chair of the Hollywood Arts and Culture Center, and is just an amazing individual. I'm just so happy to have him reappointed and wanted to recognize his service to District 1 and to Broward County in general.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, all those in favor of item J3 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Item J3 passes. Thank you. The next item up is S3. I need, so S3 is agreement with the City of North Lauderdale. I need a motion and a second.
So move.
So moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Any public comment on S3?
No, ma'am. Just need to correct something when I can on the record.
Yes. Any board member comment? Mr. Sullivan?
Just a Scrivener's error. The agreement and the item is correct, but the ARF misstates the term of the agreement. For the record, the correct term of the agreement is January 22nd, 2025 to September 30th, 2027. And again, it's correct on the agreement, just not on the ARF. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any other discussion? All those in favor of S3 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. S3 passes. Thank you so much. Next, we'll go to the committee reports. So I know we're a little earlier than expected, so I'm going to make an executive decision if you don't mind. Since there's a lot of committees not here, I'm going to go to public speakers and then the superintendent's, or can we just go to the superintendent's report?
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yes.
We do have some folks here from committees. Do you want to start with the ones that are here? We do have, I believe, at least 4.
Okay.
Just a suggestion, or we can.
Well, I know that who Dr. Hepburn wants to recognize is here and waiting, so maybe it makes sense to do that first and give them a little more time.
Sure.
Is that okay with you?
We're ready.
All right. So we are going to move to the superintendent's report.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Vice Chair, board members, and entire Broward County Public Schools. Today, we proudly recognize 3 extraordinary employees for their heroic efforts in saving the life at South Broward High School. That is Mr. Dennis Waters, Ms. Robin LaPierre, and Ms. Suzette Bonner. All right, so I'm actually going to describe what they actually did, if you give me a moment. Hold tight. On Friday, November 22nd, while riding on a golf cart driven by Miss LaPierre, one of our school volunteers, who is also the husband of one of our amazing English teachers, suddenly collapsed. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Ms. LaPierre immediately pulled over and alerted school administration and security about the medical emergency. Within moments, Mr. Waters and Ms. Bonner arrived on the scene with an AED machine. Together, they administered the AED and performed life-saving CPR on the volunteer, successfully reviving him before Hollywood Fire Rescue transported him to the hospital. According to the volunteer's health professional, the swift and decisive actions of Ms. LaPierre, Mr. Waters, and Ms. Bonner were instrumental in saving his life. Their teamwork and quick response exemplify the extraordinary dedication and training of our school community. In recognition of their bravery and selflessness, the School Board of Broward County, Florida, in partnership with Aetna, is presenting these individuals with the plaque and specially curated gift baskets. Each basket includes a $250 Visa gift card and a selection of valuable health and wellness items such as a back massager, a scale, a blender, and much more. We're honored to have Ms. Renthia Jackson, Vice President of Client Management for Aetna Public and Labor Sector, here to represent Aetna in celebrating these remarkable individuals. Thank you, Dennis, Robin, Suzette, for exemplifying courage and compassion in the face of an emergency. You are true heroes. Now I want to ask Beacon to play our new monthly video updates highlighting key moments from the last month in our district. Beacon, if you can cue the video up.
Broward County Public Schools. The best teachers, the best schools, from pre-K through high school and beyond. Choose the best. Choose BCPS.
As you can see, there are great things happening in our district. A special shout out to our showcase that took place at the Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise. This free event highlighted the district's diverse programs and services, featuring nearly 300 schools and departments, over 6,000 attendees, explored offerings such as magnet schools, technical colleges, athletics, arts, exceptional education, and much, much more, with staff available to answer questions. I got to see our staff and students in action, and it was truly an awesome event. And I would be remiss, because I know Mr. Chisholm will hurt me if I don't have myself and my staff say this: choose the best. Choose BCPS. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that report. We will go to committee reports, and we'll see how that goes. First report up is the Audit Committee. Broward County Association of Student Councils and Student Advisor to the Board.
Good morning. I think this morning is an example of why we are all BCPS proud. I'm Landon Spellberg, Student Advisor to the School Board. This morning, I'm excited to update you all on the work that Alana and I have been doing in this new year so far. Our Speak Up, Speak Out sessions are continuing. We've had a great time visiting all of our high schools across the district and really receiving some great feedback from our students. Next week, we'll be joining you for a school board workshop presentation, giving you a mid-year update on what we're hearing at our schools. So looking forward to that. I want to say a thank you to Mrs. Paul and Ms. Johnson as well as Dr. Wanza and Mr. Adrian Parker for spending some time with us a few weeks ago talking about, in line with what Ms. Aladef was talking about this morning about digitalizing, if that's a word, making sure that our club activities and fundraiser process can be streamlined. So grateful for them taking the time to discuss that. In line with what we're hearing at our schools, at every Speak Up, Speak Out session we conduct, we hear from students that they want to be able to have an enhanced voice on their campus. We get asked at almost every session, when are you coming back? When are we going to be able to talk again? So grateful for the superintendent and his partnership in making sure that we can have a program where students are regularly heard on their campuses. So looking forward to working on that. The Broward County Association of Student Councils met last week. We were joined by Sarah Perry, who's the founder of the Aiden Perry Foundation, the Aiden Perry Good Samaritan Fund, talking about various scholarship opportunities available to students. As well as we were joined by the student advisor to the Miami-Dade School Board, who was able to see what our meetings look like, how Broward County Association of Student Councils works. So it was great to have a visit from them. Applications for student advisor to the school board are due on January 28th, next Tuesday. If students are interested, they can see their student government advisor at their school for more information on how to apply. Next week, on January 29th, from 4:30 to 5:30, Vice Chair Leonardi will be hosting an exclusive student chat on Microsoft Teams to be able to hear from students in District 3. All parents, thanks to Jose Perez in Marketing and Communications, all parents in District 3 from elementary, middle, and high school have a link in their email, as well as principals have been contacted with this information. So we're looking forward to hosting this event with Ms. Leonardi, and if any other board members would like to host either a virtual or in-person town hall for students in their district, we would love to do that as well. And that is our report. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Broward County Council PTAS and PTSAS. Okay. Broward Education Foundation.
Good morning. James Knapp, President and CEO of Broward Education Foundation. It's a pleasure to address the board for the first time during my presidency. I just wanted to say thank you so much for all of your support, but also I wanted to come to and just talk about a few things. One of them being that I think everybody on the dais, and I know it's gone around the school district, is we've talked about the Innovative Teacher Idea Expo that we have coming up February 1st at Fort Lauderdale High School. It is a showcase of our best and brightest that we have here in Broward County. We know that we have the best and brightest teachers in the country, and we have the opportunity to continue to showcase that on February 1st. And we would love for you to make sure that all of our principals continue to share that information with their teachers and let them know that this is something that they can go to, learn from each other, and also receive grant dollars towards different types of initiatives that they have. I would also like to say thank you for the support of our board from BEF. We have Sue Colton here, and as well as Coco Burns from our team. We have been diligently working on many different things, and one of those things that we have been working on is student scholarships. And so obviously our three pillars being, we have a school supply center, we have our teacher grants, and we also have student scholarships. And with that being said, a little while ago, I don't know if anybody heard, we became an A-rated district. So as we moved into the A-rated district, our esteemed leadership in terms of, Dr. Hepburn said that he wanted to do something and he wanted to give back, and starting a superintendent scholarship is what he's decided to do. So kudos to Dr. Hepburn. And we're going to go ahead and do the check presentation today. But before we actually get up there and do the check presentation itself, I'd like to put a call out that we're doing on the community side, since the Broward Education Foundation is the bridge to the community, and we are that tie that binds the community back to the school district, especially when it comes to funding and opportunities for our students. We're going to put a call out to action to our members in the community to match that, and we want it to go up to $100,000. So we've already received some initial interest in doing so. So we look forward to everybody else within the community continuing to jump on. And as the bridge, Broward Education Foundation being the bridge from the school district to the community, we're excited about this opportunity to continue to do so. So thank you so much, and I think we're up here for a check presentation.
Just go ahead. I'll wait till Eric takes his picture. Just some quick comments. Thanks to the board's support, their ongoing support and ongoing challenging me to make sure we excel as a district and do what we need to do for our students. I felt it was a priority for me with that bonus to give it back and pay it forward for our kids. So this is going to the Superintendent Scholarship Fund, and Broward Education Foundation has been an excellent partner in ensuring that I can do this for our kids. We have tons of kids across our district. All they need is a tiny boost to take advantage of their post-secondary opportunities so they can live out their dreams. And so as Mr. Knapp talked about earlier, we have a call to action to increase this Superintendent Scholarship Fund to $100,000 this year. The more money, the more dreams we can make come true. And we have excellent students, and all they need is that tiny boost. And that tiny boost just pays it forward for our county as a whole to continue to spark economic development, keep our businesses here, being able to recruit, be able to our students to change the trajectory of their lives and also their trajectory of their families. So I'm so humbled and so happy to do this and continue to do this in the future also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Next up is District Advisory Council. Okay, Diversity Committee.
No. all the time. Good morning, school board members, Dr. Superintendent Hepburn and staff, Narneet Pierre Grant for the Diversity Committee, Diversity Chair. Diversity has had 10 site visits thus far. Common theme observed are facility issues, standard of service inconsistencies, and safety and security issues. Several schools visited are experiencing major facility issues. Work orders are at an all-time high. Projects are stalemated, with project managers being transient. However, even with that being said, I've been in contact with Ms. Paul and Mr. Dorsett, so they are aware and they've been working with me collaboratively so we can address some of these issues. Safety protocols, assessments and guidelines are inconsistent. All schools visited thus far have blind spots. Several schools have inoperable security cameras and single point entry issues. A few schools do not have PA systems or it's inoperable, making code drills problematic. A few schools do not have safe space insignia. A few schools have not done a security assessment for this school year yet. We have, this is all in my face, sorry. We have discovered inconsistencies with standard of service, student progression plans. We are noticing that grade weights vary from school to school, which can potentially create grading disparities throughout the district. We are seeing inconsistencies with level of teacher engagement and parent engagement. We had a presenter, Melissa Miller, from the curriculum. She is the curriculum supervisor for elementary learning. She presented to our committee for our January meeting in terms of elementary retention. The committee was very concerned about the Broward retention percentage for the 2023-2024 school year and the district's current process for retention. In our April report, we will have several recommendations for this board to consider. We are still seeing schools with media clerks instead of the media specialists, which would be in accordance of the HB 1476. The committee has observed that the assessor data is still not displayed on individual school websites, and we were told that it was because the issue with focus and the transitioning data is still an issue. The recent audit of the discipline was discussed, and the committee is concerned with a number of discrepancies. We will have several recommendations in our April report for the board to consider. Technology protocols, access, warranties, and distributions are currently inconsistent. I am hard at work at the response report for April. I was made aware that the district report was out. However, the diversity committee was not sent a copy to review. I'm not sure what the protocol on that is, but I would think that the committee would be furnished with a copy so we can review it and discuss. In looking in, we passed MLK Day. We weren't here, but we celebrated him, and I still celebrate him every day. I just wanted to leave you guys with a quote from him. There comes a time when one must take position that is neither safe nor politic nor popular, but he must take it because his conscience tells him it's right. It is right. I will always end my report with the phrase that the power is with the people, not the people in perceived power. We work better together than apart, and I want to emphasize the importance of community input and collaboration. With that, I wish you all a great new year. I don't know if I had an opportunity to say that yet. And I hope that as we move forward in the district that as you're starting off with a positive note, we want to continue on that. And I look forward looking forward with, especially with the clips with the superintendent have. I really love that. I love that he's instituted that. I think this is important. A lot of people are watching it. And that great turnout you guys had for the showcase was amazing. And I just want you guys to continue on that momentum. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. Next is employee union groups. Oh, yes, ma'am.
Dr. Hepburn, can staff please get with Ms. Grant to discuss the security issues that Ms. Grant spoke of?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Alhadeff. Yes, we will follow up with Ms. Grant. Security is our top priority, so we're going to make sure we close those gaps immediately. I don't know if she's already spoken to Mr. Lozano and his team, but we'll make sure and follow up with her today.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Thank you. BTU.
Well, good morning, board. Happy New Year. Anna Fusco, Broward Teacher Union President, representing 4 groups here in Broward County Public Schools. a few things that I got to meet the new CFO, who actually came to our new year, as in calendar year negotiations, and they brought along the executive director for insurance and benefits to have I feel, a very open, honest conversation. We spent about well over 6 hours in negotiations. I felt was positive, but confident that we're going to come to a resolution. Hopefully we have a next week scheduled negotiations I'm going to mention in a minute. We know we have some new board members. My first time getting to stand in front of you. Thompson and Mara, how are you guys doing? Welcome. And welcome back to our newly elected, again, school board members and ones that are there, that have been there. Okay, so we have a board of 9, and we feel that it's going to be positive with our new superintendent. We have some great initiatives as the Broward Teachers Union. We are a great partner with the Broward Education Foundation. We help in donations to them. We support basically every one of their activities because we know it all goes back into our Broward County Public Schools to make our schools stronger, to make our students have some chances that they might not get, and our teachers, so they can bring it into the classroom to them. So you can see that the Broward Teachers Union is a strong organization that's not just there that, you know, people want to have the understanding that we just want to fight. We fight when there's a need to fight, as when we hear when there's schools that need another voice if the facilities are not intact or things are breaking down and it might get missed or the work order might get, you know, overlooked. When you have that extra voice, you know, we're voices to parents in the community, we're voices to community members in the community for things that they want to see in our public schools. And, you know, having a great outcome to our show, the showcase that happened, what is that telling you? We're moving in the great direction that we are. So I'm going to turn into where I'm standing here to bring it back to negotiations. We don't want it to look as that, you know, our educators and our support staff that are in our schools and in our buildings that are taking care of all of the nooks and crannies that bring it together for the student, that it's, you know, a whine or a complain or a beg. We know that you guys know that cost of living is just happening out there for everybody, and the need to have an increase is really needed. And it's also well-deserved. You know, the A-rated district was because of everybody in this Broward County Public Schools, from the bus driver, the cafeteria worker, the clerical, the educator, the support staff, the social workers, the guidance counselors, every single person, our leaders that sit up here, our principals, our APs, the superintendent, all of his cabinet, you know, our school security team. Everybody touches each other to make it work. And that's why we're an A-rated district. And we are asking you to make sure that you are working hard to work on that budget that we know has been a struggle. It's a $6 billion budget. We know that's a struggle. When a new CFO, she seemed already versed in it. She seems confident that she can get to where we need to be. I also felt that there was a confidence that we can get to an increase that would be worthy of our educators and all employees in Broward County Public Schools. You know, I'm a biggest advocate for our Broward Teachers Union, but I don't believe leaving any person left behind because everybody's part of this Broward County Public Schools. And then I want to touch base real quick on the insurance piece. We know it is a huge incumbent of the Broward County Public Schools, but I have to bring it forward strong that there is an expectation to bring it on the backs of all of the employees of Broward County Public Schools. This is not the time to continue to do it. I have asked to hold it off, and let's have some more conversation. We agreed in our meeting that there's things that are known that people don't know. And I think if we work together to get what's known out there, what's really offered, we can come to an understanding of moving forward in a year or two to come of where we need to be with insurance. But right now it needs to stay where it is. Don't rise any cost on the backs of employees, and let's move forward in keeping us an A district, of keeping people healthy, and the expectation that the benefit is great, and let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you so much. BPAA, ESMAB, FOPI, COPA, PBA. Okay, then next is the ESC Advisory Council.
Good morning, Jackie Luscombe, Chair of ESC Advisory. We met last week, our monthly general meeting. We were missing 4 out of 9 board appointees. Thank you to the 5 who came. I recognize, of course, that things come up or people might not be able to attend for any reason, but I hope they are accounting to you, because not all are accounting to me for absences, and that you are still having some way of them feeding back to you the things that occur at our meeting that we would love for you to be hearing about. Our main topic of discussion was a no-strings, parent-led discussion about the potential merits of a separate autism school for Broward, as Palm Beach and Miami-Dade have, and this being an innovative district-managed charter that's different to a number of the regular charters that we see in the district that don't necessarily meet all needs. But there is a model in Miami-Dade and Palm Beach that has caught the eye of a lot of parents. There are 96 students from Broward who cross the border to Miami-Dade every day and travel 30, 40 miles to get to this school because Broward doesn't have one. There are parents who take their students out of Broward schools because they don't feel that there is a model that suits their children's needs. And we're talking about the most complex learners and intensive therapeutic needs. So we had a discussion about the potential merits of BCPS considering adopting this hybrid charter model. Over the years, I have watched a number of parents who have pulled out of BCPS because of the lack of something like this. Among the attractions that some see in a model such as this are the rigorous application of IEP requirements, when we know that for all the great work that is done in BCPS, we know that compliance with IEPs is still an issue in a number of cases. It is one of the leading issues still that I handle when parents come to me. Another merit of this school is that it has ABA-infused curriculum that's applied behavior analysis. Again, an issue that parents encounter in Broward is sometimes not being able to have their child's registered behavior therapist in the classroom or in the classroom for as long as they would like for the entirety of their schedule. So having a model where ABA is actually just part of the day-to-day regular environment that they're in is an attraction. When I first mentioned this kind of model to Dr. Licata back when the Redefining Schools process began, I stated that one concern would be that a separate autism school for the most complex learners could risk having the appearance of segregation. However, it's also important to recognize that not every parent prefers an inclusion model. Some do actually value a separate autism school, and we hope that you will continue to or that you can be part of the dialogue and consideration as this discussion moves on. It is an interesting one, and you're at a point where you're considering all kinds of innovations and suggestions. Also at our meeting, we heard from a bunch of parents at Baldwin. Baldwin is one of your contract schools for students with autism just starting out in the school system. They have not been getting emails from Broward County Public Schools. They have asked over a period of 1, if not, I think, actually 2 years now at our meetings. They've not been getting emails. I'm not sure what the issue is, but they don't hear about our meetings. They don't hear about your good news. They don't hear about all those things that BCPS is trying to communicate with parents on. It's been brought up a number of times. It does please need resolution. I'll liaise with your communications guru, Mr. Sullivan, to see if he can fix it. Our ACE meeting, that's our autism subcommittee, February 13th, 10 a.m. Glades Middle, is going to be discussing misbehaved versus misunderstood, that being the topic of how some schools are or aren't handling behavior issues. I came across one parent just last week, I'm going to pass on to Dr. Fulton at her request, who pulled their child out of Broward schools because of their child was getting repeated suspensions over disabilities-related behavior that they didn't feel they were getting interventions or support for, and ended up in the end just pulling out of Broward schools altogether and their sibling. Focus, we still have no gap analysis, no plan, no timeline, no dialogue ongoing. Please, we need it. And then looking forward to next month's ESE advisory meeting, we're going to be having guest speaker Logan Priest. He's an award-winning thespian and ESE student in Broward Schools. He's going to be sharing his story of trial, tribulation, and triumph. Logan overcame a disability, became successful not only in academics, but in the world of theatre. He took the Critics' Choice Award for costume design, state-selected technical representative for this district at States. We look forward to celebrating him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, did you want to address something?
Yes, absolutely. Thanks, Ms. Lupscomb, about the autism, the school. In our phase 2, as you know, redefining is a multi-phase process, but in our phase 2, we'll definitely be looking at opportunities to try and replicate something like that in Broward County. We know there's a need, and we don't want kids crossing the border to exercise the choice to address their needs, so we want them right here. And we'll follow up. Somebody will follow up with you about one comment you made about the emails from Baldwin, just to kind of dive in and see what the issue is. Thank you.
Okay, next is the ESOL Leadership Council, Facilities Task Force, Gifted Advisory Council, Green Advisory Committee, Human Relations Committee.
Good morning, Chair, school board members, superintendent, and staff. My name is Nancy Fry. I'm the chair of the Human Relations Committee. First of all, Happy New Year. Forgot that this month has gone by so fast. I didn't realize that we hadn't even seen each other since last year. The first thing I want to do is thank Dr. Hepburn for our meeting we had earlier this month. We discussed the culture and morale in our schools. That was the main topic, and we're very much aligned. The district and the committee are very much aligned on how our leadership and administration can positively or negatively impact the culture in our schools and what the district can do to help. And just to reiterate, Dr. Hepburn's tagline, feedback is a gift, and we hope that you'll continue to operate accordingly with that. We discussed, speaking of feedback, the Agents of Change Summit that we had with our students back in the fall. We received survey results back from the students that attended. This was a cross-section of middle school and high school students from schools across the district. We received 179 responses, and I will start with the negative and then go to the positive. The negative was, out of those 179 responses, bullying or some variation on the word was mentioned 30 times. There was a number of students that mentioned toxic environments, exclusion, rumors, general negativity in their schools. And there was a number of students that mentioned that they, in some way or another, did not trust the adults in the room to handle these issues appropriately, that they were either not stepping up, they were ignoring the issues, they were giving the students lip service, and the students just really wanted to see more adults involved in the process when these issues are happening. The good news is they showed a deep desire for seeing inclusion and kindness in their schools. They talked about how they wanted to personally take action and be a part of the solution, and they were crying out for activities and events and things to boost morale in their schools. The last thing that we discussed, and I'll go more into this in my meeting report, was at our December meeting, we had a student that came in and represented a number of the Muslim students in the district to discuss issues of Islamophobia. And thanks to the discussion with Dr. Hepburn, he said that he is now looking into creating an anonymous reporting mechanism on Canvas for our students. So we're looking forward to when that is rolled out, and we'll be happy to help promote it. And in general, we appreciate the focus on student feedback that the district has prioritized. So with that, we've had 2 meetings since my last report, just based on how the scheduling worked out. So our December meeting, it was an informational meeting. We did not reach quorum. We did reach quorum in January, though, so I appreciate the school board members that had talks with your appointees. And for those that are missing appointees, still happy to discuss if you need any insight onto what we do in order to best select an appointee, and I've also reached out to those that are having repeated attendance problems. So with that, in our December meeting, the main crux of that meeting was this presentation from a Muslim student, and he had brought in feedback from other students that couldn't attend the meeting that day, and there were some very disturbing reports. A number of the things were student-on-student issues, students stealing a backpack from a Muslim student, tossing it to their friends, saying, oh, it's a bomb, things like that. But the most troubling things were the reports about what our adults in the room were doing. We had reports of a Muslim student who was told to lift up her hijab to ensure she was in dress code, to show if she had a collared shirt on. There was a teacher that was getting repeated complaints and would come back to the class the next day and tell the students, I know you complained about me, I'm not changing what I'm doing. There's issues in the curriculum about the religion being misrepresented. I can give more details because I'm running out of time here. But with that, I appreciate the focus on hopefully, because the students did not feel safe was the main point, that they did not feel safe reporting. There's teachers that were going through it that did not feel safe reporting, and so giving them an anonymous reporting mechanism would greatly solve that. We also, and I'm going to skip ahead because I see my time's almost running out. In our January meeting, we did have quorum, and we did pass a motion that we're recommending to the board that moving forward in the leadership development program, that anyone going through that process that's looking to be promoted must take a course on how to create a positive culture and school environment. We feel that that will help with these issues that we're discussing, and it's a way to be in compliance with state law while still putting forward the kind of training they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness.
Okay, so what Chair Fry mentioned regarding the Muslim students, to me, that's concerning. So I am just wondering if the superintendent could ensure that staff, they're properly trained to understand different religious practices and to respect those, while at the same time keeping our schools safe.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, thanks for the comment and the question, Dr. Holness. Yes, Dr. Fulton and I met and we talked about these concerns and putting the allowable trainings that we can do, right? Because we're under the constraints of the state of what we can and can't talk about, just to make sure our employees understand how they should support kids. Also, we understand that many of our employees, they wear their cultures, their belief, their ideals on their sleeves. We want you to hang that up before you walk into our doors, right? It has no place in our classroom. So we're going to do what we can. Also, really creating this this anonymous feedback from students that we can capture, right, to increase our accountability measures for the adults in the classrooms. Because there's one thing about training them, they may still do it, but if we don't have a mechanism to understand what's going on from our students, we can't correct it in real time. So we're putting some things in place that we can get information from our kids who are experiencing this, so we can nip it in the bud immediately.
Mrs. Alhada.
Yeah, so every student or teacher have the ability to download the SaferWatch app, and they have the ability to report something anonymously or as themselves. It's an amazing app where if you see something, say something, and you'll be able to report that. So students can have access to the SaferWatch app to report a tip.
Thank you. Okay, the next committee is the Multilingual Advisory Committee. Okay, Parent Community Involvement Task Force.
Good morning. Is that on? Yes. Parent Community Involvement Task Force met January 13th. The meeting focused on our plans to develop podcast programming to enhance communications and augment the programming opportunities offered by Parent University. We currently have 2 parent universities on the calendar in February and March, Welcome to Kindergarten and Navigating the Digital World Together, and we have a third one that we're talking about right now for February. We're going to be incorporating surveys into this, so we hopefully will be able to do some of our research through those surveys, and we're looking forward to that. February 16th, we'll be holding the nonprofit forum in this room. And this is one of our most successful events. It gives volunteers and nonprofits an opportunity to share information and ideas. And I just want to stop here and say that it's with great sadness that I share that our longtime PCITF member, Natalie Moffett, passed away this weekend. Natalie has been such an integral part of our task force for so long, serving as the Q&A lady for Parent University, a moderator and co-chair of the nonprofit forum, a facilitator of the secondary forum, and empowering parent conferences, and so much more. In addition to serving on the task force, she served on SAC and SAFs at various schools as a PTA vice president on the District Advisory Council and on the Diversity Committee. Natalie's volunteerism was enhanced by her kindness, compassion, dependability, sense of humor, and commitment. Her contributions then have and will continue to impact many. Over the years, Natalie would bring her daughter Sophie to our task force meetings on occasion, and we feel like we watched her grow up. She's currently a senior, and I would ask that you keep Natalie's parents, sister, friends, and Sophie in your thoughts and prayers. And I just wanted to mention this today. To me, Natalie was just one of the most outstanding volunteers I've ever seen. And she's just kind of symbolic of the thousands of people that volunteer in your schools every day and give so much because they believe in what we're doing. So please keep the family in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Natalie for her many years of service. I worked with her on the committee, and she was an integral part of all those parent universities that happened. So thank you. Next is the Small Business Advisory Committee. And finally, Technology Advisory Committee. Okay. Next, we're going to take item LL1 as it goes with the advisory committee reports. So can I have a motion and a second to bring LL1 to the floor? Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Just counting. Okay. Any public comment on LL1?
Madam Chair, we have Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, so I don't see her in the audience.
Okay. All right. So I pulled LL1 because I promised I would do this every meeting. So on LL1, there are two recommendations by the District Advisory Council. So the first one was a recommendation that the Broward County Schools develop, finalize, and receive school board approval for school calendars at least 2 years in advance by the first school board meeting held in October. So Dr. Hepburn, can you speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I've directed Mr. Azzarito and his team a few months ago now to start working on a 2-year calendar process instead of the 1-year process that we've been doing in the past, since that is definitely more friendly to families and communities, so they can plan accordingly over a longer period of time.
Thank you so much. So that one has been addressed. And the second one is a recommendation to actually recommend the school board formally adopt the AECOM framework and adopt a resolution establishing the steering committee as a committee reporting directly to the school board. So if you could also speak to that, Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, this is work essential through the superintendent's office. I use a COO and chief facilities officer to make sure that this work moves forward expeditiously and to complete future projects. We're in the midst of our facilities condition assessment. With that said, I'll be sending a memo to the board about the superintendent's long-range planning and steering committee and the makeup of that committee to ensure that we have industry experts on that committee to help us move this work forward instead of the stalemates that we've experienced in the past. And also maybe a subset of individuals to help the academic and programmatic parts of redefining, so we can ensure as we plan for the future with our facilities that our programmatic structures are matching. So the facilities are going to meet the needs of the programs within our individual schools. And we'll further codify that with a resolution, but the board will get a memo from me soon about the makeup of that committee so we can move this work forward.
Thank you very much. Any board members have any other discussion on LL1? Okay. All those in favor of LL1 say aye. Aye. Any opposed? LL1 passes unanimously. Thank you. Next up, we have general public comments. And the first speaker that is signed up is Natalie Lynch Walsh, and I don't think she's here. So next up, we have Dr. Judy Jovanovich.
Hi, I'm not Judy, I'm Trudy. My name is Dr. Trudy Jovanovich. I wish the board would discuss today the plan to not have committee reports during the board meetings and instead having them during workshops. Although it was discussed at a workshop, only Jackie and I were there to speak for everyone. I believe committees are an integral part of this process and their reports should be at a board meeting and at a time certain, like 10 a.m., with public speakers right after that time. Afternoon public speakers should also be advertised as a time certain as well to facilitate people being able to get here when it's time to speak. I'll now speak about the negotiations for teachers. We know that teachers in Broward have been stretched to the limit financially, and every raise is important. Teachers also want to see that the district cuts money from the administrative budget. That does not appear to be happening. Also, more edicts from above continue to take away a teacher's autonomy in the classroom. Teachers want to be a part of the decisions for the curriculum which they use. They feel these decisions are made from the top, and teachers are forced to just take it. Give teachers back their autonomy and work to give them a decent raise so we don't continue to lose them to other districts. Also, testing, testing, testing. I have my shirt on that I hate to say is 14 years old. That's how long we've been fighting against high-stakes testing. You need to take away some of the things that are related to that. I know you can't take away anything from the state, but there is definitely a way that elementary teachers could use a portfolio of classwork, not some portfolio of other tests, which is what the district seems to think a portfolio is. I'll send you some information on what a real portfolio is. It's what a student has done for 180 days. That's what should count, not what's done for one day, which is the last test in the whole year. That's what everything in this district is based on, and it's wrong. We are also on the cusp of a major change of programs at the federal level. Our elementary school this is one teacher that was talking about how she was going to lose funding possibly for Title I and also ESE. We need to be on top of this. You need to be proactive. Make sure every ESE student has an updated IEP. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, do you have something to speak to?
Yes, just so the public knows, 10:20 will be a public hearing on February 4th in this very room for those who want to attend and comment on that policy before the board takes action on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next general public speaker is Sean Greenfield. And our last public speaker is Congresswoman Sheila Shefferlis McCormick. Okay.
Asking to speak. Edwin Major.
I don't see any of them here. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. Now, this will be the part of the meeting where we will consider all the open agenda items. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the open items that have not been pulled for discussion, which include BB1, BB2, FF2, FF3, JJ3, JJ5, JJ7, JJ8, JJ9, JJ13, JJ14, JJ15, JJ16, JJ17, JJ18, JJ21, JJ22, JJ23, 001, 002, 003, 004, 005, 008, 009, 0011, double P2, and RR1. All the other items have been pulled. Can I have a motion and a
Chair, before you do that, can you just help me with JJ8 that Ms. Pham pulled? Has she withdrawn that?
She's not here.
I worry that she might be here by the end of the meeting. I'm trying to be fair to all members of the board.
Yeah,
and she asked to pull that item.
Right, but she
I'm
did
not comfortable.
indicate to us that she probably wasn't going to make it today.
At the end of the meeting, if she does show up, would she have the ability to pull that item back?
No.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
One of us could bring it back.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Are there any public comments on, the only public comments we have registered is for MM1, which is a special time certain. Okay. All those in favor of approving the open agenda items that have not been pulled for discussion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. All those items pass unanimously. Okay, so the first item up, we have a couple of special time certains that we'll come back to. One of them is S1, just to let the public know. But we're going to move forward until then. So the first item up for discussion that we need a motion for is item HH1.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Any public comment on HH1?
No registered speakers.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So for the objective parts of the evaluation, we did suggest some changes in the workshop that we had, and I am happy to see that those changes were implemented here. However, it also indicates as one of the objectives where it's actions in audit, and it's specific to the principals. So can the chief auditor elaborate or expound on, as it relates to the district in general, are there any other stakeholders to which audit is subjected besides school-based?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you. Yeah, with regard to that, I feel like it's important at the level principal area to discuss and build a rapport with the principals to have a better understanding of their perception of audits. So I would be very, very careful to steer clear of anything that would resemble training, but certainly have conversations with level principals. So we would have meetings that would discuss items that affect everyone at the high school level, for example, or the middle school level, or the elementary school level. And because I want it ultimately to be 4 sessions per year, the final would have been that I would perceive it would be talking to the Business Support Center, because they're integral in all of the things that happen at those levels in terms of the services that they provide. That would give me just a bit more area to touch on with that. The other option is to combine Business Support Center with an operations component, so that the overall assistance in having the different folks understand what is involved in audits, what are the components or the anatomy of audits. That would, I think, be helpful to making sure that they understand how to avoid audit findings. That's one of the ultimate goals that I've had spoken to me by the principals and by the folks out in operations in general. And so if there's anything that we can do to raise that level of awareness, that's what that's about.
Okay, so I understand your rationale for the school-based principals rather, based upon your comments, Mr. Rhodes. However, I guess the concern that I have is, well, I'll ask this question. Besides the principals, what other, and school-based, what other areas of the district is subjected to auditing?
On the operations side, there are audits that happen in the construction area. We are about to, as a result of an external AG audit, look at FTE, FE, FP, and then student transportation areas. And what would happen is we would be able to look at some of the lessons learned from some of those prior audits, whether they have been done by external audit firms or the AG, to provide some additional audit-related information to those folks. And outside of the teaching and learning side is really more like the way that I would like to say it instead of just principals. And then the idea there is that there would be a better understanding of what the difference is between audits and management, as well as a conversation about how we can use both to improve that process and decrease findings, decrease discussion items, while increasing the strength of internal controls throughout the district.
Okay, so outside of the teaching and learning, are there actions in audit sessions conducted for others besides the school-based leadership?
That will depend on how the discussion goes today, because my initial thought was 4 sessions per year, having 3 of them being focused on the different school levels, and then also leaving the 4th one open for the discussion that we're having right now.
Okay, so would you agree that it would be beneficial to have actions in audit sessions to those outside of teaching and learning besides school-based leadership or principals, as it's specifically mentioned here?
Absolutely, and the reason that I focus on the principals was because there was a comment last time when the objective was to seek input from the audit committee related to how much time that my function and role is spent with them, that it would also incorporate some of the input from the principal groups. My thought was to do it in a different way, where we could provide information to the principals so that they could understand whether or not that was a benefit to them versus providing feedback on what their current perception is of audits.
Okay, so as a board member, I believe this evaluation is for us to appropriately evaluate you on functioning as a chief auditor. And I believe that having principals alone is too narrow. I would like to see this extend beyond principals to the other leadership areas to which is subjected to auditing. I believe, based upon your comments, it appears that actions in audit session would be beneficial to other aspects of the district that would involve leadership. So while I appreciate the changes to Objective 1, I believe that just surveying principals alone is not adequate enough. I would like to see that this extends to include other key stakeholders that would be relevant in providing feedback on sessions that you would provide to them.
And I agree that change is a great recommendation. I just want you to understand that with regard to this initial listing of objectives, there's a self-appraisal date of April 30th of this year, and then an ultimate evaluation done in May. So the time necessary to do what it is that you're recommending would likely not happen until the following year, but that's the idea of setting up this model so that we could start to include and incorporate more groups in these discussions.
Okay, so this evaluation model that we are voting on today, isn't it applicable to subsequent years beside the current year?
Absolutely.
Okay, so would you agree then, Mr. Rhodes, that even though we may not be able to implement that part of it this year due to time constraints, that in subsequent years it would be beneficial to include a wider scope beyond principals as far as leadership that would benefit from action in audit sessions?
I reiterate, yes.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion that for objective 1, that it includes key leadership stakeholders for the action and audit sessions to which the chief auditor is evaluated on.
Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on the motion? Okay, board discussion. Go ahead.
But can you just clarify your motion, because is this going into year 2?
Okay, based upon the comments from Mr. Rhodes, this will be effective going into not this year, but subsequent years beyond this year, to which the evaluation would be applicable.
Do you want to, because that was going to be my question.
Yes.
Do you want to update your motion?
Yes.
Okay. Are you okay with the second? Okay. Any board discussion? Dr. Zeman, you pulled this item also, so go ahead.
Thanks so much, Chair. Just a general comment that this work from last week to this week was amazing. So to our chief auditor and to our director of evaluations, thank you. It's a lot of work to do and get it out in time so that we can look at it, but it's really, you took the comments last week to heart, and this is significantly better. Dr. Holness, I'm curious about the nature of stakeholders. We've done audits to vendors. Mm-hmm. Would the vendor be the stakeholder to which you refer, or would it be the director of procurement?
Can you repeat the last part of what you said?
You're adding in your motion, beyond principals, this idea of stakeholders, other stakeholders.
Correct.
And I'm curious, in an example where the auditor looks at the performance of a vendor, or the entire process from solicitation to bidding to evaluation to performance. Auditors do that. It's a classic kind of accounting function. Right. Traditional audit. Who would be the stakeholder that you are referring to? Stakeholder is just such a broad term. I know what a principal is. I know the principals.
Correct.
I trust the principals.
Understand.
And in some sense, the idea last week was to get away from a first recommendation that came to us and to create something that would be compelling to the board. It would be compelling to me if a principal said over 80% of the time that they would agree or strongly agree that the audit was performed and they were trained and they understand the findings. They may not like the findings, but the performance of the audit was
Understand.
done. Oh, that would blow me away.
Okay.
Because auditors and subjects to audits don't always get along with each other, right? So that would be like a really big test. I'm trying to understand what a stakeholder would be, and
great.
I'm just giving you one example where you might let me know.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zeman. So to clarify my point, the qualifying word is key stakeholders. So when we talk about, when I had questioned Mr. Rhodes, he mentioned that there are other areas in the district outside of teaching and learning, school-based leadership, to which action in audit sessions would be beneficial. So he agreed with that, and I would go ahead and have Mr. Rhodes reiterate again those other areas to which he believes that audit action in audit sessions would be beneficial outside of school-based leadership, which would be principals. I want to make sure that we are being comprehensive, that we are actually looking at all aspects of the district, to which there are key stakeholders, not just any stakeholders, that would be beneficial for us to better evaluate the chief auditor on his job performance. So Mr. Rhodes, could you reiterate your comments when we talk about key stakeholders outside of teaching and learning to which you believe action in audit sessions would be beneficial?
Yes, I could. For the simplicity of the discussion, I would say you have teaching and learning and then operations. Operations would be the other area. With respect to Dr. Zeman's point, I don't think that key stakeholders would fall outside of district key stakeholders, and the reason that I say that is because the district's key stakeholders are the folks who are responsible for upholding and ensuring that internal controls are both created and complied with. That would not be something that a vendor would do, although whenever we do audits of vendors always have the opportunity to provide their discretionary responses, which is essentially feedback on the work that we've done. So I want to make sure that it's clear that on that operations side, which could be anywhere from facilities, transportation, PPO, those types of areas outside of principals and on the school and teaching and learning side would be involved in that area that I have agreed to. I just wanted to clarify that district stakeholders would be what we would be looking at.
Absolutely. So did that answer your question, Dr. Zeman?
It does, and I wonder if you would consider changing your motion by that one word as well, so that I've just heard conversations about things, and I suspect we'd get consensus on this, and then it gets written without that clarification. Would you mind?
Absolutely. So, Chair Hickson, district stakeholders is what I'm referring to.
Mrs. Leonard, are you still good with the second?
Terrific. Thanks so much. I support this, Jeff.
Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. So currently, right now, based on objective number 1, it's principals that are going to be doing the action and audits. I would make the suggestion that, based on what Mr. Rhodes said, that either facilities or PPO be the one that will be focusing on an objective number 1. I think we have a lot of more issues in those areas with facilities and PPO, so why not target them first? I understand in year 2, you're going to be going to other groups, but I rather focus on PPO this year and then bring on principals in the following year.
Okay, we're still on the motion. I would just like to also make a suggestion. I don't want to muddle year 2 with year 1. I would rather wait and let them bring back the evaluation after the first evaluation with all the right wording and terms, and have a chance to look at who those key stakeholders are and spell it out, as opposed to trying to rush it right now. We know that he can't get to that until after we finish year 1, so bring back the evaluation after it's finished for this year and tweak it for the following years. I think we're trying to smush too much into something right now, and it's going to get confusing later. So although I appreciate the motion, I would rather see it come back to us with more clarity on what's happening. So first, I think we need to, Mrs. Alhadef, you can make a motion, but we'll finish Dr. Holness's motion, and then we'll go to you for a new motion.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I just want to, and I appreciate your comment, I just want to clarify that the motion is pretty clear that it's going to be subsequent year beyond this year, and that the current evaluation that includes principal is what will stand, but in subsequent years to which the motion, because this evaluation is applicable for multiple years. So the motion is implying that subsequent years, that those key stakeholders, which would be defined as district stakeholders, will be part of the action and audit sessions. So if we vote on that motion, we're not voting to change anything this year. We're simply voting to ensure that this will be applicable for subsequent years, to which the chief auditor indicated that there are stakeholders, district stakeholders outside of teaching and learning, school-based leadership, that could benefit from action and audit sessions, and that would be relevant for us to evaluate him on. So I'm just ensuring that we have that in place in subsequent years so we can properly evaluate the chief auditor beyond this current year.
Right, and I understand that, but my thought is we still aren't sure who those key stakeholders are. If we gave them enough time to finish the evaluation for this year and bring it back to us with specific people on who, or specific departments, not people, that they'll include in it, it gives him a little more time to spell that out. We'll know exactly who those key stakeholders are, because what you might think is key might not be what Dr. Zeman or I think is key, or even the auditor. So I'd like it to be more specific, but we're not going to do it for this year. So I'd rather ask them to bring it back afterwards with more specifics so that we're not being ambiguous is probably not the right word, but more specific on it. So that's just my own personal thought on it. So thank you for clarifying them. Okay, can we take a vote on the motion? So all those in favor and Dr. Holness's motion, which is to add that in year 2, that they would include in the action, audit and action sessions that would include district key stakeholders for the subsequent years. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Can we take a roll call?
Roll call on the motion. School board members Alhadeff,
No.
Bowman,
Yes.
Pam's not present, Hickson,
No.
Honus,
Yes.
Leonardi,
Yes.
Rupert, Thompson,
Yes.
Zeman.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-2.
Okay, thank you so much. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Well, I'm not sure now because that passed. If I make a motion to change principals to PPO, if that's
I think
allowable, Ms. Batista?
Ms. Batista.
Yes, you're allowed to make that motion.
Okay.
Right, because the changes are for next year, so you're voting on this year, or making a motion for this year.
Okay, I move to change objective number 1 to say at least 80% of PPO will respond that they agree or strongly agree, and then continuing that sentence.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion. Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, in the workshop when we talked about this last week, there was a rich, I think, understanding of how many school audits are done every year. And it's a significant portion of it. It's directed by Department of Education. And the intent was to, as a result of the training of them so that they can partner and provide the data that they need to for a successful audit, that they would look at that training and they'd say, wow, I got the training that I need. It is a big issue. It's a significant part of the audit. Audits that are done over the course of a year, and it's a tremendous issue to the board to make sure that schools are executing the dollars they get in a way that's consistent with the law and our policy. So in some sense, I thought that the motion was going to be principals and PPO added, because principals do school audits, which is at the end of the first criteria, so we probably need to do a little English on that if we want to add it. But I'd love to add PPO to that, because they are also a significant partner in understanding what audits do in an area in which we have tremendous vulnerability. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, Mrs. Alhadeff, would you like to tweak your motion?
I just have some comments first.
Okay.
So this is for this year. This would be for this year, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And my question is, how many times has principals already been trained on audits?
Dr. Hepburn?
I know last year we trained a group of principals for specific reoccurring audit exceptions when Mr. Manjuris was still the chief auditor. This school year, I don't think we've done any trainings this current school year.
How many times, say, in the last 5 years has PPO been trained on audits?
Dr. Hepburn?
I don't have that answer right now. We'll probably have to provide a follow-up. I don't know if Mr. Rhodes and his team actually has that information from the past 5 years.
Through an audit that we recently went through, there was, well, first let me back up and say, I just have to make it clear anytime that these terms kind of get commingled. What audits does is not training. What audits does is raise awareness about what the standards require auditors to do. Training, by definition, would prohibit us from being able to come back and audit because we don't train management. Management gets trained by management based on the policies, procedures, and statutes and otherwise governance. We come in and test to see that they're actually applying those governance components as we measure and test what it is that they've done. The follow-up that audits would be giving would be looking at some of those lessons learned and providing some strategies for how to avoid that and how to strengthen the internal controls, which is really the key component. Having said that, to get that part straight, there have been, since I've been back with the district, there has been one training that I'm aware of that included a bunch of principals in a media center at an elementary school. I apologize, I can't remember the name of it. But that was one of the sessions that we did at that time that limited the number of people that could be there just because of size and of the room that we were in, as opposed to what we could reach out to by doing this via Teams. And again, by doing it in a way that looks at strata, meaning elementary levels that have a lot of the same findings and or challenges, middle schools that have a lot of the same findings and challenges, and then high schools and centers that have the same findings and challenges. We could look at that from there. Going back to the idea of PPO, I do not know, and I am not directly aware of any specific training other than what was the outcome of a recent audit that had to do with their use of contracts and issuing purchase orders and work orders for work that they were using on contracts.
Ms. Sexton?
Yes.
I have a question for our chief auditor. Can you define action and audit session?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you define what you mean by action and audit session?
I'll go over what I just said, which was ultimately defining what it is, which is using teams and inviting folks from these various areas to come in and bring both their ears to hear some of the strategies, trends, and patterns that audits has found, as well as to describe for them what some of the audit standards are and the audit steps and objectives that we have to take in our process to evaluate theirs. That would be the transfer of information in the action and audit sessions.
Okay. I would take that as training, but I don't think you are saying that as training. Okay, so I would assume PPO has never been trained or given an action and audit session. I think it would be advantageous for them to get this. I'm okay if you want to add principals and PPO, but I heard the chief auditor say this year he would only be able to do one category, one group to facilitate this. Is that true, Mr. Rhodes?
There's a possibility that there could be two between now and April 30th. And if it pleases the board, that could be an area of principals as well as a PPO action and audit session. I mean, to me, what I heard last week, based on what Dr. Zeman was just describing again, was a need for us to take a look at the audits that we do that are statutorily driven. But I also know that, again, knowing that next year we would be getting on schedule to do all four of these areas that we're talking about, including the principals at the level principals, as well as an area of operations which could include more than PPO for that matter.
Right. So I would say this year I'm comfortable with the principals and PPO. The following year, though, I think it should also be facilities, transportation.
Right.
Should be on there too. And then also I think there's an opportunity for you, Mr. Rhodes, to use Thought Exchange. This is our AI technology that you'll be able to quickly gather information to give you the feedback, probably in a faster way to get your outcomes. So I'll modify my motion to include principals and PPO.
Second.
Okay. Dr. Holness, did you want to speak?
Actually, the modified motion was my suggestion.
Okay, great. Mrs. Leonardi?
Yeah, same thing.
Thank you. All right. All those in favor of Mrs. Alhadeff's motion to add principals and PPO for this year, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries. Thank you so much. Dr. Zeman, you were on board to speak on this item. Did you have anything else to add?
I wanted to heap praise on our chief auditor and the evaluation team for doing precisely what we talked about last week. I really appreciate it.
Okay, great. So now we have to vote on item HH1 as amended. So all those in favor of HH1 as amended say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. Motion carries. Okay, the next item up is item BB3, which is a scooter policy. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
So moved by Mrs. Alhadeff, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Is there any public comment on item BB3?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. First up is the maker of the item, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So I wanted to bring this forward as quickly as possible for the board. I know I brought it up probably 6 months ago, and it just never went anywhere. And I think it's really important for the board to ask the superintendent to bring back a scooter policy. We did unfortunately have one student die from being hit they were on a scooter. And then we've also had incidents of kids getting injured being on scooters. It's very dangerous. Kids are on electric scooters. They're not even wearing helmets. And we want to make sure that our kids are getting to school as safely as possible. So I think it is incumbent on us as a board to do the right thing and create a scooter policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am certainly in agreement with that. There are a lot of kids getting hurt on scooters. There has to be guidelines to which the school district responds to, so to ensure their safety. I am just hoping, though, as we look into a scooter policy, that we don't necessarily reach the conclusion that we should ban them. I hope that we can provide guidelines that will create safety. It could be having, I'm not familiar with the speed of the scooters and different things surrounding it. But I would be very open to entertain looking at how we can provide safety guidelines for students using scooters.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate this item, when we're talking about protecting our students and providing safety. It's obviously the most important thing we do. I just had a few questions, and I'm wondering if we need to, if we're talking about like all scooters or specifically electric scooters, and if we need to clarify that at all.
Dr. Hepburn.
From what I gather, we're talking about all scooters. Our students tend to display more riskier behavior because they're more maneuverable versus a bicycle. And I've heard concerns from law enforcement too about our students on scooters going to and from school, and just generally in their communities that create unsafe environments for themselves.
Got it. Thank you. And then, do we have a policy governing like other devices like bikes and skateboards?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm not currently aware enough. The team knows if we have any policies governing any other mode of transportation for our kids. Okay. Seeing a resounding no.
Okay, so I mean, I think that we definitely need a policy on scooters. I'm wondering if we also need to include, bicycles and skateboards, other modes of transportation, and I had another question, but now I can't remember. But those are my comments for now.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Hold on one second. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I love sitting next to Miss Leonardi because sometimes she kind of jumps right into where I was going too. Our kids matter a lot, and the county has rules. They have done things, for example, like banned electric scooters near the beach and things like that, where we had lots and lots of accidents and lots of people not just injured but killed. And so the county stepped in and said, look, there's going to be some areas where we're just not going to allow that to happen. Cities do it as well, who also provide crossing guards often to us and things like that, trying to enforce the city's laws near our schools. But the idea of having a kind of a transportation policy that covers skateboards and electric and others is still, I think, wise, because it gives us an opportunity to tell kids what's safe and what's not. I was shattered when a 10th grader was killed earlier this year crossing a street. It was a rainy day. It was dark. It was 6 in the morning, not on a crosswalk. And I want to learn from all the tragedies that we have, all the tragedies that we have. It's a great way to learn. It's a great content for communicating and training people on what right looks like. So to the extent that we can modify this particular item to include those other forms of transportation, I think we would just be telling kids there's a good way to do those things, and then there's an awful way to do it. If we care about our kids, even though it's not really our jurisdiction with what they do outside of our fence lines, I still think it's a very wise thing to do. Even if the impact that we have is whatever it can be, I still believe we need to have policies that kind of remind them that we really love them and we want them to get to school safe and we want them to get home or to work or wherever they go after school safely. So if the author of this is interested in that, I think we can really put together kind of a short, thoughtful policy that kind of reminds Broward County how much we care and love the kids that come to school here.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go, then we'll do second round. I agree with all of the transportation because, as we know, it's not just an issue with scooters, it's bicycles, crossing the street when you're walking. Even I've gotten, I don't know how many emails about students with the earbuds in and crossing the street and walking right in front of a car. So you could even add walking with cell phones on there. So I just worry, though, about making a policy that we can enforce. So I've said this so many times. So the policy wouldn't really, like if they're off our campus, we can't enforce anything. So I would hope that whatever that policy is directed at something that's enforceable, because we don't want to make up rules that we can't enforce. So I'm for this. I think it should be comprehensive, not necessarily just scooters, because we do want our students to know. So I don't know if it's really, though, a policy about how students transport to school, more of a public safety announcement, because how would we... It'll just be interesting, I guess, to see how the policy rolls out, because if it's on school campus, we can enforce it. If it's not, we can't. So I just want to keep that in mind. Board Member Thompson.
I would agree. I think it should be more of a policy of public education that we're directing principals and staff to teach during kindergarten roundup or the first meetings of school. I don't think punishing our students for how they're getting to school is really encouraging students to come to school. So I would not be in favor of a punitive policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Yeah, I was just suggesting as well, if we move forward with the scooter policy, that the superintendent also brings back research. I'd like to understand the data as far as students' incidents with scooters versus bicycles versus skateboards, all of that, just to kind of get an idea as to the scope of the problem. So since we're looking to possibly include all means of transportation that students are individually using, I think data on that would be helpful in actually voting on that policy or tweaking the policy, and possibly data for surrounding districts as well, Dade and Palm Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Alhadeff, for bringing this forward and for my colleagues coming up with the idea to be comprehensive. I do want to say an easy way that we could start is look at state statutes. I believe that 16 and under for bicycles, they should be wearing their helmets, close to that anyway. And I can tell you in my area where I live, kids do not. As young as kindergarten, first grade, preschool kids, they're not putting their helmets on. And I've been the neighbor that's knocking on doors to tell them. So I think it would be very good as a communication plan to go with this, and everybody gets knowledge and more safety. So I appreciate it. I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. I have a few comments, questions, and then I have a motion I'd like to make. I don't want to put our student advisor on the spot, but I'm curious to hear some student input on this.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Landon Spelberg, student advisor to the school board. I would definitely say the communication of a policy or really a communication of how this works to students is very important, right? A policy can happen in this boardroom, and if students aren't informed of it, if there's not signs, regular communication with students, I think that can make it obsolete. The other part that we hear at a lot of school visits is the bike areas. Students aren't able to, at some schools, they're not able to use them. They have to leave their bikes, scooters around the campus. So that kind of adds an element to this as well about definitely finding an area where students can put these different modes of transportation when they come on campus. But we would definitely support something that is communicable to students. And is very clear to them about what the expectation is with these modes of transportation. And thank you for asking, Ms. Leonardi.
Yeah, thank you. I would just ask that, because several board members have brought this up, that, if this item does pass, we include staff consults with other governmental agencies and law enforcement in the development of this policy. And just as another note, since Chair Hickson brought this up regarding this being a policy we can enforce, what I was envisioning was something that's governing like when students arrive to campus, when they leave, and then as our student advisor suggested, a communication plan around educating our students and just like what Board Member Thompson did. So with that, I have a motion to make to amend the requested action. So it would read, directing the superintendent to develop and implement a comprehensive policy regarding various modes of transportation within our district, including data, a communication plan, and designated areas for storage of these modes of transportation.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any public comment on the motion? Okay. Board member comment on the motion? Okay. Do you want to speak on the motion? Or I know I skipped you. I'm sorry. I'll come back to you after she's done with the motion, unless you want to talk on the motion.
Well, I have a question about policy versus guideline and what our real jurisdiction is. I mean, if we really only have jurisdiction over the students once they get on school property, then a policy wouldn't be enforceable, I think, as we've talked about before. So what I was going to say before is maybe we need to focus on the education part of it and the safety education, and that might be the best thing that we can do, because I agree with Board Member Thompson about the ability of students to get to school, and there's also a lot of cost involved in safety equipment and making other requirements for the students.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhata.
Can Ms. Batista speak to the statute, if there is a statute in regards to parents having the responsibility to make sure their child gets to school safely?
Ms. Batista.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, that's one of the responsibilities for parents. As far as the policy is concerned, as you may recall, a policy is a statement of general applicability. So it has to apply to the students, and it has to be within our jurisdiction to be able to enforce it. Having said that, I think, the superintendent may be able to put something together that either encourages or is able to, to the extent that we're able to figure out something regarding the modes of transportation.
So, thank you, Ms. Batista. So, I guess what I'm saying is we can't dictate how the kids are going to get to school, but we can dictate, do we allow the storing of scooters at our school? Mm-hmm. So I think that's part of the conversation, and what Dr. Hepburn, when he does his research on this, can come back to the board with a suggestion for us. But I do think there is an opportunity today that we can do some educating out to the community in regards to just wearing a helmet, basic, standard, whether it's a bike or scooter. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I'm curious about another legal question, which is, one, to Ms. Aldous' point, you get on a school campus first, you cross the property line, and then you go through the parking lot and down the sidewalk to get to that place, too. So we can have a policy about using scooters or bikes or any kind of vehicle while you're on our property, and we can enforce that clearly. Chair, when does in loco parentis cover us as the acting parent for students?
Ms. Batista.
So in loco parentis would be once the student is on our property, or it is definitely when the student is on our property. I was going to go into, whenever they're like at the bus stop and that kind of thing, which, we are not responsible or have any duty at that point until the bus gets and picks up the student, but from that moment forward.
And Chair, does in loco parentis cover students when they're on the bus?
Ms. Batista.
Yes, Madam Chair, it does.
And I appreciate the legal definition of that. Mm-hmm. The community thinks that there's a shared responsibility between the school and the parent and the family and the community on getting kids safely to school. And so having a policy that says we are or are not going to allow scooters. What if we have a school that's on a really, really dangerous street? It may be in our best interest to not let kids store scooters during the day, just because we don't think they ought to be doing it. So I love this. We just got to kind of get out of our own way, I think, here a little bit. Yes, our policy should govern things that we can enforce. They also ought to govern things that we care about. And we care about kids getting to school safely. And if that just means we educate them while they're there, it's great. But what a great policy to have on the record to say that we care so much about our kids, 200,000 of them, that we want them to be educated and have policies on school properties and wear a dang helmet when you're on a property. I live near the beach, and I can't tell you how many times I see two 12-year-olds on an electric scooter and the driver's on their cell phone texting. And when they're on a way to one of our schools and they get killed, which has happened, not just once, multiple times, I feel terrible. I feel like maybe we didn't educate them enough. Maybe we didn't remind them about wearing helmets and things like that. And so I just think this is the right thing to do across the board, and it ought to cover the time from when you leave your home or wherever you leave to come to school until you get to school property, and then it ought to cover them a separate set of rules which we can enforce once they get on school property. So I appreciate all the recommendations, but I'm dying to hear what the superintendent and staff come back with.
Okay, thank you. And I would, just before I call Mrs. Leonardi, and say I really appreciate Mrs. Leonardi's motion, because I think it encompasses all of what we're saying, that we'll enforce what we can on campus, we'll give them communication, safety, education pieces. So it's a good directive to the superintendent, I think, of what we'd like to see that policy look like. So thank you for the motion, and I'm looking forward to voting. Mrs. Leonardi.
Yep, just really quickly, I appreciate the debate around doing a policy versus guidelines. I do want to clarify, we have policies about how and when we educate and communicate certain information. So I think, that's why I included that as a part of my motion. I think that's a vital part of this. And to the point that Dr. Zeman was making just now, we do have policy about how students leave us. For instance, we are not allowed to release a student to an adult that a guardian has not approved as a person for pickup, right? So I think it would be appropriate to have a policy governing like how a student leaves us on a bike or a scooter or whatever mode of transportation. And I don't think that we need to be debating those specific things today. I do think that it's important that we issue this directive so that we can ultimately create a safer environment for our students, as was the objective of Mrs. Al-Hadaf's item. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to vote on the motion, which was to add all of those things that Mrs. Leonardi had to the directive to the superintendent. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Now we have to vote on the item as amended. So all those in favor of BB3 as amended, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you so much. So it is my pleasure to bring to the floor and ask for motions for item S1, the Carlton B. Campbell Innovative Learning Lab.
Second.
Ms. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. It is my privilege as the board member representing District 1 to introduce the district's intention to rename the Verizon Innovation Lab at Gulfstream Academy of Hollandale Beach as K-8 to the Carlton B. Campbell Innovation Learning Lab to recognize and commemorate the late Gulfstream Academy principal Carlton Campbell, who served our Broward County Public Schools for 35 years as a teacher, principal, community leader, and mentor. He's survived by his 3 sons, Carlton Jr., Caleb, and Carrington, and his wife, Dr. Josetta Campbell, who is the amazing principal of Sheridan Hills Elementary, and Principal Campbell's brother, Pastor Javen Campbell, I believe will be giving some remarks on behalf of the family.
Okay, so public comments on item S1. Mr. Sullivan?
We'll start with Pastor Campbell. It should be on.
There we go. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I know it's kind of cold, but it's a great morning, and we are both humbled and proud to be here to celebrate the Carlton B. Campbell Computer Lab at Gulfstream Academy. This occasion is very meaningful as it comes just over a year since Carlton's passing. You know, it's really amazing to know that his light is still shining and that we still have friends and support here at the Broward County school system that is still willing to acknowledge his legacy. With that being said, on behalf of Dr. Josetta Campbell, his sons Caleb, Carrington, and Carlton Jr., the entire Campbell family, we want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Superintendent Dr. Howard Hepburn, Principal Ms. Lynn Bonney, a special shout out to Ms. Charlene Alexandria, and of course the esteemed members of the school board and staff at the Gulfstream Academy. Your decision to honor Carlton in this way ensures that his legacy will live on, inspiring generations of students to aim higher, work harder, and walk with purpose, just as he did. You know, Carlton's journey was one of resilience, determination. From his early days as a football champion at Hollandale High School, he demonstrated success, and he showed that as long as you have a great vision, you can get anything done. His life exemplified the power of education, discipline, and a deep sense of community. And I can think of no better tribute than this computer lab and this space designed to empower young people to explore, to learn, and to dream beyond their boundaries. This dedication is not only a celebration of his life, but it's also a reminder that each of us has the power to leave an indelible mark on the world through service and love. And may every student who steps into this lab know that it carries the name of someone who believed in hard work and the potential of others. So once again, I want to say thank you on behalf of our family. I want to say thank you to all of you that were friends to Mr. Campbell. On behalf of Dr. Josie, this means a lot to us. One of his 3 sons are here with us. The others are away. Shout out to Dr. Wanza and all of you. We love you. We appreciate you. And we say a good God bless you. On behalf of Now Church, we say we are people impacting people. And Carlton truly was a person that impacted people. And I just want to say to all of you here today, because you have to go through so much information over and over and over again, sometimes it can become mundane. It can become frustrating. I'm sure sometimes you get bored. But I just want you to know you are impacting children's lives. So keep doing what you're doing. God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Next public speaker.
Next is Principal Bonnie.
Good morning, esteemed members of the school board, Superintendent Hepburn, cabinet members, and guests. My name is Lynn Bonnie, the proud principal of Gulfstream Academy of Hollandale Beach K-8. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand before you today on behalf of the entire Gulfstream Academy of Hollandale Beach K-8 community to speak about a proposal that holds deep significance for us, the renaming of the Verizon Innovation Lab to the Carlton B. Campbell Innovation Lab. Mr. Campbell served as the principal of Gulfstream Academy of Hollandale Beach K-8 from July 2023 to October 2024. Though his time with us was brief due to his untimely passing, the mark he left on this school and its people is profound and lasting. His leadership was characterized by a vision of hope, a commitment to excellence, and a genuine care for each individual he encountered. One of the last projects Mr. Campbell poured his heart into was the planning of the opening of the Verizon Innovation Lab in partnership with Verizon and Arizona State University, which took place on January 17, 2024, after his passing. The vision for this place was to have an environment that fostered creativity, innovation, and a passion for lifelong learning. Mr. Campbell's dedication to this project embodied his broader mission to provide our students with the tools and opportunities to succeed in an ever-changing world. In December 2023, the Gulfstream Academy of Hollandale Beach K-8 community came together to propose renaming the Verizon Innovation Lab in honor of Mr. Campbell's legacy. We believe this would be a fitting tribute to a leader whose impact continues to inspire us all. On behalf of the entire Gulfstream Academy of Hollandale Beach K-8 community, we respectfully urge the school board to approve this proposal to honor Mr. Campbell's legacy and his lasting contributions to our school. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Next public speaker. Okay, great. Any board member comments? I'd just like to take the opportunity to say I'm very excited to be able to vote on this. I had visited Mr. Campbell not too long before everything happened, and he was very excited about this new opportunity in their school and for the students. So it's such an honor to be able to vote on this today. So thank you so much. All those in favor of item S1, the naming of the Carlton B. Campbell Innovation Learning Lab at Gulfstream Academy, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? With great pleasure, I say it passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Okay, the next item up is item FF1, which is
Grants.
Grant applications. Can I have a motion and a second to bring FF1 to the floor?
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on FF1?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Al-Hadef.
Yes, my question is, will AI technology be used in any of these grants applications.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, that is a confirmation of a yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to shout out, as I do monthly, to the grant application department. This month's total is $3,815,418 dollars in grants, and $3,771,568 is a hardening grant to help with the safety in our schools. So thank you so much for all of your hard work in providing these additional funds to our district. All those in favor of FF1 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes, the FF1 passes unanimously. The next item up is GG1. Can I have a motion and a second to bring GG1 to the floor? It's been moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there any public discussion?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Board member discussion, Mrs. Alhadeff?
Yes, I would just like to get input from Ms. Batista in regarding this recommended action of the conflict
Ms.
of the
Batista.
interest waiver.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is an item where Mr. Upton is an employee of Morgan Stanley. The company serves as an investment banker, bond underwriter for certain financial matters for the school board, and but Mr. Upton is not part of that municipal banking services branch. He's in an area that is unrelated to the services that Morgan Stanley provides to the school board. In an abundance of caution, the company actually requested that the district enter into this waiver or waive any potential conflict. We do not believe, and I have looked at the item, it's an item that I have drafted, so I don't believe that there is any actual conflict, but, you know, just in an abundance of caution, we are putting this before the board for your approval.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. I suspect that the answer to this is pretty straightforward, but did Morgan Stanley agree for their employee to serve on this in this voluntary capacity for Broward County Schools?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so this was, right, this was a request, this is someone I'd like to put on the audit committee. He has a lot of knowledge about finances, and because he works for Morgan Stanley and they do business in a different department with the district, they asked for this. So they're happy for him to be on the committee. They just wanted it to be, out of an abundance of caution, clear that there was no conflict of interest.
I'm just doing our fiduciary duty, Chair, which is, if the company is aware that he's doing it and we say, yes, we waive the conflict, then both sides are good. If I've seen cases before where an employee comes and says, oh, you got to sign this conflict of waiver, and they didn't inform their company that they're doing it. I just wanted to make sure that's the case. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much. Any other board discussion? All those in favor of GG1 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Thank you. Motion passes with one dissenting vote. Thank you. I think we'll bring one more item. The next item up is JJ1. I have a motion and a second to bring JJ1 to the floor.
Moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there any public comment on
No,
JJ1?
ma'am.
Okay, board discussion, Board Member Thompson.
I was wondering, because in the background history of this item, exterior painting is supposed to be happening to the school. It has not happened in a significant amount of time, and I would like to know the timeline for that. And also, I'll start with that timeline for when that school will be painted, please. It's Sea Castle.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul.
Good afternoon, good morning, and Merry Christmas. We are on Sea Castle. The scope did not include the entire school, but what we are looking at is the areas that were not included in the scope, to pressure wash them and then see what painting needs to be done. We're also in the process of setting up a more robust program for painting across the district, because quite honestly, we really don't have one. And so we're focusing on preventive maintenance as opposed to emergency maintenance. And so just trying to reset the entire district to follow best practices across the country. So in response to your answer, we need to pressure wash across the district. We have quite a few vendors that we have selected to help us with that, and a lot of them are small businesses also. And we're going to, as a part of the FCA, assess our facilities across the district. So in response to your answer, we're going to paint the areas that are within scope. We're going to assess the remaining parts of Sea Castle. We know from visiting the campus that we need to pressure wash a lot of it, and then we're going to come up with a plan to see how we can assist with the painting of it.
Thank you. You actually preempted my next question. A lot of the schools that I've been visiting have a significant delay in when they were supposed to be painted. In fact, the feedback we got from staff was that they're still working on the 2007 schools that were supposed to be painted. I think as we're talking about redefining our school district and beautification and making our schools a welcoming environment, I think we need a better district-wide plan to do so. I also, thank you.
Mrs. Ojeda.
Yeah, so to that point, I would ask if that we can, in the budget, our next budget meeting, that there could be funding allocated to support Ms. Paul's suggestion as far as us needing to paint, our schools. And if we can figure that out in the budget, I think that is paramount. It is so important that our schools are painted, they look clean, they look fresh. As we're redefining Broward County Public Schools, it's so important that people see inviting schools that look new, and I think that painting is a great first start.
Thank you. And before I go there, I'm going to push back a little. There is a list about painting. I have it. It's very hard to follow, but I asked for it probably a year and a half ago because, as Mrs. Thompson said, when she went around, as I went around to schools, they were saying that there's like a cycle, and a lot of them were promised as soon as the SMART project was done that they were going to get painted. So their staff provided me with a list. It's not easy to follow, but I will share it with you. But I will say there was some kind of plan, as Board Member Thompson mentioned. We're definitely behind in the plan, but there is a list. So, Ms. Thompson.
Sorry, my last comment is I've gotten people, especially small businesses, who are interested in the idea of adopting a school, so painting our school. Is there a way that we can? Is there anything that prohibits that kind of donation or partnership? And if not, why aren't we doing that?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, we can pass that information on to Mr. Chisholm, Director of Strategic Partnership. There aren't many limiting factors. The only limiting factors is just to ensure that they're using the right type of paint, the right type of materials that adhere to our specs and codes. Yep.
Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you, and a nod to my new colleague, Ms. Thompson. What I was going to speak on, you already just did. I'd love the fact that Mr. Chisholm would be brought into the conversation. I know I've had a limited amount, but still success by reaching out to our local businesses located in the area, so North area, South Central. We do have Adopt a School, and there's a whole program that goes with that, but I understand the emphasis of wanting to get it done yesterday. And I think it's a good time. Also business within the area and donations. So we need to reach out to our organizations like BEF and ask if they want to do it. But also a time, maybe not so very long ago, within a year, AECOM and Atkins had talked about donating some time and donating some supplies for painting. And I haven't talked to them about it, but it would probably behoove the superintendent to kind of bring that up again and see if there's still an appetite, because we could certainly utilize that.
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you.
Yes, that's noted, Ms. Rupert.
Okay, and finally, Mrs. Alhadeff.
I just want to go back to my point and clarify. I just want us to be more aggressive in our timing of painting our schools. I know there's a list, but that list could be for the next 10 years. What I'm saying is that we need to fund the painting and get that done in a fast manner so our schools are painted and look amazing.
Yes, I don't think anybody disagrees with that. Okay, all those in favor of item JJ1, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? JJ1 passes unanimously. I'm going to take one more because I skipped it, and then we'll go to our special order. Can I have a motion and a second for JJ2?
Moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on JJ2?
No, ma'am.
Any board member comment on JJ2? All those in favor of JJ2 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Perfect. JJ2 passes unanimously. We will now move to items MM1 through 6. We're going to take them together, and then we'll take MM7 directly after that. So can I have a motion and a second to move MM1 through 6 to the floor?
Second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Dr. Zeman. We will go to public comment, and just to let you know, since we have over 10 people, the time limit will be reduced to 2 minutes per speaker. So we will start, Mr. Sullivan, with the first speaker.
Sure. We're going to start with Edward Mejia. And as he's getting ready to speak, Nicole Morris and Commissioner Melissa Dunn will be next.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Edward Mejia, and I serve as a District Outreach Manager for Congresswoman Sheila Sherfus McCormick. I bring you greetings from your Congresswoman. She wishes she could be here today, but she's currently in Washington voting. Thank you all for being here today to fight for our community. Education is a golden ticket in our country. It opens our kids to new ideas, new ways of thinking, and new experiences. It is foundational and necessary to securing a strong future for our children. We must ensure every child in Broward County and in Lauderhill has a chance to receive an education, which is why Congresswoman Sherfus McCormick strongly and sincerely opposes the consolidation of Broward States Elementary. While we recognize the need for new resources and programs for our youngest learners, consolidating Broward Estates Elementary into Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Montessori Academy means displacing hundreds of students who depend on the school. The community has strong ties to this campus, and the impact on these children and their families cannot be overlooked. Schools are not businesses. They are the foundation of a child's future. We cannot treat our schools like they are just another business. Our children are not commodities. They are the promise of tomorrow. To invest in their future is to invest in America's future. Right here in our community, we are grappling with real issues, issues that may not be resolved by this generation. Who will resolve them? If not them, then who? We have a responsibility to our children and to our community to give them a shot at becoming the next Supreme Court Justice, member of Congress, educator, business, nonprofit executive solving our community's toughest challenges. I urge you to listen to our community, keeping Broward Estates open, and invest in our children, invest in our community, and invest in America. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next up.
As Nicole gets ready to speak, we're going to have Melissa Dunn and Mayor Denise Grant next. Thank you.
Hello, Nicole Morris, Coral Springs. So I was asked to go to Broward Estates to the community meeting as a representative for the North Area Advisory because they had a seat on the Boundary Committee and our chair couldn't go. So I went and I met parents and teachers and students and Monica and different community members who said they did not want their school to close. They were concerned about students going to a Montessori. The option was to go across the street to Plantation Elementary. There's no guarantee of a bus. Plantation Elementary is a completely different feeder pattern than MLK and Broward Estates, so that would separate the children from their friends. So the choice is go to a Montessori or go across the street. It is across 441. Maybe there will be a bus, but will there be activity buses? The students participate in debate and such things after school, so there'll be an activity bus. Typically there's not. So I did a little bit of research, and it seems that there are 216 student stations that were built between 1991 and 2001 in Broward Estates, and the rest of the student stations are in 1959 buildings. So if you have 228 students at Broward Estates currently, and you take them to Montessori, are you just going to essentially swap the students that are in the school for early learning students? Or will you be housing the VPK and the early learning students in the 1957 buildings? Have there been custodies or infrastructure inspections? MLK, I've been told, is not truly a Montessori. If that's the case, then I hope that we would stop calling that. I've been told twice in the last week by district officials that it is not a Montessori. So it's disingenuous that we are representing it as a Montessori. I went to the HOA meeting last night. These folks would like to have a VPK in both schools, MLK and
Thank you.
Broward Estates.
Thank you. Next speaker, Commissioner Dunn.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Mr. Superintendent, board members. I'm Commissioner Melissa P. Dunn from the city of Lauderhill, Florida, and thank you for the opportunity to address you today. I believe that we share a common commitment to making sure that all children in Broward County are educated well, with teachers who are kind and loving and professional, and in buildings that's safe and resourceful. We share that common commitment with you in the city of Lauderhill. And so I understand the need to make some shifts, right? The attendance and the enrollment is not what we would like to see. The building is not fully engaged. And so while I understand that, I do urge you to consider creating a win-win opportunity in the recommendation. I understand that the intention is to merge our children with those of MLK and then to lease the space to a early learning model. And I would really like for you to consider the community's request, which is to keep the students at Broward Estates and also add a early learning component. I think that there's still an opportunity for us to have conversations, hopefully, and create a win-win where even if you move only some of the children and keep the others there, but we have to look at ways to not displace all of the children and move them to another school. I think that we do have the opportunity, and if not the opportunity alone, but the responsibility to make sure that all 200 and odd students in the school are not completely displaced. I know the intention is to honor them and to honor providing quality education. And so let's keep talking. I know you have to vote, but let's keep talking. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next public speaker.
Next, we have Mayor Grant, and after the mayor, we have Robert Crum.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. Dr. Hepburn, School Board Chair, Ms. Hickson, and of course our school board member, Dr. Jeff Holness, and other members in their respective places. I am Denise Grant, the mayor of the city of Lauderhill, and I am representing the interest of my city, in particular the communities of St. George and Broward Estates. I stand before you today with the support of my colleagues, along with our city manager, community leaders such as Homeowners Association President Mr. Wilkinson, board members, May Smith, who is a former association president, and other stakeholders with vested and concerned interest. There is a great outcry in the city as it relates to the proposed repurposing of Broward Estates Elementary School. The neighborhood of Broward Estates and the surrounding neighborhoods are not in favor of the potential plans. Instead, we are requesting a compromise, which will then mean that we are looking for a publicly funded public school to remain, to implement the Early Learning Center, but ensure that we retain the students that are already in the school. And essentially, we are not in support of transferring the students to the Martin Luther King Montessori School. We are aware of the low enrollment, and there are many factors that has contributed to this reality. Nevertheless, Broward Estates Elementary is a historical landmark and jewel in our community. School has historical significance and adds to identity of the community. and the preservation of its heritage. Having a traditional elementary school in the neighborhood gives the community a sense of pride and ownership. Many of the families living in the vicinity now are aged and are caring for their grandchildren, attended Broward Estates. And the proximity to Martin Luther King is approximately a mile. And many of our elderly family members who walk their children to school find that to be a challenge. We're looking at community impact. Sorry.
Thank
May I
you
continue?
so much.
No?
Only 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you.
Next up
Mr.
is
Crum.
Mr. Crum. Then after Mr. Crum, we got Aretha Wimberly and Miss Greaves.
All right, good morning, everyone. How you guys doing today? I am Robert Crum of the Hughes family, and I am a residing resident in the great city of Lauderhill. I have been a single father to my daughter since the time she was 6 months, and until I got married until she was 12 years old. I am a father of an 8-year-old student and a 6-year-old student. I am the parent that you are looking for to bring children back to your schools. I am also a community leader. Through our Only the Beginning program, we've been doing great beautification projects and school incentive programs, as you guys have been a part of and have seen. I would like to ask, one, where is the innovation when it comes to our schools and what we're going to do as we proceed? Unfortunately, I do not feel that we have received the community meetings with our school board members in reference to how do we create the best step for going forward, and it leaves us at a disadvantage where we only have the option of a learning center and moving to MLK. Other communities are getting upgrades, collegiate programs that are outstanding, but for our community, all we're getting is moved from one school to another, and our kids being transferred to one area to another. It is nothing that anyone has came to say, hey, could be option A, B, C, or D. And we are not educated in this world of school board. So I am hurt that no one has come to us besides the school board meetings to say what is our opinion, but not give us different options so we can actually learn and make great decisions for our community. So I would ask for you guys to have more conversations that's not just a big group of people, but how do we make sure that we make the best decisions for our kids and realize that we were ripping them from their environment and changing everything.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
I agree with everything the previous speakers have said. Nonetheless, I stand for some of the underserved, disadvantaged families who look like me and want to exercise our rights to advocate for top-tier early learning professional services and community partner resources accessible to our babies within our District 5 Eastside neighborhoods, where we have a hyper focus on our children and their educational equity and equality, and where they have historically bear the consequences of poor fiscal management, political agendas, racism, and classism. I restate my advocacy for Broward Estates Elementary School campus to meet critical unmet needs for stellar early learning experiences for families currently with babies, and they do not have access to affordable top-tier early learning programs that better prepare the babies for elementary school. Proof of this need is reflected in the students' school performance rankings. However, since I last appeared to this board, I learned that some board members and Broward County Public Schools executives did not communicate with me in a spirit of One Broward, because they did not disclose that the board has no intention to invest any of the $6 million Smart Bund funds into improving the campus for our babies. It is dishonest, and it is an insult that you would admit that you are willing to bring our babies onto a campus that you know is substandard, and you had $6 million allocated that you will not reconsider to put back into the resources for that campus. Yes, I support that you close it as it is, but I do not suggest that you abandon it and then send our babies. You say, yeah, we'll bring them, we'll turn it into an early learning center, but then you would deny to make it a top-tier stellar learning environment for our children. Shame on you. Shame on you, because you did not say that. You also did not tell me that you could potentially close Gulfstream Learning Center, and then that would be actually replacing instead of
Thank
being
you.
an addition.
Thank
You're
you
going to
very
use
much.
our babies to absorb somebody
Next speaker.
Next
Speakers.
speakers.
Thank you. Please no clapping, then we can't hear the speakers.
Next speaker, we have Delphia Kigler and Monica Syrup. And Miss Greaves, if she hasn't.
Ms. Greaves is at the.
Oh,
you
yes,
can
thank
Go
you.
ahead, Ms. Greaves.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Superintendent, board members. Happy New Year. I stand before you this morning asking that you allow Broward Estates to remain as a public school, properly funded and resourced for our community, for our children. No one can dispute the fact that quality education is crucial to both as an individual and community success. Our children are our future, and investing in their education is essential. The Broward Estates community urges the Broward School Board to reconsider any plans for our school. We ask that the board explore keeping Broward Estates Elementary, adding an early learning center, build a new school, keep the current boundaries, and ensure that Broward Estates Elementary remains open and fully functional. And I'll close by saying this. For those that don't know, again, my name is Latricia Greaves, and I am the mother to over 200,000 kids in Broward County School. I love you, and God bless.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Delphia Kegler, 91 years old, been in Broward Estate since 1970. This is no new story for me. I was before this school board in the 70s and the 80s trying to save Broward Estate and Parkway. We were able to keep the doors open, but that was it. You all have done nothing for Broward Estate since that time but given us promises. My children had to go to Plantation across 441. If I didn't drive them, they had to walk. No one cared. But you all, our school was built in '57. Plantation Elementary was built since that time. You all gave us nothing but promises, but you were able to find land to build another plantation school, and now you all only thing you did to us was give us pressure, cleaning, and a little paint. And now I understand you say our school is so bad you can't repair it, and we are not going to give you a new school. You all have given the schools in our neighborhood absolutely nothing but promises. So if I sound like I'm angry, it's because I am.
Thank you so much. Next public speaker.
Hi, good afternoon. Whew, sorry. Everyone that spoke, definitely, I'm almost like, I'm very humbled to be here to speak. My name is Monica Syrup. I am not a member of the community, but yet I do love the community. Last year, I was introduced to Broward Estates Elementary through the Souls for Souls project. I went down on a shoe distribution, and I fell in love with this little child who didn't get a pair of shoes that day, but he whispered to me what he wanted, a pair of Jordans. So I went back, and 2 weeks later, I got connected with Miss Brinson. So here's my thing. Everyone here speaks so eloquently, and I was praying to God that I could speak so you could hear us. I know you're listening, but do you hear what they're saying? My kids were fortunate to go to a very good school district in Parkland, and I gotta tell you, the powerhouse up there, like, moms don't put up with it, they get what they want. I wanna be the voice for the moms who can't be here today, who are working, who are really trying desperately to, like, give their kids a better opportunity. Miss Brinson, Miss Freeman, the principal there, these are the women that can do it. These are the women that could produce the next president. I've seen them work. I mean, I live in Parkland. I volunteer at the school because I believe in the work that they do, the passion that they have, they know what to do. They know what to implement, the drama clubs, the debate clubs, student council, the cooking clubs. All of these are essential for these kids to learn. If they do not get that, they do not learn anything else, and how are they going to go anywhere else? These are the women here that are supplying all of that. Listen, if they were your children and you had great school teachers and a great safe environment and a loving community, would you not fight for them to stay in their school? Yes, do all of the betterment, because I was in there last summer. We were helping to paint and find, like, people to help, like, make it pretty again. I'm just asking you to just really hear the people. These
Thank you
children
so
are
much.
amazing.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Next we have Cheryl Lewis and Don Marie Keldo.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Lewis. Thank you, all the school board members and Dr. Hepburn, for giving me this opportunity. I have done a lot of research about this conversation. We must position our children for success. When schools are severely under-enrolled, districts lack the fundings necessary to provide adequate resources for students. To address this, we need to pay closer attention to Tallahassee as the way the state allocate funding to schools is the root of the problem. Currently, the state of Florida funds early learning, K through 12, workforce education, and post-secondary education separately. This means the district cannot use early learning funds to support K through 12 education. Relocating elementary students a few blocks away to Martin Luther King Elementary puts them in a fully resourced environment, specifically focusing on elementary learning, at the same time establishing an early learning center at Broward Estate provides critical opportunities for younger children to start their education early, reviving parents to return to work. This approach not only increases educational opportunities for the entire community, but also gives youth a head start in preparing children for success. By working with them.
Thank you so much.
You know,
Thank you.
like I said, I worked at Broward Estate.
Thank you.
I was their chairperson for advisory insight.
Thank you so much. Next, thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker on MM1, we have Anna Fusco.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning and blessings to the Broward County School Board as well as all attendees. My name is Dawn Marie Keldu, and I stand before you not only as a resident of Lauderhill, but also as a parent to a B that attends Broward Estates Elementary. I am also a faculty there with the Firewall Centers that tutors our students. I have been working with Broward County for some time to not only enrich, but also to hold down a tradition within our community. I am also looking to you and pleading in regards to let's continue to add to the community. We have students who are amazing, who are gifted, but they have to go out of our areas in order to receive the education that they need. My student also attended MOK, and that year was transitioning for us because it showed where we needed to also put into our own. For our students at Broward Estates, it is a family, it is a home, but it's a loving environment that our families want to continue and add onto. We have students that I also had to go through school choice to let my little B attend Broward Estates. For that choice that we had, we need to continue to add to it. We are pleading to the board and to the city, to the county, so that we can still do all that we need to enrich our students so that they bring back in. We have medical magnet programs, we have the STEM school. We are a STEM school, and a lot of the parents don't know of the opportunities to add onto it. We want to show that we can still do that. We have the funds to do it. Let's please put the funds to Broward Estates, keep the doors open, add enrichment programs so that we can bring back into the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next public speaker.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union. Speaking as a Broward Teachers Union president, educator in Broward County Public Schools, a mother that her son graduated from Broward County Public Schools, and as a resident of Broward County. So I've got multiple pieces that I want to speak about. How about that? A parent, her little B. And I bet you if every parent that was able to be here today, because they have to work, they would be here speaking on behalf of their little B's also. So that's one. You have a great group of a community that have come out. I've been saying this from day one. Don't close any of our schools. Don't turn it over to anybody. I'm never going to waver from that, ever. I did it with Robert Runcie, and I'll do it with anybody else. 2, I'm asking board members, take a strong position today and do not vote to turn this school into anything but keeping it as Broward Estates. Have more in-depth conversations with the powers that be of the brains that sit here in front of us and find a way to get into your $6 billion budget and make it work. I don't have the answer what will make it work because I haven't been in tune in every little nook and cranny. But I bet you if I did get involved in every little nook and cranny, I'd have a solution for you. Because one thing that people may know, that I might be an ass at times, but one thing that people come to me is when they know I'm going to come with a solution to get it done, what's for the right of our Broward County Public Schools. We have Broward County Public Schools that have wonderful people that come in here and speak highly of a school. Take it while you've got it. When I sit here and watch multiple times, the people all they want to do is come in here and trash us. We've got new people sitting on the board right now. This is all too new to you. Don't rush this. We know we've got situations. We're an A district. Everybody's moved. Broward Estates is a staple in our community for multiple reasons. And all those little B's deserve to stay there, every single one of them. And I guarantee if it happens another meeting, I could get more people here. But we cannot move to do anything but keep it intact right now and have a more in-depth conversation and figure it out. I know you guys can do it.
Thank you so much. Do we have another public speaker?
Yes, we have 3 remaining. For MM2, we have Mayor Walsh from Coconut Creek. And then for MM4, we have Commissioner Shuham from Hollywood.
Okay, ladies, if you'll come on up to a microphone. One on each side.
And the last speaker is going to be Amanda George.
Thank you. Commissioner Shuham, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Chair Hickson, Vice Chair Leonardi, members of the school board, Superintendent Hepburn. My name is Carol Shuham, and I am a proud mom of 3 Broward County public school graduates. I am also a city commissioner in the city of Hollywood, District 1. District 1, home of the mighty manatees at Hollywood Central Elementary School. I am here today to express strong support of our community to convert Hollywood Central to a K-8 school. Now, board member Bullman and I and members of our community for years have been working on this initiative to make this happen. I know based on countless conversations with members of the community that this is transformational for this school. Parents have been waiting for today. Even before you vote today, parents have been reaching out to that school in absolute excitement. And you have an amazing team there right now. You have a new principal, Ms. Centrone, a fantastic assistant principal, and you have a team that is ready to take your vote and turn this school into something even more magic than it is today. So I hope that you approve this and make Hollywood Central a K-8 and transform that community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Mayor Welch.
Yes, good morning. Mayor Welch, Coconut Creek, and I'm here on behalf of MM2, the proposal to turn Coconut Creek Elementary School into a K-8 model. And in speaking with the principal, who is very excited to see this transformation, as it would, if it were additionally to be a Cambridge middle school, it would radically transfer those students right to Coconut Creek High School, who has a successful graduated classes of Cambridge. So anyway, we're very much in support of this and appreciate all the research and investigation that's taken place before it came before you today. So thank you again, and we're here to help. God bless.
Thank you so much. And our final speaker.
Hi, members of the board and everyone here today. Thank you so much for your time and for being here. I think that's a testament to how important these measures are for us. My name is Amanda George. I'm a resident of Hollywood, a proud parent of 2 students at Hollywood Central Elementary, a school volunteer, and currently serving as the PTA president of our school. I'm here to advocate for the transformation of Hollywood Central into a K-8 school, a change that would benefit our public schools and our community as a whole. For years, our community has been very eager for this transition, and I can confidently say it's been broad, enthusiastic support from not only our school, but our neighborhood families and also our city officials. I want to also add that the support is an amazing testament to our administration, our educators, and you, the board. The proof is that we're all here taking time out of our day to say we want to stay and continue at a school that's been serving our students. We attended the town halls, we've attended the meetings, and we're here again today to just strongly encourage you guys to expand this wonderful school. This isn't just an opportunity to enhance our school, but a critical chance to retain students in the public school system and attract the families who are considering private or charter options. We can stop the drain because there hasn't been a local K-8 alternative. I encourage you in the strongest manner that I possibly can to please take charge and allow Hollywood Central as a K-8 school to better serve the wants and needs of our community. We ask for your vote of support to make this reality and further show your dedication to student success, strengthening our public schools, and meeting the evolving needs of our families. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That
And
concludes public comment.
Concludes our public comment. Before we go to board comment, Dr. Hepburn would like to make a few statements.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, board members, and the entire Broward County Schools community. First, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to our leadership team and staff. Your unwavering dedication has been instrumental in moving our district forward, and your commitment to excellence is truly appreciated. As we redefine BCPS, our focus remains on offering the best educational options for our students and their families. This process is not just about closing schools, it's about creating opportunities, meeting the diverse needs of every child, and ensuring families feel confident in choosing Broward County Public Schools. I want to emphasize that this is just the beginning. The recommendations I've made reflect what I believe is the path to move forward on at this time, but I'm committed to make adjustments as needed to ensure we meet the evolving needs of our community. To our parents, community members, and leaders, thank you for your input and partnership. Your voices have been essential in shaping our direction. I'm also proud of the transparent approach we've taken throughout this process. I believe we have rebuilt trust with our community, and that trust will continue to guide our progress. To the board, thank you for your trust and support. The future of BCPS is bright, and I look forward to continuing this work together to build a stronger, better BCPS for all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now we'll go to board member discussion, and so you can just talk on any of the items 1 through 6. And first up is board member Bowman.
Can you give me a minute and go to the next person? I'll go back.
Sure, I was picking you first since I keep forgetting to look over that way. So next, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I know that we normally have time limits, but I believe that MM1 seems to be a really important, and the community has expressed a lot of interest here. So if you could give me a little bit more time, I would appreciate that if I need it. Okay, so I wanted to, first of all, thank the superintendent, Dr. Hepburn, for bringing forth these recommendations that are here today. I really appreciate the effort that he and his team has put into this. And I also want to thank the community for coming out and expressing their views on the different proposals here for the MM items. So to begin with, I just want to, as a board member, the items that are before us today, I don't view them as closing schools. I think what we have before us today is repurposing schools so we can provide even greater educational options for our students and families in Broward County. So I think that's what's before us today. I don't see any of these items where a school will be closed literally in the definition of what closing means. So with that being said, I wanted to ask Dr. Hepburn, one of our members of the community, Ms. Wimberly, had mentioned that some concerns, although it appears that she in some way supporting the current proposal for Broward Estates in terms of an early learning center, she did express concerns with adequate spending to ensure that the facility at Broward Estates will be conducive to students coming in as early learners. So can you speak to that aspect or that concern she has? And secondly, she mentioned a concern regarding Gulfstream potentially closing and Broward Estates becoming the sole early learning center. Can you also provide some context on that as well?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Holden, for the question and the opportunity to kind of dispel some myths. Let's start with Gulfstream. For myself and my staff, that has not been part of our discussion to close Gulfstream or do anything other than what the services that are provided to that community and the kids all the way up to adults at that facility. So that has not come from myself nor anyone on my team. So just to dispel that myth about district staff having a discussion about closing Gulfstream. That's not on our radar at this moment. But to move forward about Broward Estates, we, of course, in multiple conversations, we understand that there are very old buildings on that campus and some usable space. I want to say about 200 plus student stations that are in the usable portion of that school. As we start to implement this early learning concept, we will be using that space first and collaborating with nonprofit partners and other partners to provide additional services to families in additional space, which they would help to build out the additional space for those services to assist families in the community. But the usable space, it's about 200 plus student stations that are not in the oldest part of the facility, will be used for the early learning center first.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, based upon your feedback, there apparently are two different age type buildings on the campus.
Correct.
So can you speak to the age of the space of the buildings that we're considering using for the early learning center? And to hear you correctly, the remainder of the campus will be used for partnerships. Right. But as far as the part of the campus that will serve our early learning students, will be the newer part of the campus. Can you speak to the condition of the newer part of the campus and if there will be any resources potentially allocated for that part?
Yeah, so I'll actually ask Dr. Wanza to chime in and her team to chime in on some of the other specifics about the buildings. But yes, we'll utilize funds necessary to help update the space to fit our needs and work with the partners for them to update the space to provide other services to the community. If Dr. Wanza or anybody on your team, if you could talk about the specifics of the space, age, or whatever.
Condition, so on and so forth.
Condition.
So, good afternoon. Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. I just have to make sure I say it correctly. So I will say that there are buildings that are pre-1960, the 1957 buildings. Those spaces have been affectionately known, if you will, as the finger wings, if you will, of the school. That's the portion, Dr. Hepburn, that you are referring to, that we would work with partners who have already reached out to us about working in the school, providing resources. But I actually want to back up and say that we wouldn't put any community resources there without first consulting with the community, because I think that that's one part of the proposal that may not come out as expressly as it should, is that the proposal speaks to providing early learning and community resources in working with the community to identify what those would be. Mrs. Paul can speak to the process that her staff is going through as it relates to a facilities condition assessment for all of the facilities that are noted here today and what that process will look like. But to what both you and Dr. Holness have said is that should the board vote in favor of the proposal, the early learning portion would begin in the newer buildings on campus, and then we would work to address the older buildings on campus. But I would like for Ms. Paul, if she so chooses, to speak to the process that her staff would go through as it relates to the facility needs condition and any other funds on the capital side.
Ms. Paul.
Good afternoon. Yes, we are in the middle of doing or conducting facility condition assessment. The firm Bureau Veritas is very thorough in the assessment, so we'll use that as a means to make sure that we take care of the needs of our students. We have moved those schools that are in question to the front of the line, so the assessments are being conducted. But let's be clear that before we put students in buildings, we will make sure that life safety issues are addressed and that the facilities are suitable for students. In regards to the age of facilities, it's just truly about the upkeep of them. So I've been in beautiful buildings that were built in 1950 and 1940. It's just a matter of how we maintain them. And so we are fully committed to make sure that all of our schools are in adequate condition and are inviting for our parents and students.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, based on the concern that was received, would it be fair to say that we will allocate necessary funding to ensure that the newer space for the early learning center students or children will be in the condition necessary to ensure their safety and to also ensure their well-being?
That's correct.
Okay. Also, I did hear Ms. Paul mention that there are some schools that are moved to the top of the list. Considering that we're making these changes to Broward Estates, I would hope that Broward Estates would be one of the schools being moved to the top of the list as far as the facility condition and so on. Could Ms. Paul speak to that?
I can actually speak to that. That is correct. All the schools that are listed here today from M1 to M7 are at the top of the list and are part of that first phase of the facility condition assessment.
Okay, so now I have a series of questions, if you don't mind, so that the community can understand how we got here. So what are the reasons we are considering repurposing Broward Estates, and I intentionally not use the word closing because we are repurposing Broward Estates. So what are the reasons we consider in the first place repurposing Broward Estates?
So I'll start it off, and then Dr. Wanza and her amazing demographer can chime in with some specific data around student numbers. But initially, during this whole redefining phase, we looked at opportunities, looked at schools that were severely under-enrolled. In the case with Broward Estates, severely under-enrolled, not utilizing, only utilizing a fraction of the capacity of the campus, and also the age of the campus, and also in addition, as we started strategizing and listening to community needs and going out and having those discussions, really analyzing the area around it. And one of the things that we discovered is not only low enrollment, future enrollment is predicted to continue to decline for this school. Right now you have 200 plus students, probably about approximately 100 of those kids aren't zoned for the school. They're reassigned there for the magnet that's on that campus. So truly only about 100 or so students are actually zoned or bounded for that school. This year we had an incoming class of about 20 kindergartens. So if we continue that trend, you multiply 5 by 20, you get 100. So the school is continuing to have a steady decline in enrollment. And as I said, in addition, the surrounding area around Broward Estates, when you start fanning out probably 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 miles, is that we look at kindergarten readiness data. Right. The kindergarten readiness data for us as educational leaders was very startling for us because only about an average about 35% of those students are ready for kindergarten. And so as a result, they're playing catch up starting in kindergarten, and I can talk about all type of research and data that pretty much will let you know if a kid's going to graduate or not on time as far as how they start in kindergarten with any public school. So that's why the conversation and listening shifted to repurposing to an early learning center, just to make sure we can address the needs of readiness for kindergarten for all of our students around that about 4 or 5 mile radius around Broward Estates, which includes probably about 8 to 9 other elementary schools that those kids will be going to. And then the other facilities, really having conversations with nonprofit partners and other in communities to find out what we can do in addition to early learning to service families in addition to servicing students. So those conversations are not finite because, as Dr. Wanza mentioned earlier, we're going to, as soon as the board is done with their vote today, which is hopefully for the recommendation in front of everybody, that we go back out to the community to really have a conversation and detail out how this is going to look for the students and also the families that we could potentially serve at that facility.
Okay, so I appreciate the answer in terms of why we consider repurposing, and I also appreciate you expounding on the need for an early learning center. You did indicate that there's approximately, if I hear correctly, 30% of students within a 5-mile radius that are actually kindergarten ready.
Right.
So an early learning center would help to resolve this concern where our students, being in an academic-based early learning option, will be far more ready for kindergarten, and that 30% that we have would likely increase significantly if we have a robust early learning center for kids within a 5-mile radius of that community, correct?
That is correct, and I can go into so much other data, Dr. Holness, about student outcomes during high school and post-high school that starts at that age.
Okay, so we're looking at a generational success of students having an academic base in pre-kindergarten to get them ready for kindergarten when we have this option. And there's a significant need for that because the data shows that only 30% of students within a 5-mile radius of that school is kindergarten ready. Providing an early learning option will ensure that we increase this percentage significantly so these students can succeed from kindergarten. They can succeed in 3rd grade without being repeating 3rd grade as it's a promotion year and so on. So the long-term benefit to the community is significant. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. And as you mentioned, we're not thinking about right now. We're not thinking about 2 or 3 years from now. We're thinking about 10, 15, 20 years from now, and to change the trajectory of kids in that community to come back and gentrify their own community.
Okay, and you did mention the enrollment of the school. The current enrollment, the capacity is 695 students. The current enrollment is 222 students, and from that 222, I believe 116 is within the boundary of Broward Estates. And when I look at the data, between now and 2030, the enrollment will decrease from 31% based upon incoming students to 24% by 2030. So it will continually decline. And the question I have for you, sir, is with the increase in decline, how does significantly low enrollment of a school impact students?
Absolutely. So many factors, decline in the availability of resources that can't be leveraged at that school versus being leveraged at other schools. The higher the population of students, the more things a school can do. They can provide other extracurricular services, other additional personnel, because for us, our budget is based on the number of kids within the school. And we're spending more money on operational and facilities things to keep the school running versus spending money on kids. And so that's the huge difference. When we have a school at capacity, we're spending money on kids, right? Because the amount of kids in the facility is garnering so much funding that we can spread it out and do what we need to do to create the best learning environment and learning experiences for a kid versus a school that has a small number of kids but are not nearly meeting their capacity at all. We're spending a lot of money on maintaining, operating the school. So a large amount of the funding that the kids are receiving is going to operational and facilities issues at the school versus to the teaching and learning.
Okay, so students at Broward Estates, with Broward Estates, I believe is the 2nd lowest enrollment. It might be the lowest in the county at this time. Those students are not gaining the full benefit of the FTE dollar because the funds have to be used to maintain a campus with 700 capacity with a 200 student enrollment because we receive money based on per student. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So in terms of an early learning center, can you expound on what the vision is of the campus for an early learning center, as well as the other options that are being considered in addition to that?
Yes, I see Dr. Canning in the audience, so I'm going to have her go over the early learning concept at Gulfstream, which we're going to implement and enhance for the community of Broward Estates. So she can quickly go over that, and then we'll go talk about some of the other services to provide to families.
Thank you so much, Superintendent, board members, and everyone in the group. My name is Lori Canning. I'm Executive Director for Family and Community Engagement. And back in 2016, we went through the redefining process for Gulfstream Middle School, and we're able to transform it or redefine it into an early learning center with community wraparound supports. So I'm thrilled to say that we now have 180 children at that center. We started with Head Start, and I have our Head Start Director, Sharonda Bailey, right here. Early Head Start is infants and toddlers. Head Start are 3 and 4-year-olds. We've been able to add classes for VPK for 4-year-olds and pre-K ESE classes, including specialized and intensive. Now, we work to build up those numbers, but we would be able to start with an infant and toddler class, depending on our Head Start grant, to be able to start that program immediately and work with the community to identify their needs and really build up that program. And as you shared, Dr. Hepburn, it's all about building that strong foundation for our youngest, most fragile children that we have, so that they can have the strong foundation that will lead to kindergarten readiness, third grade proficiency, and what they need for school and lifelong success.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I have a few more questions. So some members of the public suggested a phase-in process. Can you speak to the challenges that would create? And also some members of the community suggested that, well, they asked the question, why can't we have an early learning center as well as keep the students that are currently there? So can you speak to both of those?
Yep, I'll start with the latter first. To have both on campus in the conditions of the facilities right now is just not feasible, just not tenable for how we want kids to engage in an environment. So that's why the discussion is around utilizing the newer or fairly better buildings first for early learning center versus trying to spread kids out multiple grade levels and whatnot on that campus. It's just not suitable for our needs.
Okay, and aren't there different funding for early learning versus elementary that could create some kind of a concern as to how we implement that as well?
Yes, so we have a person who's done it before and utilized a plethora of funding to make it work with support of district funding, in addition to all the other grants, the Head Start grants, and support from other nonprofit organizations in Broward County, which has turned it into a sustainable program for how long, Lori? About how long? 9 years. And counting. So we will replicate and also further enhance the opportunities for those families. And repeat the first question.
Okay, the phase-in,
Yes.
some suggest a phase-in process.
Yes, so Dr. Wands is going to go back out to the community, especially the parents of the students in those schools, to have these conversations about what are the possibilities of how we transition students to the schools that they're going to attend. Some of the challenges, and I know she's going to get more detailed and discuss so that the parents can understand, if you have 100 or so students that are not zoned for the school and are there for reassignment, they most likely are automatically going to go back to their home school, their zone school. So that leaves behind 100 kids that are actually zoned for Broward Estates. Now, speaking as a dad, if you come to me as a parent and say, hey, we can phase in, and you will probably have one class of third grade and one class of fourth grade. I may not want my baby to not have the opportunity to socialize in a larger environment of kids, because that is important for students at that certain age. But I'm not going to say this is how we're going to do it right now here on the dais, because we're going to go back out to the parents and have those discussions of how we transition students out to their newer school and come to an agreement and a good, meaningful and engaging conversation to make sure we're doing our best in addressing the needs of their kids.
Okay, and have we had conversations with the principals for MLK and Plantation Elementary to support the transition of these students? And will we have ongoing conversations should this pass today? And secondly, what will transportation look like for students who decides to go to Plantation Elementary?
Yes. So we've had conversations with both principals. The conversations have been ongoing, even talking about programmatic structures and opportunities that may need to shift to provide or address the needs of the students that are coming to their schools and updating their and enhancing their programs. For the Plantation L students, that as we do with any student, if you have to cross a large, busy road, we provide transportation. So we'll be evaluating all of those things. We definitely are not going to put kids in harm's way. Regardless if they're within the boundary to walk, we do assess the road and the hazards of the road and things like that, and make the decision that's best for our kids to make sure they're safe and secure on their way to school.
Okay, so those parents who decides to choose Plantation Elementary will be provided with transportation so their kids are safe and not having to cross the road.
Yes.
So, Madam Chair, this is my first round. I would like a second round if we have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bowman, are you ready to go?
I am ready, thank you. I thought Dr. Holness should go first in the interest of his district having the first M item. So thank you everyone for being here today. I'd like to talk just to two different things. First of all, Hollywood Central, the proposal for that is in District 1, and I'm very intimately familiar with that proposal. That's been something that the community's been working on for 5+ years, and very much supports, particularly because there are many kids living in the area, and a lot of them are choosing other K-8 options. So I think that by creating a K-8, a public K-8 in that area, we'll be able to, from the kindergarten level, bring kids back into the Broward County Public Schools. I think it's an excellent opportunity. There's partnerships with the Hollywood Art and Culture Center, a very enthusiastic director who's ready to bring art, performing, and other media into the school, and having a partnership with the school. So I think that there's just a lot of opportunities, and I think that it'll be a very successful program and really bring kids back into the schools. To speak to Broward Estates, having been a parent of children that attend under-enrolled schools, you don't know what's going to happen. I'm very empathetic to that. And so it's a very difficult decision. I think one of the things that's kind of guiding my way on this is the fact that there's a finite number of kids in that area. And so as Dr. Hepburn was discussing, you know, the kids are missing out on various experiences in elementary school because of the way that the funding is done. So when there's not any other kids to take into our schools, because it's not that we're losing them to other options, there just aren't kids in that neighborhood, I think it would be in the best interest of all the students to be in a school where there is the funding and the enrollment that allows them to have the things that they need to have the best education. And I love the idea of the Early Learning Center. I had the opportunity to tour with Dr. Canning a couple weeks ago, the Gulfstream Early Learning Center, which is in my district. And it's amazing what she's done from I think having a shell of a school, and the way that she has grant funded and just expanded the services to not only the kids to make sure that they're kindergarten ready, but also to support the families. And if you don't, supporting the families allows the children to have a better opportunity to really be successful and be educated the way that they should be. And so the statistics here with the kindergarten readiness and the need in the Broward Estates and the surrounding community speaks volumes. I think that we would be doing a great service to the entire community by providing those services. And so that's kind of where my head is right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mrs. Leonardi?
Thank you. And I won't rehash many of the questions that have been asked. I think Dr. Holness and Ms. Bowman both asked some good questions. I just want to clarify a few things. An assertion was made about MLK being a Montessori and not being a Montessori. Could someone clarify that for the public?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, currently MLK is a Montessori school. Our leadership team to figure out next steps on programmatic structures, if it's continuing to enhance Montessori, if it's to bring in a different type of program that meets the students and community needs. So we're currently in those discussions right now, but as it is today, it's a Montessori school.
Okay, so would if the students from Broward Estates were to attend MLK, would the expectation be that they are, involuntary enrolled in a Montessori program?
At the moment, yes.
Okay. But you are looking to restructure that?
Correct. We're looking to address the needs of the students based on conversations with their parents, and also looking at impact data for Montessori at MLK, impact data at other programs around the district and the like, just to make sure we're providing the best options for our students to leverage.
Thank you. And I'm a big believer in Montessori. As an educator, I think it's very valuable if done correctly and resourced correctly. So I think it's important to look at that and not use it as this derogatory term. But I do think, we need to take a hard look, and I know you are taking a hard look at how we resource our schools and the inequities that exist. I heard, and I think it's a very relevant concern around the ability of some of our grandparents to walk further to MLK. And I'm wondering if there is an opportunity to, work with the community if this item does pass to assist those folks. I know in one of my schools, parents have gotten together to help with transportation. I'm wondering if there's something that the district can do to assist the community in that transition in transportation. And I flagged the concern about transportation at Plantation Elementary. I heard you address that, but I think when we're repurposing a school, these kinds of details get overlooked, but they're very meaningful for the community. So I would encourage staff to look at ways we can assist our community members in that additional distance to MLK.
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, the conversation is definitely not dead. As soon as this meeting is over, we're scheduling meetings with parents and other constituents or guardians, just to make sure that we're having a robust conversation about needs.
What is the expectation, and I believe you've addressed this, but I think it's very important to be on the record with this. What is the expectation for who will run the Early Learning Center if this item passes?
Dr. Hepburn?
And the expectation is going to be an administrator, similar to what we have at Gulfstream. Someone who understands how to operate a school, understand instruction and strategies and practices to address the needs of our kids academically and also their well-being.
I should have been more specific.
Yep. District run.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, district run. Yes.
So the expectation is not that we will be leasing the property or anything like that. It will be a district run early learning center.
Correct.
And I just want to reiterate, there are facilities improvements planned for Broward Estates for that campus.
That is correct. I'll keep it at that. Okay. But you know me, Ms. Leonardo. I have big ideas and big visions. So I'll keep it at that.
And I appreciate you and I have conversations regularly about the needs for facilities improvements.
Yes.
You are out at schools every week. You often comment about the inequities, and I know that you are actively trying to address those inequities, and I appreciate that. I agree with Board Member Bowman in the need for an early learning center, I think the data is very clear that early childhood education has lifetime impacts on a child's success, both emotionally, academically, professionally. There is a crisis for parents right now in terms of finding childcare for their children, and it impacts, the Surgeon General issued a report talking about how these things impact the mental health and financial well-being of families and parents. So I think there is an extreme need for this, both for students and for families. And then I just wanted to make one quick comment about Hollywood Central. I know that Board Member Bowman has been working very hard on this for many years as a parent and as a private citizen, and I think it's very cool if that item passes for you to be able to see that to fruition as a school board member. So in advance, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. And we're doing MM1 and 2, like all of them?
We're doing 1 through 6. We're not
Perfect.
discussing 7 yet.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. So my first comments will be about MM1. Back to the conversation of the Early Learning Center for Broward Estates. Is there the possibility for 0 to 3 age employee children being considered for childcare they will use at this site? Because there is still a waiting list to add to our existing programs.
Yes. Sorry, Miss Hickson, got ahead of you. Yes, absolutely. We know that is key to us recruiting and retaining our instructors. So yes,
exactly. I know you get it. I mean, since Brittany, shout out to Tradewinds Elementary, brought this information to me, I think it's an area we really need to put much more focus in. And then I'm going to also comment. A deadline. So if we're going to be doing this for the following year, I would hope that I know that our employees right now are looking at their finances. Can I stay working? Do I need to make other plans? Do I need to come home? So I would say sooner than later, but that's, just advice, because we certainly don't want to lose any of our teachers and any of our staff if we can help them with their family situation. All right, now on to MM2. This would be the Coconut Creek Elementary School reconfigured into a K-8 academy. My question while looking at this, and I believe what your answer is going to be, Dr. Hepburn, is that it's going to be part of conversation part 2. But my question is, are we considering the availability of being a whole school IB prep, especially since we are reconfiguring K-8 with the intention these students matriculate into Coconut Creek High School? And as a board member who brought the idea of a magnet program to a very low enrolled at the time Coconut Creek High School, that's an example of success. We have a magnet program there, we have excitement, we have more than neighborhoods. I won't stop until I can find that all the kids in my neighborhood walk right across the street to Coconut Creek High School instead of getting on a bus. And we started that. I think this is just the part 2 that we really need. And I do know, I'm going to reference 007. That's funny, but okay. I guess that's me. No. When is a good time to start that conversation for 007? So that'll be a preview to when we actually pull that one. It's just related to Coconut Creek. So I wanted to put it out there. So I will ask that question later on in the meeting. And when are we actually looking at the intention of matriculating these kids into Coconut Creek High School's IB program?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, so real quick on IB or any program for that matter in any of our schools, the regional staff has been directed to start looking at working with the principals, examining their existing programs, seeing what needs to be sunsetted, seeing what needs to be scaled out, and the mechanisms and support needed to scale it out. So those conversations are already happening, not just with Coconut Creek, but other schools around the district as a holistic redefining effort. And then the second question, I'm having a brain fart already about your second question. What was it?
Well, I'm right with you there.
Matriculating
yes.
to high school. So in theory, when you transition to schools from a K through 8, we always do that over a 3-year period. The 6th graders, the 5th graders are moving to 6th and so forth. And sometimes it's accelerated if you see that multiple kids from other areas want to come into the school. So right now it'll be a 3-year matriculation as kids transition from grade to grade before they get to high school. And then we would ready the high school way before then, right, about what program offerings are at Coconut Creek K through 8 to prepare the high schools to have the instructors, the curriculum, the programs so kids have a direct feeder pattern into a program coming out of a certain school.
Right, and that's what I was looking for, is the feeder pattern. Also, there are standalone middle schools that have those programs that matriculate into the high school for the succession of that. So I look forward to voting on this item. I'm obviously going to support MM2, and I thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Board Member Thompson.
Thank you. So I'm going to start in the district that has the most changes, which is my district. I am a strong supporter of all the changes. Coral Cove Principal Sabin is absolutely amazing. She is so thrilled with the idea of this becoming an arts academy. I do think it will make us competitive, as well as being the district with the most charter schools. We are going to be able to compete and win our kids back. Not only through Principal Sabin's work, but Dr. Leff at Silver Shores is also extremely thrilled about these changes. He's already talking about big plans about getting grants in and bringing in our community back. And Principal Acock at Pines has already, don't want to rat her out, but has already gone to Millennial and seen what they're doing at their school. And I just think it's going to have such an amazing impact to District 2. So I am a strong supporter. And then Coconut Creek, I defer to their commission and to the board member. I think that is also a great idea to continue with. And then Hollywood Central, we've gotten all your emails. Thank you so much for your time, for reaching out. I think that will also be an asset to District 1. On Broward Estates, I think research has shown us time and time again that early childhood education is imperative to the success of every child in our community. Being able to offer this is life-changing. Yes, are there going to be some hiccups and bumps and sadness on a changing of the school? Of course. But I feel reassured by our superintendent, by Dr. Wanza, by the staff who have worked diligently on this, that we are going to provide your children with amazing opportunities. I was able to go tour Gulfstream with Dr. Canning and her amazing staff. It is just so imperative that we start looking at all children 0 through 5, because when they're successful in early childhood, they will be successful through K through 12 and beyond. So I am a strong supporter of that as well. I did have one question. There was a comment about activity buses. Is that going to be provided?
Dr. Hepburn.
We'll have to look at that. I know high schools have activity buses. I'm not sure about elementary and middle. But we'll have those conversations with the school community and parents. Like I said, we're going to ensure that our students can leverage every opportunity and every experience, right, to get a holistic education that's impactful for them, for their lives. So we'll have all those conversations. Like I said, the conversation is not done after today. We'll continue having discussions with the folks that are impacted.
Thank you. And just one more comment. I think it's really imperative that this board works with the community. We've actually gone back and had second rounds of town halls to make sure that we are transparent, that we are listening to the good, to the bad, to everything. We've released this plan. We put trust in superintendent, and I just think it's so vital to the success of our school district that we continue with this plan and working in phase 2 and 3 and 4 and beyond, that we are hearing from the community, and we are partners, because at the end of the day, we want the success of all students in Broward County and Miami-Dade, if we can get them over here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Board Member Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. Before I get into my comments, just a question for our General Counsel. What does 1001-363 say about Florida School Board member representation?
Ms. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
That's the statute that states that each member of the district school board shall serve as the representative of the entire district and not just the area that their residence area is found in.
Thanks so much, General Counsel. I wanted that to be a prep statement in a way for how I view the decisions before us today, because amongst the people who have spoken so far, I do not agree with any one of you. And let me tell you why. I think about the operations of a school system with 197,000 students, traditional public school students, another 48,000 public charter students, as the biggest contributor to our community. I want it to be the best that it can be. I want the system to be the best that it can be. And I've seen over a lifetime of working for government agencies that when agencies drift from their mission, when they spend money on things that don't matter, when they get pulled into discussions about what's greatest of all other things, when they trespass on other people's missions, including cities and counties, who have the mission to do other things besides K through 12 education, they're not focusing on their mission. I'm ready to show Broward County that I care so much about educating students that I'm willing to make some courageous decisions today to create an effective and efficient school system, the most effective and efficient school system that this nation has ever seen. I believe in business principles too, and you've heard me talk about it for 2 years and 2 months. That if we're not watching how we spend our dollars, we're not going to know what our millions and billions are doing. So I'm going to follow a little bit of an outline that we use in my other life running a business. Why are we here? What options do we have? What are the outcomes for those options, both the primary outcomes and the things that we wouldn't normally expect, kind of secondary outcomes. And I'm going to finish with what I think is what's best for our students, what will increase funding for their instruction, which is what our job is, what will give them the best programs, what will put them in the schools which have demonstrated the highest levels of academic success, and how long it should take us to get there. What we have ignored today is this. This is the data that we have gotten handed to us, I don't know, I almost want to say thousands of times, hundreds of times. This is the enrollment of traditional public schools and the enrollment of public charter schools over the last 23 years in Broward County. If you look at the chart, you'll see that for 23 years, Broward County Schools has declined by 1% a year. And Chair, how many schools have we closed over the last 23 years under this continuous decline in enrollment?
Superintendent Hepburn.
I'll defer to my local historian, Dr. Wanza.
Well, I thought it worked. So the schools that we've actually closed, it's probably closer to the number of 5 or fewer, and I'll name them just so, in case I missed the numbering. Oh, Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. So if you go over a 20-year period, to your question, Dr. Zeman, we know that at or about school year 2013, we made some decisions as it related solely to the academic performance because of state accountability measures. So the schools that I'm going to name for you, those schools were not under-enrolled. They were actually at capacity or beyond capacity. And Mr. Beck, if I misquoted that, please correct me. But we know that at that time, the district made some decisions around what was then Arthur Ashe Middle School. We know that at that time, the district made some decisions around what was then Lauderdale Manors Elementary School. And those two schools ceased to exist as Lauderdale Manors, a traditional K-5 elementary school, as well as Arthur Ashe, a traditional 6 through 8 middle school. We know that we did some grade reconfiguration, if you will, around Lauderhill middle school, because at the time it was a 6 through 8 traditional middle school, and that's where Lauderhill 6 through 12 high school came to be, and then Dillard High School expanded its grades down to incorporate the middle school grades. We know that not through anything dealing with enrollment at all, the district made some decisions around Sunset School, which was the school for it was EBD at the EBD Center at the time in the centrally situated part of the district, and that school is now the high school campus of Sheridan Technical High School. We know that because the district did make some decisions to try and create some K-8s, we expanded the grades of Annabelle C. Perry Elementary School to become a K through 8, and it did have an impact on H.D. Perry Middle School, so that campus was transitioned to what is now H.D. Perry Education Center, which really and truly we moved Hallandale Adult and Community Center in Hallandale over to the H.D. Perry building. And then what we did was we combined really a long-time request of the city to create a K-8 in Hallandale. So we combined Gulfstream Middle School with Hallandale Elementary School to create the current Gulfstream K-8 in what was then the replacement school for Hallandale Elementary School and the original campus for Hallandale Adult and Community Center, which then left the original Hallandale Elementary building, which became Gulfstream Middle School, into what is now Gulfstream Early Learning Center. We made some changes, if you will, to Sullivan Park at Sullivan Park Elementary School at the time, because Sullivan Park was a traditional K-5. And we transitioned that school into its current, what it is now. I think it's a pre-K to 3 school. So that's just to summarize, if you will, some of the change. The majority, I may miss one or two, but that's the majority of them. But I can tell you that as it relates to solely enrollment, H.D. Perry is probably the school, because of enrollment, that we made the strict decision, because we had created the school right across the street. We grew the grades to 8th grade.
Thank you so much. And we've even done things like closing Pompano High School and then reopening it. We closed Gulfstream Middle School when we did the reconfigurations down in Hallandale, but we didn't actually close the facility. Now it's Gulfstream Early Learning Center. So there's been a lot of changes over 23 years. But what we haven't done consistently is to think about how we're going to operate as a system, how we're going to operate for the 197,000 students that today show up. Given the choices that have been introduced to us, given the inefficiency of running small schools that are under capacity, we have chosen for those past 23 years during that decline in enrollment to kick the can, to do very little, to not offend people or parents or communities, even though that offense would create a better system. So that gets us to our choices today. We can keep our current facilities, accept the superintendent's recommendations, not close Broward Estates and sell it and let a private operator run an early learning center, but to do what we did at Gulfstream. And again, Gulfstream is an amazing facility. I was so glad to go down there and spend some time at a town hall with all the people that work and do the amazing things they do. But what they do at Gulfstream Early Learning Center and what's proposed to be done at Broward Estates, Mr. Superintendent, are not part of our mission. We'd love for children to show up at kindergarten and be ready to be educated. We'd love to offer early learning where we have facilities anyway. We get lots of federal grant money to do it. But, Chair, how many FTEs are there at Gulfstream Early Learning Center?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Canning.
I'm sorry? Oh.
In engagement, our FTE funding comes from the pre-K ESE classes that we have there. We have specialized and intensive classes.
And that's terrific. And we have them there because we had the facility. There is a need. And wherever we have that, we're going to get those funds. But in terms of K through 12 FTE, we don't have any at Gulfstream Early Learning Center. We won't have any under the current plan at Broward. estates, and we just have to be clear about what that does to the system. So we have two choices. We can kick the can, keep the facilities, not make the courageous choice, go back on our commitment to the community that we said dozens of times last year we were going to close 5 schools. But 5 schools isn't enough for Broward County. I have been on the record multiple times talking about bigger numbers. I spent some time with asking questions of the senior staff and the superintendent, and it turns out that if we want to get to 90% capacity on the current trend line of enrollment, we have to close 33 schools. 23 of them would be elementary schools, 8 of them would be middle school. I'm not done yet. And 2 high schools. And I'm going to talk to you about what that would look like when we're done. Again, a Broward County education system that is the biggest contributor to our community, and we want it to be the best that it can be. What happens if we continue to kick the can? We're going to continue to pay for the overhead to manage 207 schools, 239 campuses, many of which do not contribute to our mission in a way that is incredibly inefficient, low in capacity, low academic achievement, and what just is so frustrating from an operational perspective is the schools with the lowest enrollment, they're using the least capacity, are costing the most per student. We have schools that cost $14,000, $15,000, $16,000 per student. We only get 9 per student. Why is it that charter schools will not operate a 300-person elementary school? Because they want to have the best academic outcomes, and that means you move that money and limit your overhead so that you can get the greatest amount of money spent on instructional needs, not based on buildings. And again, buildings don't educate a soul. Teachers do. And what I'm talking about today as an alternative would move $90 million every year to being able to pay for greater instructional capital and greater instructional quantity. If we don't do this every year when it comes time to give educator raises, we're going to look at what the state gives us, which is nothing, very little, percent and a half, and we're going to have to reduce the funding for other pieces so that we can give reasonable raises. If, on the other hand, academic success and efficiency drove us to make decisions about 33 schools, we would create a district that operates at charter school levels of 90% capacity or more. Which one is best, I think, is a really, really good policy question. Should we remain a district where fewer students every year are spread to current campuses and facilities, some of which now are going to be expanded by 13 different new grades that are offered? So instead of reducing the offerings we have at Broward County Schools, we're actually increasing them under this proposal. We'll continue to have some super small schools where the cost per student exceeds $16,000 per student. And we'll use our marketing program and repurposing and hoping for a magical infusion of money from philanthropists and nonprofits and volunteers to reverse a 23-year enrollment decline. An enrollment decline that existed when we were an A district, it existed when we were a B district, and this year it accelerated. We lost 3,400 students this year. The alternative is to do the hard thing, to look people in the eye and say, we need your students to go to a different school. Why? So we can spend more money on instruction. So we can have all the programs in those schools that you want in your schools. So you can have a librarian again in elementary schools. We can win back enrollment by using our current strengths. What are those? We have the best location in Broward County. We have alumni parents that are dying to send their kids to school where they went. We have more certified teachers and more teachers teaching what they're qualified to do than any other providers in Broward County, private, public, charter, or other. We have scope that we don't yet take advantage of, and I hope we do. We have the greatest athletics in Broward County, maybe the greatest athletics in the state. But we need to spend our money to continue to improve and not kick the can. I want to finish by talking about trust, because I've heard a lot about whether or not Broward County trusts Broward County Public Schools. And there is no doubt that there's more trust than there was when I joined the board 2 years ago. But I need us to consider the two components of trust. Trust is I do what I said I was going to do. And the second is I'm decent at doing it. We don't trust people just because they say they do what they say they're going to do. We trust them because they do that and because they're good at their job. And I think the good at the job is where we're failing in trust. I think sometimes we don't say what we do what we said, but that's not a common thing. But I think if we don't have the trust of our community, it's because they don't know that we're competent at our job. And what does competence mean as a board when we're thinking about the system? It's spending money on the things that we know that works and not spending money on things that we know don't contribute to a successful education system. So there are one school that's on the recommendations to be closed, and I would suggest that instead of making an early learning center that we run, a district one, it would be wise to turn that over to the city or to turn it over to a nonprofit organization or turn it over to the county whose job it is to provide community services. That isn't what we get paid to do. So on Gulfstream Early Learning Center, you might think I'm heartless, and I think I'm actually heartful because I want that to continue to do what it's doing, but I don't think Broward County Schools is the right owner for that facility. There are 3 other schools that our investigation, and they were on our list, and we went out and had town halls with them, where if we reboundary those children, and in one of these 3 cases they are doing that, but not open a new school at that facility, we'd be doing what is best for Broward County Schools, and that's Silver Shores. Silver Shores students are going to go to 2 other schools. It's proposed, according to the superintendent, to become a K-8. I think that's not a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea for maximizing the impact of K through 12 education on the county. The 2 other schools, in addition to Silver Shores, that if they get reboundaried, if those students go to other schools, they will go to a school of higher academic performance. And I want to look at every parent in the audience here and say, if in fact we have to move your student, we're going to send them to a better school, which is what parents want for their kids by and large. The second 2 are Pine Lakes and Northside. All 3 of those can be reboundaried. Those kids can be sent to other schools in adjacent areas, and the schools that they go to are better schools. And we would be moving toward the goal of getting to a school district that is at 90% capacity. That does require some courageous decisions. It requires to look parents in the eye and say, we are doing what's right for Broward County. Even if you don't like going to a different school, it is a better school. We're increasing efficiency so that we can spend the money where you want us to, which is in instruction and all the things that we do for kids. So I apologize to those of you that thought, we were just going to roll through this list and rubber stamp these recommendations. I apologize to staff, no doubt about it. I think we said for a long time we wanted to close 5, and then we came back and said we're not sure we want to close any. I still want to close 5 this year. I still think we need to get on a path over the next 5 or 6 years to closing 33 schools or getting to the point where we're at 90% capacity. I regret the fact that this may not work today. It may not work ever. I'll be the lone wolf up here, possibly arguing about the strategy of actually spending the most amount of money. I'd love to have that $90 million a year to pay educators to do things related to instruction. I'd love to have the $500 million that we could get for capital improvements if we in fact close 33 schools over the next 5 or 6 years. And I regret that there will be many times in the future if this system isn't thought about and considered and adopted where we try to find $1 million, or we try and find $11 million, or we try and put a coat of paint on a school, or we try and pay for security we really need, or we try and really solve mental health problems, all of which that $90 million every year could go so far and put it together. It turns out that every educator in Broward County would make a 6% raise if we decided to just be efficient in the way that we do business. Thank you very much, Chair.
So, Dr. Seaman, did you want to make a motion?
I do not. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mrs. Alhuda?
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Zeman, for your comments. I think that, there's a time and a place is to bring recommendations and solutions forward. And when we workshop these things, that's a great time. And I'm sure could be some great solutions and ideas that the board can discuss. But before us today, we have recommendations from the superintendent, and this is phase one. And I think that the superintendent is going about this in the proper cadence. Because when we talk about trust with the community, it's about knowing what is before us and not bringing something in a fast manner and changing things quickly. So I do support the superintendent's recommendations. I do want to say for the middle schools K through 8, the one thing I really want to make sure is that we properly fund the middle school part of this. I've seen in my district where that wasn't done, and then we had to close the middle school part of it. So I just want to be very clear about that we're properly funding the middle school part of the K through 8. Also, I appreciate the community coming and speaking today. You know, one thing that I did hear, and it made me sad, that I felt that there was a feeling that we didn't communicate properly with you. I know that we did robust conversations with the community, but there is still some unknowns, and that makes me sad, because I want you to have all the information. So I'm going to make some recommendations that if this was to pass for Broward Estates Elementary School, that Dr. Hepburn, that we provide like a concierge service to the families, that we meet individually with every single family and we discuss what the options are. Because there's more than one option than to go to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Montessori Academy. There's other options within Broward County Public Schools. So I want to make sure that we're meeting the needs of every single family based on the students' needs. The other thing that I think is that, so if we make this change to Broward Estates, there's going to be a cost savings on an annual basis of a little bit over $1 million. So I would like to make a motion to the recommended action. I'm going to keep the recommended action the way it is. And then I move to amend the allocation of $1 million from the cost savings of Broward Estates Elementary School and instead allocate a one-time amount of $1 million to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Montessori Academy.
Second.
Any public comments on the motion? Go ahead.
Beacon, Mike.
Hello.
There we go.
Okay, thank you. To the motion, Mike, thank you. I want to say chair. I have to get used to the school board member. My only concern with this motion is the fact that that means that there's funds that's there. And to your point, specifically the community, you're correct. Because when they had the community meetings, they were not in the city of Lauderdale. Every single community meeting was in the city of Fort Lauderdale. So that's why this community was not aware. The only meeting that was in the city of Lauderdale for this school was the last one that was in November. All the other meetings was in Dillard and Fort Lauderdale, and a lot of these parents don't walk and don't have, they don't have cars. So you're right, they didn't know. And I think it was strategic, and it is back end gentrification. So thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder to speakers, you're speaking to the motion specifically So please make sure you're speaking directly to the motion. Thank you. Next speaker.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President, Broward County resident, educator, parent of a child that graduated from Broward County Public Schools. So, clearly, there's money. You have a $6 billion budget. I've been saying it for years. Work collaboratively and directly with the group that is tasked to understand the budget, to make you understand the budget, to find out where the money is in the budget. We come to this situation all the time where we feel there's a problem with money. Sorry, Dr. Zeman, don't agree with you saying we're going to close schools when you haven't made a plan. You have a new superintendent, you have a new CFO, you have new elected school board members, and you don't have a plan. And to hear that you didn't talk to the parents ahead of time and now we're going to talk to them after we take you out of the school is not acceptable. Don't agree with any amendment, vote it down, put some money into that school, find it elsewhere, and let that school shine like all of our schools do.
Thank you. Yes. Next speaker.
Yes, Zach Davis Walker, City of Lauderhill Administration. Specific to the amendment proffered by Board Member Aladef, we would like to see that, or we believe that $1 million should be allocated toward the Early Learning Center within the Broward Estates community. So a lot of the discussion today was specific to what happens to Broward Estates and those newer buildings that are going to house our Early Learning Center. Why don't we put those funds directly into that to ensure that these buildings are up to date and as innovative and as modernized as those facilities that are being discussed in other parts of the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madeline Noel, Lauderhill resident. Again, in regards to the amendment, this is really buying the community or trying to buy the community. Funding is available, and as previous members has mentioned, why isn't that funding being placed into Broward Estates? Uplift the school, beautify the school. When you want something, when you want to take care of it, when you have a passion for it, you invest in it. We have members of the community, such as Mr. Robert, that does beautification in schools. Make that school welcoming. And as you've just stated, there's funding available, and so we're asking that you invest that funding into Broward Estates. Thank you.
Next public speaker.
Hello, Nicole Morris, Coral Springs. I would say also, why can't you invest the $1 million into Broward Estates? I believe there are 100 students that live in the boundary that go elsewhere. There were parents at the community meeting last night that said that if there was a VPK, that they would send their students to Broward Estates. So why can't you put the money in there to start the VPK, to start the Early Learning Center, to grow that school? I spent time out there this week. The principal knows the names of the students, knows where they live, knows their mom's cell phone numbers, tells them, Jimmy, you don't live down there, you live there, go that way. I think this is a really great school. They just need a chance to grow, and there are 100 kids that aren't going there. Maybe put a VPK in so that you could bring them back. Thank you.
Thank you. Before the next public speaker, I just want to clarify what I think the motion is saying is that there's a cost savings of $1 million if you closed Broward Estates. So take that money and make sure it's going with the students to Martin Luther King. So it wasn't that we found some money. The motion is coming from what the cost savings would be, not running Broward Estates. Next public speaker.
Good afternoon.
Please, no speaking from the audience. Thank you. Public speaker.
Good afternoon, Robert Crum. I do appreciate the amendment because my question was, now that we're saving this money, where is the money going to, since our community is the ones that's going to directly be impacted by this? So I do appreciate the amendment. I would like the amendment to extend further than 1 year because our school would be closed longer than 1 year. So my question would be, could it be a little longer that MLK can receive some extra boost so that we can make sure our school gets to the level that it's ideally supposed to be to? And if this saving doesn't, if it's going to go to District 5, if the $1 million is going to stay within District 5, or is it going to go across the whole entire school board? Because again, our community is going to one who's going to directly feel this impact, not everyone else. And we would like, if this savings benefit could help our community, how specifically can it help our community? And we would love that help.
Thank you. Any other public speakers? Okay, board member discussion. Board member Thompson.
I just had a question because there's a possibility that all the students that were at Broward Estates won't go to Dr. Martin Luther King Montessori Academy. Is there a way we can tie the cost saving in support of Ms. Aladef's motion to the students so that if they go to Plantation Elementary or they go somewhere else, like that community is still reaping the benefits no matter where they go?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, I think we can support MLK and Plantation, but if kids go other places, because you have about 100 kids coming from all over the district, as Dr. Wanza educated us on Monday, coming from the seagrass all the way to the sawgrass. And everything in between. So you have kids coming from schools that have updated facilities and don't need the additional funds at that school. But for the schools in that community, absolutely, we can support that to make sure those schools and the kids get what they need.
Can I make a subsequent motion then to include Plantation Elementary with MLK Academy?
You want to make, so you're making a substitute motion?
Yes.
So your substitute motion would be the same, except it would say to Martin Luther King Jr. and Montessori Academy and Plantation Elementary.
Yes, and keeping everything else.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, so we're back to the original motion. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Hepburn, when kids that are inbound in the boundary of Broward Estates transfer, and I believe we have 116 students that live within the boundary. The others are there based upon the attraction to the STEM magnet program, which is about 106 students. So what we're discussing is those 116 students living within the boundaries of Broward Estates, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when those kids move to MLK or Plantation Elementary primarily, the FTE follows those students wherever they go, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so those students will be funded by the state, like we normally do, wherever they go. So when we look at Broward Estates, because we are looking at transferring the students to either one of these two schools, and then we're also looking at enhancing the newer buildings of Broward Estates to provide a robust education-based early learning center for families within the community and maybe within a 5-mile radius. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so based on that, I am sort of concerned with the motion because we are saving money, which is over $1 million, but we are transferring that money out to MLK only. That is concerning because we still have a need. If we're going to, if the intent, there's two parts to this, right? We are transferring students out to ensure that they maximize their FTE dollar. The enrollment at MLK will increase to 88.4%, which would make that school allocation of money from the state increase that will provide adequate resources for the students that are transferring. But then we still have to focus on the second part, which is ensuring that our early learning center is well funded, that it's going to provide the resources we need for our early learning children coming in there. You did mention that there is a 30% students not being kindergarten ready, so that was sort of one of the rationale that we used to have that early learning center. So we can't, if we're going to neglect the early learning center, we're neglecting that community as well. So I believe that part of your initial suggestion for the savings was to use part of that money to enhance the early learning center. And if there is a need, part of that money would proportionally follow the students to Plantation Elementary or MLK. Was that the original intent?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so I believe that's a better plan, because if you're just moving money to MLK, some of these students that are inbound will also go to Plantation Elementary. Now, we also have to have some kind of rationale for doing it, right? So it would have to be proportional to the number of students that are being moved, the amount of money that we're going to use from the savings. In addition to that, we have to determine how much money from that savings do we need to ensure that we have a robust educational learning center that will benefit Broward Estates. So there are many pieces to this, and because of that, I can't support that motion because that motion seems to be sort of one-sided, and there are many sides to this that we have to look at.
Thank you. Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. To Dr. Holness's point, is there anything in writing? Well, is there anything in writing that would tie the cost savings that we will experience to us investing that money into the Early Learning Center?
Dr. Hepburn.
No, there's nothing in writing.
Okay, so I was planning to make a motion to do something similar, but directing the cost savings to funding the Early Learning Center. And then I hear you telling Dr. Holness that there is the intent to use that cost savings to, establish the Early Learning Center. And I also heard you talking about community partnerships and things like that. What I guess my concern is, what I don't want to see happen is that we say at this meeting, yes, we're going to invest this cost savings money, and then we never do. Mm-hmm. So help me feel good about what we're doing. Like I'm trying to figure out where we're going here.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yep, great question and great concern. So what we're doing is, of course, establishing this Early Learning Center, working with Lori and all her amazing knowledge with Gulfstream and what we need as far as capital to invest to get this started and start enrolling kids and also utilizing grants. Most of the savings would be to ensure that the facilities are up to par to address the needs of our early learning students. There's 0 to 4 years old, right? They're not your typical kindergarten and up kids, so we need to make sure we have the right equipment, the right furniture and things like that, and the right curriculum resources. But we certainly know we're going to get support from other partners to pay for that. So, and so that's the initial use of some of the cost savings, just to make sure we can outfit and implement that program as needed.
Okay, so I'm just going to think out loud here because this is happening very quickly. I would like something in this item, forcing us to financially commit some of this cost savings that we're going to experience if we repurpose Broward Estates to establishing this Early Learning Center. My concern is that, as a board member, I am not qualified to do a facilities conditions assessment. I am not qualified to speak to financially what that would require. There are obviously professionals like Dr. Canning who can do some of that work in our building department and all of that. So I don't want to just start throwing numbers out there that are not informed with facts and data to back that up. So I think what I would like to do is make a substitute motion to allocate to direct the superintendent and staff to come up with a plan by June 1st of 2025 to allocate the appropriate amount of the annual cost savings that we will experience from repurposing Broward Estates to establishing the Early Learning Center. Does that make sense?
No, I was actually going to say, can I help? But you actually
said
what I was going to say.
Okay.
We've already kind of preempted ourselves and started having whiteboard sessions with specific teams to understand the stream of work for each division and each department. So as we codify all of that and go back out to the community, really close the deal with the community on specific needs, we can see what we need to allocate funds to make this work. And then we can finalize that in the plan and send that to the board so you understand how much money is being dedicated and why, and what the rest of the money could potentially be used for to support students that are at MLK or Plantation L. So I think we're kind of on the same page.
Okay.
So, Madam Chair, that's a substitute motion? Does it need to be second?
Oh, sorry, I seconded
Oh, you did,
it.
okay.
I did in the middle of Dr. Hepburn saying something, so I apologize. Public comment on the motion.
That we just wanted to figure out, this say cost saving is going to be on an annual basis, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And so we're actually asking for a one-time, okay, please clarify?
Mrs. Leonard.
Yeah, one time was not in my motion.
Okay, so we're talking about continuous monies then will be, of course, towards the early learning center. That's what we're looking at. But at this particular time, we don't have the figure because we have to do an analysis.
That's correct.
Okay. And so to Dr. Holness's point, I do believe that the monies should stay in, of course, the city of Lauderhill. I understand that children will also be going to Plantation, but nevertheless, children are also in other schools, charter schools elsewhere as well, and we are not supporting that, of course, because we cannot. I believe that the money should stay in the city of Lauderhill, and I'm also of the notion that we can utilize half of the savings to Broward Estates and the other half to MLK.
Thank you so much. Next public speaker.
It's Anna Fusco, but can you just repeat the motion again, since there was, I heard it her way too. Just going to hear the clarity so I can give my comment.
Yes, I was in the process of rewriting it down. So I moved to direct the superintendent and staff to come up with a plan to allocate the annual cost savings that we will experience from repurposing Broward Estates to establishing the Early Learning Center by June 1st of 2025.
Okay. Anna Fusco, Broward Teacher Union President. With that motion in a second, obviously it hasn't been voted on yet, and if it were to go through, it's a clear understanding that this particular school has not been spoken about in full detail when you want to displace students. I don't care if it's 1, 10, 100, 1,000. You have to look at the big picture here. You all are discussing at a board meeting when you've had community conversations, you've had workshops, and you're still not quite sure what is going to happen. You talked it out to the public, saying you don't know what's going to happen. I am again asking you to vote this down, revisit it. It's not going to harm Broward County Public Schools if you lengthen the process to get a better understanding of what you really want to do. I am speaking to the motion. If that motion were to pass, it would give it a different direction, still displacing students. So I'm asking to vote everything down, bring it back to more conversations and workshops, and come with a better plan. So
Thank
when
you.
you have a vote, you know exactly what
Next
you're doing.
public speaker.
Hey, Nicole Morris, Coral Springs. I feel like this money, the savings that's going into the Early Learning Center, doesn't really serve this community. If there aren't enough students in the boundary to go to the school, where are the 4,000 kids coming from? So you're asking to take the money from displacing these students from the school and put it back into a school that may not even be serving their community. So I disagree with the whole thing.
Thank you very much. Next public speaker.
Good evening, good afternoon, Robert Crum. I'm still a bit confused. I would like to say that clearly. For one instance, I remember superintendent bringing a young lady up saying the funding for the Early Learning Coalition would come from, not from school board funds, but from another source. So if it's coming from another source, then why using the money that we're saving going to Martin Luther King would not make sense? Absolutely add a question in reference to that. So that's why I'm trying to figure out more clarification in reference to if the Early Learning Center is being paid for by Broward County Public Schools, or if it's being paid for by another resource. And if it's paid for by another resource, then it's going back to, if we are the one who are going to be disenfranchised because of this decision, then we should be the one who is benefiting from this decision.
Thank you. And I just want to point out the motion is just directing the superintendent to actually maybe answer some of those questions that you have, because we didn't, Board Member Leonardi didn't want us making the decision based on something we didn't have data for, if I'm not mistaken. So it's just directing the superintendent to devise a plan based on all of the pieces that you've all just mentioned. So thank you. Any other public speakers? Board member comment, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Hepburn, understanding the motion regarding the cost savings and it being directed to the Early Learning Center at Broward Estates, can you tell us that even though the transferring students will have their FTE dollars move with them, do you anticipate any further financial need for those students outside of the allocated FTE per student?
Dr. Hepburn.
There may be a possibility as we continue these conversations with both principals, both schools, as we ready the campuses for the additional students to come.
Okay, so
Maybe
there could be a possibility that we will need additional funding for the transferring students living within the boundary of Broward Estates.
Correct.
Okay, and where were you thinking of getting that funding from?
From the cost savings, as stated in the motion by Ms. Leonardi, just to look at, as we build this, complete this plan, figure out how much we need at Broward Estates, figure out how much we need as students are going over to Martin Luther King and Plantation, to ready those two campuses for transfer students, and then we can bring that information back just to let the board know, hey, we had to allocate this much to these schools and this much to Broward Estates. So, and also, as Mr. Crum stated too, we have partners who are willing to assist us too with the with Broward Estates, so that cost may not be as great as we probably anticipate.
Okay, so from my understanding of the motion, it appears that the motion is directly addressing the cost savings going to the Early Learning Center only, and maybe Board Member Leonardi could clarify that. But from what you're saying, Dr. Hepburn, there's a possibility that some of that cost savings could benefit the transferring students. So I think it's a fine balance that we have to have. And Board Member Leonardi, could you clarify if the motion is definitive in terms of the cost savings going directly towards the Early Learning Center, or does the superintendent have a discretion in determining if a part of that cost savings is needed for the transferring of those students to ensure that they have the right educational support and resources, if that's also included in your motion?
Thank you. So my concerns are twofold. So one issue that you brought up, Dr. Holness, was that the FTE will follow the students to their respective schools. So I took that in as I made my motion. The other piece is something that we heard repeatedly from the public today, which are the facilities concerns at Broward Estates. So my intent was for that money to go to establishing the Early Learning Center to help, start the programming, but also to address some of those facilities needs. Again, I'm not an expert in doing a facilities needs assessment. So it was really just trying to come up with a commitment from the school district that there will be, that the cost savings that we will experience from this will be going to the Early Learning Center. That was my intent. I'm open to
understand. So, Dr. Hepburn, I would imagine that the first year is when you would actually need transfer funding or funding to support the transfer. Subsequent years, it may not be needed, correct?
That is correct. And just to simply state that the funds will stay within that ecosystem, right? The current ecosystem is Broward Estates, MLK, and Plantation L. So the current savings will stay in that ecosystem. It just depends on how much do we need at each school that we can bring back to the board once we finalize our plan to continue to inform the board and continue to inform the public about how those funds are being used.
Understand. So I guess the question that I have at hand then is during the first year of this transfer taking place with kids going to Plantation and MLK, would that be the only time period that you would need cost savings support for those students? Because the cost savings will be ongoing, which will then continue to maintain, not only establish, but maintain the Early Learning Center. So you mentioned part of that cost savings, there's a possibility you might need that to ease the transfer financially for the students within the boundaries going to those two schools. So do you anticipate that going beyond 1 year for the cost savings being used for the transfer students, or do you just need that sort of latitude for that 1 year?
I anticipate the first year, the initial year, that we would need some funding. As you stated, the subsequent years, you may not need that additional funding.
So Board Member Leonardi, if you would mind me making a friendly amendment to your motion that we, for the first year, give the superintendent discretion in determining if some part of that cost savings fund would be needed to ensure the transfer of these students, that they would be supported financially.
Yeah, I accept the friendly amendment.
Okay, so remember, there's no friendly amendments.
Or do I need to make a substitute
She
so she
can
can make the
update
change?
her, I know, and I haven't gone yet, so I
Okay, no
an
problem. So,
opportunity. I will let everybody else go, so I'm going to go after Dr. Holmes.
Right, no problem. And Madam Chair, I'll be finished quickly, but Board Member Leonardi, would you mind updating your motion to include giving the superintendent latitude for the first year to provide funding, if needed, for the transfer students so they can do so comfortably?
Yes. Do I have to say it out loud?
You can just
my
say
very
yes, and
long.
then when you say it again, when we're done, you
got
can
it.
add it
Okay.
in.
Okay, Madam Chair, I just have one more point. And Board Member Leonardi, you mentioned that in your motion establishing, I would like to add the term establishing and maintaining because I think it's ongoing. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions to kind of cross over a lot of these things. But first of all, Dr. Hepburn, are the cost savings from general fund or do they come from different buckets?
Initially, from general fund, from savings for certain personnel that you don't need when you transfer over kids, because the teachers go with the kids, right? Or the allocation for the teacher goes with the kids, but you may not need the additional allocations for assistant principal, custodian, things like that. So that's where a majority of those cost savings come from. And then in addition, I don't see Ms. Johnson, but I know Dr. Wanza can speak to some of the additional cost savings.
So, good afternoon again. Some of the cost savings may be categorical. I'll give you an example. The literacy coach for our schools are funded through state categorical dollars. Plantation Elementary School already has a literacy coach. They may even fund additional reading support out of their current Title I allocation. Same thing with Dr. Martin Luther King. So, not to speak for the superintendent, but if the board passes this motion as it relates to a plan, I think the plan would include where statutorily and categorically we can allocate dollars to the appropriate places that they would need to go. And then one of the things that we also have to look at is in those categoricals, that money may not be able to be used for capital needs, but it may be able to use for the instructional parts of the Early Learning Center. So I would just say that I'm sure the superintendent already has a lot of things racing in his mind around that, and it would be around where statutorily and categorically we can allocate the funds.
Thank you. And that's really what my concerns are, because we just said a dollar amount, but there's buckets and you can use it here and there. And so I think that's why it's really important not to just say we're doing something, but to have a plan. And I'd also like to ask the superintendent, theoretically speaking, so we're doing a needs assessment, which I think is important before we do anything to look at that space. And you did say that the 5-6 schools on here would be first. If we were to look at that needs assessment and they indicated that at Broward Estates, a new building would need to be built, that would change the conversation immensely. And the idea possibly of changing what we're doing in phase 3 or 4, which would be to maybe bring them all back to Broward Estates from MLK and put them in a new building, which has been a discussion in some of the committees that we've had. So just throwing out there's a lot of pieces to this, and we're not the experts, as we've said. So I think it's really important to direct the superintendent to bring a plan, but I wouldn't want to wait until June. So I don't know where we are on the needs assessment and if we could direct to have the Broward Estates done sooner rather than later and come back to us maybe in the March or April timeframe to give us a better picture so that the community understands before anything even happens what might be we might be looking at down the road, where if we built a new facility, we could have the early learning center, we could have all of the students there, and maybe that's what we would be looking at a few years down the road, which we can't figure out until we get a needs assessment and what kind of money we're looking at. So I think it's important to give a directive, not to make just a flat motion. But I would also ask the maker of the motion to maybe look at the time frame and speed it up so that we can have better answers for the community and for ourselves, to make sure that we are providing what's best in that space for the 15, 20 years down the road, as Dr. Hepburn indicated earlier. Next is Dr. Zeman.
Again, I feel like I showed up at the wrong meeting. I think we were here to try and create a great school district. Broward Estates costs $14,500 per kid to educate. Why? Because there's so few kids that go there. You got an overhead. You got to have it at every school. And you have so few kids that by the time you add up all the money, it costs a lot of money to do it there. And do they get a well-rounded education there? Do they have a librarian instead of a librarian clerk? No. They don't have a well-rounded education at Broward Estates. Can they get one at Dr. Martin Luther King? Absolutely. It has 470 kids. So it's going to have 670 kids, maybe 570, depending on where the 100 go. And it's going to cost less to do it. I can't believe we're not thinking about the unfunded requirements that we have in Broward County. I had a colleague one time that created a poster, and I'll never do that. But there is a chart that is worth thinking about, which is the 23-year slope in enrollment in Broward County, because we made decisions like this. There's no free lunch. Chair, do we have $1 million of unmet requirements in Broward County schools?
Dr. Hepburn.
If you can be specific with the question, Dr. Zima.
Do you have any ideas for where you might spend $1 million to create a better school district in Broward County?
I have tons of ideas for how we can use $1 million.
Well, that's why we're here. In the one school in which we say we're going to close it and reap benefits, now we want to take that benefit and give it away. But we're not going through the normal budget process to figure out where our greatest needs are. That's what outstanding organizations do. They are constantly thinking about all this stuff we're not funding. Librarians. Nobody in Broward County understands why our schools don't have librarians anymore. They're fundamental to education. Almost half of our schools don't have them anymore. I could go on and on and on where we have unmet needs, and we need this money. So if, in fact, we have the guts to do one school and go from a school that's very expensive and put them in a larger school that costs a lot less per student to do it, we have to take that money and go back and figure out where to spend that if we want to compete. I want to compete, but we can't keep doing what we're doing and have the money to be excellent. Excellence doesn't come from marketing. Excellence comes from spending money where you know it matters and having processes to allocate that money in a way that the community sees it and says, wow, they really do want to compete with other schools. Look how they're spending their money. And by the way, all of that money should be spent on K through 12. That is why we exist. So I don't think these motions, either one of them, are consistent with becoming a great school district, and they're not consistent with the way the community wants us to allocate the money that was their money that they gave us. They gave us $6 billion, and they said, spend it educating our kids. And you do that by having fewer schools that are bigger, that are more efficient, so you can spend more money on instruction. And these motions are taking us in the wrong direction. And they're feel-good motions. They're motions of the moment. They're not intentional, thoughtful, careful, deliberate motions about how we ought to be spending our money in Broward County. And I'd like us to get into that discussion. How are we going to create a great school district? How are we going to compete? You don't compete by saying you're going to compete. You compete by changing the way you've done things. And for 23 years, the way we've done things has led to a 1% decline in enrollment every year. Public charter schools are now 20% of the public school system of Broward County. I want to compete. I want to really compete. I want to compete by making better decisions and by putting our money where we know that it matters and by having a capital structure that has some sense to it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Thompson.
I would like to call the question on this motion, please.
Okay. We have to take a vote. All those in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Roll call.
Roll call on the question. Alladef. Bowman. Fam's not here. Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert. Thompson. Zeman.
No.
Motion pass. 6-2. Right.
Okay.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Board Member Alhada.
Before we vote, I would like to specifically know what the motion is.
Okay. Yes, Mrs. Leonardi, if you could reread your motion.
That was my plan. With the suggested updates from my colleagues, I move to direct the superintendent and staff to come up with a plan to allocate the annual cost savings we will experience from repurposing Broward Estates to establishing and maintaining the Early Learning Center, with the understanding that the first year the superintendent has the discretion to use that funding to assist with the transfer of students from Broward Estates to other schools. This plan will be developed by March 1st, 2025.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert. Thompson. Zeman.
Nope.
Alladef.
No.
Bowman.
Yes.
Motion passed 6-2.
Thank you. Okay, back to the original motion. Yes. Oh, yeah, we're still on the first round, so Mrs. Alhadef and I have not gone yet. So we were on Mrs. Alhadef, I think, when she made the motion. So you can continue if you have anything else.
Mrs. Alhadef, thank you. So, I mean, that motion just passed, but what my one question is, I would like to know specifically, Dr. Hepburn, with the partners with the Early Learning Center, how much money they are contributing. I think it was an important piece of to have that knowledge part of the equation.
So we don't have that specific amount because we're still in conversations with many of these potential partners, and so we can provide that at a later date.
Okay, and then my next question is, out of the 116 students, how many are going to Plantation Elementary and to MLK? Do we know, or is that up in
We don't know that exact number yet. Dr. Wanza and team will be going out and having discussions with parents to see what opportunities they're going to leverage, how we're going to help their students transition, and all the additional information just to make sure we're meeting the students' needs and the parents' needs.
Okay, and then I will just go back to my original point, is that I really want to make sure that we're meeting individually with the families to make sure that the students' needs are being met. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would echo that. I think it's a great idea, the concierge service. I appreciate that because they have options for choice. And although the window for choice may close before they get there, I think we should allow them the opportunity to do that. And I just realized I was supposed to let somebody clear the record, Dr. Wanza, about the meetings before I went. So go ahead.
And then also, I know you're going to talk about the choice window.
So I'll start with the choice and then I'll go back to the other. one of the things that we already have planned, depending on whatever happens today, first and foremost is to meet with all of the principals to discuss what the outcome is today, right? The principals, the region staff, so that they can move forward with whatever they're planning for next school year. So that's the first thing. As it relates specifically to Broward Estates, we've been in conversation with the principal. I spoke with her on the drive home yesterday, asking her, does she have any night meetings planned for next week? Because we would attach on to that instead of asking parents to come. She does not. So I did tell her to work with her community, let us know which night next week is the best night for them. And we would start to work individually with all the families. Because it's more than just the 116 who currently live in the boundary. It's the 106 from outside of the boundary. It's every child who's currently enrolled in the school. That's the first thing. The second part of the conversation, and I think it's the part that gets lost in, is that we also have employees that we have to speak to them and make certain that we work with their collective bargaining representatives so that we take care of them in a professional, dignified, and humane way as well. And then the other part that we have the ability to do, one of the things that we're going to do, and I'll say it publicly, is yes, even though the choice window may have closed yesterday, these families will be taken care of. Whatever their decisions are within what the policy says, they'll be taken care of. So I don't want people to worry that the choice window closed yesterday. So that's that part. And just as it relates to just the listening public as well as the attending public, one of the things that I just want to put out there is that this has probably been the most community-involved process as it relates to redefining schools that we've had in decades. And one of the things that we did do, we know that we came to the board in August with groupings of schools. There were 8 groupings, and then we went out and we had 8 meetings in the high schools. So that is why the first meeting for this community was at Dillard, because it was more than Broward Estates that was being discussed. But then on October 8th, when the board gave us more specific direction of which proposals to focus on, then that is when we went out on November 18th and had the very specific meeting in the Broward Estates community. Because that was the only school in the central region that we was a proposal, and we had 3 other meetings at different parts where we had the regional meetings. So I just wanted to draw some distinction there so that people understand why the September meeting was at Dillard and then the November meeting was specifically at Broward Estates in the school cafeteria.
Thank you so much, and thank you for including all of the students at Broward Estates. I was going to bring that up. They not just the concierge services for the in-boundary, but for all the students that are there. I have a couple other questions. Dr. Hepburn, someone mentioned $6 million that wasn't provided to Broward Estates. Can you speak to that, please?
Go ahead, Ms. Paul.
Yes, we still have money. It's not $6 million, but we still have a little bit over $5 million that still sits with Broward Estates. And so we have the things that we know they need. Obviously, they need a new roof, but the FCA will flush out all of that, new AC, those kind of things. But there's still money that stays.
That was part of the SMART bond?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So there is a plan to use that money at Broward Estates, or we're working on?
Based on the decision of the board, that will direct how we move forward.
Okay, and if there was a decision or a want to build a new building, that money could go into that? A replacement building, let me call it that.
If the decision was made, that would be a small part of that.
All right. Yes, I know it wouldn't come close to covering the cost. Thank you. I also want to, so the other question, I'm going to try to keep them in the same thing. So if we move to an early learning center, where would the money come to support that?
Various sources, and I know Dr. Cannon, she can kind of speak towards what we're doing at Gulfstream right now, which will give the public and the board an idea of where the money would come from to sustain such a program.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hepburn. Lori Canning, Executive Director for Family and Community Engagement. We currently have a variety of programs that fund the child care services at Gulfstream, including the federal grant Head Start, the state allocation with VPK, pre-K ESE programs that's funded through the IDA grant, and we also have Early Head Start that is also funded through our federal program. Other programs on site complete the community support and community school model, and those are provided through our partners. We have multiple partner organizations, several of them lease space on our campus, and we are able, through partnerships with our leasing department, complete those leasing agreements. They then paid additional funds, not just the operational fees, but additional funds to help to provide funds for additional facilities or custodial staff on our campus.
Thank you. And what's the process of selecting students to participate in that early learning center?
With our federal Head Start grant, we follow the federal guidelines, and that is based on socioeconomic status, other factors, including incarcerated parents, foster children, and any exceptional needs that we have. Now, I also want to share that transportation is not provided, so we would have an application event right there at Broward Estates and encourage anyone from the community that is in need of high-quality child care services to come. They would be able to complete the application process, and we would support them through that process so that everyone that has a young child would be able to apply, and we would be able to then put the seats into the best places while following our federal guidelines.
Thank you, because I was going to ask about transportation next. So I appreciate your answers. And to the idea of transportation, it came up before for people that are less than that 2 mile. Is it a possibility that the district could work with the city commission or even Broward County to help provide some kind of transportation resources that would help them get the students to Martin Luther King?
Yes, we can work with the city of Lauderhill to see what we can come up with.
Okay.
To work with their kids.
Thank you. Also, I'd just like to say, in terms of the Montessori, we have 2 phenomenal Montessori programs. We have a lot of phenomenal ones, but we have 2 that have a long wait list, Beachside Montessori and Virginia Schumann Young. So I would really like to ask staff to maybe have people from those 2 communities, parents, the teachers, the administrators, go into that Broward Estates community and speak with them about what is Montessori, how is it beneficial, because those schools are high performing and they're very, they're sought out in many different communities. And so if there's one right there in the community, if we could let them understand what's the value of that, because I think some of it comes from they don't really know what the Montessori is or what the advantages of having that are, and that we have some models that are national models, and that, you know, we could work together to make sure that the Martin Luther King looks like the other 2 where we're seeing great success. Also, so on that's on Broward Estates. On the other ones, I'd just like to say thank you so much to all of the communities for coming out, for all of the meetings that you've gone to. And I would say the majority of these recommendations came from the community. The community asked for the K-8s, they asked for the 6 through 12s, and we spent a lot of time listening. We had a plan, we scrapped it because the community made it very clear that they weren't ready for all of that. I'd like to echo some of my other board members. This is a phased in process, so we're in phase 1. I hear what Dr. Zeman is saying loud and clear, and I don't disagree with him on some of that, but to do, as we've said in the past, rip the Band-Aid off isn't really the right way to go about this to build community trust. So we're doing it in a process, And I appreciate that, because when we tried to just do it in one big swoop, we saw that it was not something the community was willing to accept. I was at Hollywood Central Elementary yesterday, and I'll just say that principal is ready to go. In which we've heard other principals also. The principals are excited about these changes because they know that they can draw more people in, and specifically Hollywood Central. I won't mention names, but some of the residing charter schools, 9 families from those charter schools have visits set up because of our showcase, and that they've heard that they may come to a K-8 to tour Hollywood Central Elementary. So what we're doing is working, and it's what the communities want, and I think that's really important. We have a plan. Let's see how that rolls out, and then we'll continue to see what schools can be consolidated. I like to call them partial closures. I really like the idea of what Olson brought to us about having the community or someone in the community use half the school where we don't have seats and allow the students to stay in the school, because then it reduces our footprint that way. So these are innovative ways to look at how we can reduce our footprint, which we clearly need to do in a way that works for the community. And I guess that was just the last thing that I had to say. So thank you for bringing all the recommendations to us. And this will be round 2, and we're working on 2 hours, and I know this is really important, but please make sure, board members, whatever you're saying is in addition, not repeating what you've already said, because I think we want to be really respectful of people's time. So Board Member Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate everyone's input. And just a few things that I have, and this will be my last round of speaking to the item. I'd like to make sure, Dr. Hepburn, since if this should pass, that we are changing from Broward Estates Elementary to an early learning center primarily. And I'd like to, as we move forward, to keep the name Broward Estates within any naming of the grounds. So I am hoping that that will remain. Secondly, kids within Broward Estates, those parents, those families should be first priority for the Early Learning Center. We're asking a lot from them, and therefore I think that it would be important for us to prioritize the families within Broward Estates, that they get first priority for their kids that are pre-K kids. Thirdly, as you mentioned, transportation provided to Plantation Elementary, and the concern with the some of the families over there, grandparents are taking some of the kids, that on an individual basis, that we allow an opportunity for those who are struggling with transportation, at least during the first year, to have some accommodations made for them. So I'd like to make a couple of motions, because I think it is important. The first motion is that the name Broward Estates remain within any renaming of the school.
Second.
Any public comment on the motion? Okay.
Are you referring to the name if it gets put as this early childhood center, or anything that's done to it? I don't think it was clear.
I believe the intent was whatever happens, Broward Estates, the name Broward Estates will still be in whatever name of the facility sitting there, it will remain.
Okay. All right. So on that motion, keeping the name is a good start. Keeping it as a Broward County Public School and keeping it
stay on the motion,
up to 5th grade.
please.
It's still on the
Just
motion.
about the
Early
name.
Learning Center is the project you want. I believe there should be a way to find it to add it to it, not just make it its own. Because I don't think they know the process of what does it take to get into an early child center. It's not so simple. You don't just sign up and get put in.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Thank you very much, Mayor Grant of Lauderhill, and we are in agreement with keeping that name as Broward Estates Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm in support of making sure Broward Estates remain there, the name in whatever it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Board member discussion. Dr. Zeman.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I appreciate the motion. Thank you, Dr. Holmes.
Okay. Mrs. Alhadeff.
Can you just clarify, is your intent to say Broward Estates Early Learning Center?
No, that is not my intent. The intent is the words Broward Estates remain in whatever renaming takes place for the school, because currently it's Broward Estates Elementary. So if we're looking to an early learning center, I don't want to be specific to the superintendent and the staff. So Broward Estates is an important part of naming that community. It's Broward Estates community, Broward Estates HOA. I'm familiar with the community. My sister graduated from Parkway Middle School as well. So the Broward Estates name is really important to the residents of that community. So in respect for that, whatever direction we go, that Broward Estates is in that name.
So are you comfortable with it saying Broward Estates Early Learning Center?
I am not, I don't want to expound on the possibilities that the superintendent and the staff would have in mind. What's important, I believe, to the community is that Broward Estates remain in any renaming of the school or the campus. So my motion is simply, whatever the naming of it is, Broward Estates is in that name.
Okay, so if the superintendent wanted to make it an early learning center and it said Broward Estates Early Learning Center, you would be comfortable with that?
Well, if the superintendent intends to rename the school, I am sure that is going to come to us for a vote, and we can make that decision then. But whatever name he's going to present to us, it has Broward Estates in it. Any renaming of the school, Board Member Alhadeff, I am sure that's going to come to us as a vote. I don't think the superintendent can by himself decide to rename a school. But whatever he presents to us, that it includes Broward Estates, and then we can subsequently vote on any naming he has beyond that. But he should never, the motion is asking that he doesn't present a name to us that does not have Broward Estates in that name.
All right, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, I have another motion.
Go ahead.
Okay, so since we are asking this community to have their children transfer to other neighboring schools, I think it's important that they have first priority in the Early Learning Center. And I would like to make a motion that families living in the boundaries of Broward Estates have first priority for the Early Learning Center. And that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Before I give it to public comment, I just would like Dr. Hepburn to speak to the motion.
Repeat the motion. I
Okay.
lost my train of thought there with the
No
conversation.
problem. Dr. Hepburn, the boundaries of Broward Estates, as it is now
First priority, I
established,
remember now, yes.
the motion is that those families living within the boundaries of Broward Estates are given first priority for the Early Learning Center, because I am assuming the Early Learning Center will attract families all across the district. But we are asking the families in Broward Estates to transfer their students, their kids, over to other schools. So they should have first priority for the Early Learning Center. So the motion is to provide those families first priority in terms of being accepted into the early learning program.
Yeah, we can accommodate that if that's the will of
That's
the
the
board.
motion, yeah.
Yes.
It was seconded already, but I,
Dr. Canning, as far as priority, just to make sure we're accurate in our answer.
Thank you very much. I will share that it depends on which program it is. When we're implementing the Head Start program, we must follow the federal guidelines. Otherwise, we would be in jeopardy of losing our grant. So we would follow the federal guidelines. But as I shared, I really look forward to working with the community in that application process to make sure that we advertise the program, make sure that we hold that event, so everybody does have the chance to apply. But if we are able to offer additional programs, which would be part of our work to explore what other programs, what other funding we could bring in, then we would be able to prioritize it based on home address and that neighborhood.
Thank you. Public speaking. Public speakers on the motion.
Good afternoon. My name is Dosha Johnson. I am a proud owner of a child care center. EOC and Department of Education is going to have to be involved in this phase of this plan. It's not just easy. It's not just opening up to an ELC school. You got to have people who are really trained.
You guys aren't telling them everything.
And know about it. So community, don't be fooled. It's not going to be something that you can do right away. I own a daycare since 1997, and I know VPK and all of that I know about. So it's not going to be an easy trip.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. I believe I heard the motion to be that the people get first priority, which I was getting up to say Lori Cannon needed to speak on this because, as I said, I've been around a long time. There's a process, and I think I heard her say that if it's Head Start or we don't know which program's going to be in there. So again, you guys are moving forward without knowing a full plan. I hear you on the concept and the need. But again, it's not going to make or break Broward County Public Schools if this goes forward right now. You're telling the community we're going to get you in there. I'm telling you, you're not. I know. And you need to know, and you need to tell them. And if you don't know, which I'm gathering some of you don't, you need to get people up here that know every answer and stop cherry picking little tidbits of it. I'm telling you guys now, you don't have all the information. Don't move forward on this. Vote it down for now and come back with a better plan.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Hey, Nicole Morris, Coral Springs. So what I'm hearing is there cannot be a guarantee that it's not up to us. There's been a lot of roundabout answers today. I was told in a meeting last week that there would not be any renovations done to buildings. Now we're saying maybe there are. I just say that we give 100% transparency, full answers, a yes, a solid no, or pause until you can give people a solid yes or a solid no and not maybes, because once you vote, it's done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Good afternoon again, Robert Crum. I 100% agree. As you guys been hearing from me before, we've been moving forward without conversation of what it's really going to look like at the end. What is our end game? And it's frustrating to say that we've been pushed into this without you guys, our representatives, truly going through the due diligence to educate the community of what's going to be the next steps. So being clearly seen that the research and the end game from the professionals in here is not really clear, I'm not really sure how you're believing that us as residents could be acceptable of this. The only logical thing is for us to put the brakes on and move forward with some real conversations and with some real answers so that we as a community can be acceptable to this. We're talking about trust in reference to the community. This is one way you break our trust forever.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
So I am asking that it gets voted down and everything goes to a halt so that the answers could be answered properly. When you speak about federal, you can't go against it. You can't do motions against federal. And so I ask for transparency to continue, and let's have the conversation. We're not going to go broke. Please, Madam Chair, let's try to put a hold on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bottom line, we are in this state because this is what you all
Can you
been
please
doing
say
to
your
our
na-
community
You have to say
for
your name
years
and, your
and
community.
years and years.
You have to say your name.
My name, I'm Delphia Kegler.
Thank you.
This is what you all told me in the 80s. I've been before you since for years and years, and this is what you do to our community. Everybody else can get what they want, but when you come to our community, it's always, well, we're going to give you the hammer, we're going to cut you off, we're going to say this. This is what we have been dealing with for years. When are we going to get something? When are you going to say, well, we're going to spend some money on Cinderella?
Thank you.
Madeline Noel, Lauderhill resident. Our community don't want to be blindsided. And based on the conversation that we're hearing you're having up front, you don't have a clear plan. Doesn't even seem as if there is a plan. We're just being thrown, something is just being thrown at the community, and it's expected that we accept it without no clarification. This early learning center that we're talking about, what explanation has you given to the community in regards to how their students, how their kids, their babies are going to be accepted? Whether they're going to be accepted or not, we do not know. We're speaking about Broward Estates as if it's, why should we invest in that community? We should invest in the community because we have kids that are qualified. We have kids that are intelligent. We have kids that are brilliant. We have families that are working. But still, they want their kids to be afforded a well-thought education. And so let's start this. Put a pause on your vote.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Lewis. I was just in question, I worked at Broward Estate. I was a part of the chairperson, with the advisory and the psych. And I understand where the FTE money comes and how it's allotted. And if the school doesn't produce that money, I think we're disservicing our kids. They're giving us an opportunity.
Please speak just on the motion.
Yeah, okay. I agree. I just think that they should give our kids an opportunity with this program to become a Obama or Michelle. So we need to think about that and embrace this program. It's a free opportunity for us. They can be spending money somewhere else. Parents have paid money for this type of education, and we have it free. Let's think about this thing. Thanks.
Thank you. Board member discussion, Mrs. Rupert. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you coming up to speak? I'm sorry.
Hi. I wasn't actually going to speak in the beginning, but I've been sitting here for 3 hours. I think there have been 5 or 6 substitute motions on this one item of Broward Estates. I'm wondering if it would, and there does not seem to be much conversation on the rest of your plan. So I'm wondering if it would be best to separate this out, defer this one thing, and bring it forward at the next meeting when some of these can be answered. I myself am very confused because the backup talks about moving the students to Martin Luther King. Everything I'm reading says that, the map shows that, and then there's conversation about Plantation Elementary. I obviously do not have children in this school, but I can see where there would be confusion. So I would say when you have 6 substitute motions, maybe it's time to bring this as a separate issue and dispose of the rest. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Rupert.
I make a motion that we separate.
We're on Dr. Holness's. I'm gonna do that. I don't think we have to have a motion.
I already spoke before. I won't waste any more time.
Thank you. Board Member Thompson.
I'm good.
Dr. Seaman.
I just want to get straight what we're talking about today. We have no idea how much money we're going to save.
Just on the motion. Just
the
on
motion of
Dr. Holness's motion to make the students at Broward Estate.
I'll get there, and I'm going to talk and I'm going to end there. We don't know what savings we're going to get out of it, so it's difficult to think about the prioritization of people. We run a district school system. We don't run a city-based school system. We won't have Broward Estate boundaries if this item passes, right? Because this isn't an early learning center for the old Broward Estates Elementary School. This is an early learning center for something, but there won't be a boundary because there won't be an elementary school. It's difficult to think through the prioritization of kids going to an early learning center because it's not our mission to run early learning centers. So we don't have policies that cover it. It's difficult to think about the prioritization of who gets to go to an early learning center when it's just not part of our mission. And when I hear that we're going to spend $5 million renovating something that doesn't deliver for our mission, I hear the community saying, what on earth are you thinking? We have huge needs in the schools that are central to why we exist. We have billions of dollars in need, not millions, billions. So I would suggest that we, instead of moving forward with these motions, which I'm sure we'll do for a while, table this until we can get specifics about this plan and answer some other questions that will allow us to understand more about whether or not it makes sense to have people in a former school boundary have priority to go to an early learning center that is not within the mission of a county-wide school district.
Thank you. Any other? Sorry.
That's it.
It has to be something additional. You can't repeat something.
It is.
Okay.
Okay, so I understand that, well, I will say the impacted families, even though those boundaries, Dr. Zeman, may not exist after, if this is voted on, the impacted families are within those boundaries. So since we are impacting those families, it's not difficult to determine the families that lived within the existing boundaries, even if the boundaries are gone. So the motion is simply, since we are significantly impacting these families, that they are priority living within those boundaries for the early learning center, after we dot our I's and cross our T's regarding the requirements that needed to be in the learning center, that those families are priority consideration that lived within the boundaries as it existed now, even though those boundaries will be gone when the change is made, because we are impacting these folks. So why not give them priority? And that's simply what it's saying. So it's not difficult to identify families that lived in the existing boundaries, even if boundaries are gone. The motion is simply to say, give them priority if they dot all the I's and cross all the T's for the requirements, that their priority consideration. That's the only intent of the motion, which I think is reasonable for us to do, considering what we're asking this community to do.
Thank you. I'll speak, and then Mrs. Alhadeff. So my concern with the motion is that we can't, there are some programs that don't allow us to prioritize anything. It's just, if it's a federal grant and it's a Head Start or early Head Start, which is what we're talking about starting with, there are guidelines and we must follow them. So it's an assumption that they'll get priority because no transportation is provided, and so people who live in the community are going to be more likely to be the applicants. But I don't think we can, I don't know if I want to say legally, but conscientiously say we give priority when we know that there are guidelines that won't allow us to do that on the program we're going to offer. So I appreciate what you're saying. I think we will make all the intent is to make them a priority where we can, but I don't think I would want to put it in writing that they're a priority when we can't do that through federal law.
Okay,
so that's my concern.
Okay, so Madam Chair, can I change it to a directive to the superintendent instead of a motion to prioritize the families within the boundaries when they can be prioritized?
It's your motion, so you can change it,
so,
but I think it would make more sense.
Okay, so I am going to withdraw the motion and have this as a directive to the superintendent to prioritize the families within that community if they fulfill the requirements that is existing for aspects of the early learning center.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. And I was going to ask a question to our general counsel. She's not here. I would appreciate, though, in the future that general counsel has someone to take her place to be able to answer these legal questions. My question is to the motion, if that is allowable legally.
Ms. Batista?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The motion as rephrased is allowable.
Okay. So I think he withdrew his motion and was just making a directive to the superintendent. So I think the motion is off the floor, if I'm not mistaken.
The motion is based upon the
So you're making
feedback.
a different motion.
Right. It is now a directive to the superintendent to prioritize the families within the existing boundaries of Broward Estates in terms of consideration for the Early Learning Center, should those families fulfill all guidelines for whichever program exists at the Early Learning Center.
Ms. Batista?
Yes, so basically the motion is to allow the prioritization as permitted by law.
So I think that
That's
probably
the
needs to
motion.
be
Yeah,
in the
yes.
motion.
So that's now the motion, since because I guess my understanding was that I could not make a motion. The legal counsel is now saying I could make a motion as long as it's within the guidelines of the law. Is that correct? So now the motion is back on the floor within the guidelines of the law. Is that correct, Ms. Batista?
I didn't hear a second, but yes.
Well, it had been seconded before. I think he's just tweaking his motion.
Okay.
Dr. Zeman?
It is my understanding that after a motion is made and seconded, it is on the floor. And the person who proffered that cannot just withdraw it. If it wants to be withdrawn, it has to be voted on by the body to withdraw it. Is that correct?
So he's not withdrawing it, though. He's making amendments to it based on the conversation.
I'm just going to quote him specifically.
Okay.
As Dr. Holness said, I'm withdrawing my motion.
Right. And then when we asked him again, he clarified.
Dr.
that he
Zeman,
wasn't.
the motion was withdrawn on the premise that I could not have made that motion. Legal counsel just verified that I can if I include within the premise of the law. So the motion, I would like to be back on the floor because it was withdrawn for that reason.
Okay, and it was seconded, so, okay. Any other board discussion on the motion? Okay, all those, Dr. Holness, can you just read the motion one time so everyone understands what they're voting on?
Okay, so the motion is to prioritize families living within the existing boundaries of Broward Estates to be given priority consideration within the guidelines of the law for the proposed Early Learning Center programs.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Motion carries. Thank you. So back to, do you have any others, or is Dr. Holness did?
Those are all my responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have two more people that wanted to speak on the whole item, and then we need to, as we've said before, land the plane here. So, Mrs. Leonardi.
I wanted to go back to something that Chair Hickson was asking about, the $6 million of SMART funding. Can someone walk me through how, because, it was said that, as long as the board directs us to spend that money in a certain way, or to fund the Early Learning Center if we want to build a new building, which would be much more than $6 million, but how would that happen? Because my fear is, again, that we can say that in the meeting and then it's never brought up again, and the $6 million goes somewhere else.
Dr. Hepburn.
And I'll have Ms. Paul plug in, but I think that money would be allocated within the DFP, and then as we do at board meetings to go over what that plan looks like for the future as far as facilities needs for certain schools, then we would codify it then at the dais as far as board direction of how to spend that money on whatever particular school.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you. That was my understanding. Just two very quick points. We've heard from parents, community members, educators today that all said that the people at Broward Estates Elementary deliver a quality education to their students. And no matter what is set up on this dais, no one can take that away from the educators and people working at Broward Estates. And I will always argue that early childhood education is a part of our core mission. It has a direct impact on on positive student outcomes, and that is our core mission. We run successful early learning centers now, and it is the right thing to do to provide that need to a community that needs it. And just one last point. At the beginning of this process, I said that our under-enrolled schools are under-enrolled because we have underinvested in them. And I appreciate the perspective that we are running a business, but that is a misunderstanding of what public education is. We cannot look at our students as dollar signs. We have to look at them as human beings whose needs we are obligated to meet. That is why I made the motion that I made, and I'm grateful that my colleagues share that objective of investing in this early learning center. And I know that if we invest in our schools, if we invest in this early learning center, it will produce positive outcomes for our students, which again is our primary responsibility as a school system. And I believe it will also have the added benefit of increasing enrollment, but we have to come back to producing positive student outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, and we will, Dr. Zeman, and then I'll end.
Thank you very much. When we go in a few weeks to Tallahassee, we're going to ask for more money for Broward County Public Schools. We might even ask for more money for all public schools across Florida. And legislators who I know on both sides of the aisle are going to ask us, are you spending all the money we give you on the reason we give it to you for? Yes, early learning centers improve our community. They include educational outcomes. So does nutrition programs. So does affordable housing. There are thousands of things that improve our outcomes once they show up at our mission. But you don't call the EPA when your taxes are late. You call the IRS. And when early learning doesn't work in Broward County, we'd love to have it where we have space. But what we're talking about doing today is keeping an entire second facility open in order to do something that is outside our mission, and it destroys our ability to go and ask for more money. It's that simple. If you're doing something with the money they give you for K through 12 education that isn't just using up excess space, why would they give you more money? And hello, Broward County Schools, we're in a competitive environment. We talk about it all the time. We must use business principles, but no kid is a dollar sign. But if we're not spending the dollars on what makes them better people, then I'd say fine. Like, how could you argue against that? We know what makes kids learned. We know what makes them pass academic standards. We know what makes them healthy people. And our job picks up from K through 12. And we should be spending all our money on that. And we should be very thoughtful and intentional about it. And we should stand before our community and say that no matter whether we're standing in front of people who are in affected schools, or we're standing up in front of the Broward Workshop, or we're standing up in front of a high school that's not being closed, that we're making decisions that are thoughtful, intentional, and will lead to better outcomes for what we are charged for. And so, yes, it is our mission, K through 12. That's written in state law. That's why we get money. For every kid we lose money, right? We've told you all that 1,000 times. We have programs and ideas and thoughts about how to get more kids to come back, and that's great. But I'm confused about this item. I don't think, Chair, has anyone motioned to sever this from the other items yet?
We're going to take each one of them. So we just brought them together to discuss them, but we're going to vote on each item separately.
Terrific. Let me finish my thoughts on this one. We don't know what the savings for this is. We've had statements about things we're going to buy back. So we don't know what the savings are. Originally it was $1 million. Who knows what it is now? It does not do K through 12 education. If someone brought this item and said, oh, let's do pre-K through third grade, I'd say, wow, there's thousands of research papers that have said that the flow from early learning to early education is fundamental, and that wins back enrollment, right? Because you get to stay in one school. I've heard today that we're going to use $5 million of capital dollars on a building that is not part of Broward County Public Schools' mission. What I haven't heard, by the way, is that if these students go from Broward Estates Elementary School to Dr. Martin Luther King Elementary School, are they going, Chair, to a school that has higher academic performance or lower?
Dr. Hepburn.
Higher performance.
I just want to make sure that we're all dealing with the same data. The data that I have for Dr. Martin Luther King shows that they have 48% at grade level and Broward Estates has 49%. Am I wrong?
I have
Please
Dr.
stop
Fulton or
talking.
one of her team members verify.
We're verifying, but it's about a 1-point difference.
Okay, so they're very close to each other.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a motion to table this. I don't think this is actually a completed item. I don't know what we're doing with the savings. There's been conversations about this that are looser than I would like it to be, and I think we need a little bit more time to bring it back at the next school board meeting. When is that, Chair? I'm sorry, I didn't have my dates with me.
February 19? No.
Yes, February 19th. Thanks so much. I'd like to move that we table this until February 19th and ask that the item be brought back with specifics on where the savings aren't fully $1 million because we have to do some things there, how much capital money is going to be spent on Broward Estates, the facility that we have. Thank you. That's my motion.
Is the motion to just table MM1? Please, no clapping in the audience.
The motion is to table MM1 only.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second? Public speakers on the motion.
Well, hello, Anna Fusco, Broward Teaching Union President. Well, I appreciate the motion to table it. I wish the motion was that till next meeting is to squash it until further notice when you have a direct conversation in some more workshops from your leaders and others that can bring a more understanding of what the real plan is. I think you heard from many of us in the audience that are in tune and we're confused. If I'm confused and Mary's confused, come on. I think that should take some type of understanding on your part that there is not a clear understanding of what is really going to happen. And there's really not a clear understanding of why it's happening or the real need. We do know that there's financial situations and enrollment is low. We get that. But really understanding that this has to happen now with Broward Estates or we're going to just crumble is not an acceptable understanding because it's not there.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Nicole Morris, Coral Springs. I agree. I think that there are a lot of questions that need to be answered. Again, there are 222 students in the school right now. We were told today there are 200-ish usable seats. So the school's at capacity. So if you're going to do renovations, maybe you can bring in more kids. If not, you're just going to switch the kids that are there for new kids. It's not going to maximize usage. There are a lot of questions to be answered. The community deserves full transparency. Thank you, Dr. Zeman, for the motion. Thank you. Oh, one last thing. The Montessori, I don't know a lot about Montessori. I know VSY loved it. But I think if I had a third grade student that was in a gifted program, to look at me and say, well, he has to go to a Montessori would be unfair because I understand it's a different way of learning and that may derail his progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Good afternoon, Robert Crum. Boom. Dr. Zeman, you're the man today, my brother. So thank you very much. I totally agree with the motion. I also would like to say that I would like to ask our school board member, Dr. Holness, I've heard that other cities has had town hall meetings with their city as well, too, to go over this plan to make it come together. I really don't understand why that haven't happened with our community, but I would like for our city officials and the school board members for us to have more open workshops so that we can work through this, and that us as a community, at least that we can understand and be able to support you guys on your decisions. So thank you so much for your time.
Next public speaker.
I want to start by saying that this process that you've had since last May, maybe, has been really great in soliciting community engagement. And you can see that with the recommendations today and yet this one, and even your substitute motions, which I know I brought up, you had a lot of really good ideas in there. So before you pass something that could be even better, I would just ask that you take a month, get all the questions answered, communicate with the community, and bring something back that everybody can support. And I think that's possible, but it's not going to be possible by having this conversation by committee up here, just everybody kind of throwing something in and hoping that you come out with a good product. It's possible to do that, and you can see that by what else is on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Cheryl Lewis.
Terry Lopez Proyce, career educator.
No, she's next.
Oh, she can go.
No, go ahead.
I'm in question. I halfway agree with Mr. Zeman. I think that we're fortunately to come up with a program to help us out. You know, he's talking about closing it, so he's giving us an opportunity. They're giving us an opportunity to do something. You know, our kids get their most learning from 0 to 5. So with this program, it will enhance their learning. And we're complaining. I can understand that they're questionable on some things, but give them the opportunity to do their jobs. You put them in there to make decisions for our kids, but yet and still you question their ability. Come on, think about this thing. We could have a little Obama, a little Michelle, or better yet, a Cochran. Give them that opportunity, a free education.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next public speaker.
Terry Lopez Proyce, Broward citizen, career educator, and vice president of the Broward Teachers Union. I'd just like to say that I've been sitting there, and finally I heard for this to be tabled after so many multiple motions. These kinds of things have happened in many, many states. Chicago, it happened, Detroit, it's happening because they want to close schools, community schools. You clearly have heard the community say they want their community school. This is about billionaires trying to infiltrate, to take money out of our schools, to start charter schools, which they already have. Some things you can fight, some things you cannot fight, but to keep a community school open is what you need to do. So I really appreciate that you're at least tabling it, and maybe you can think about what this kind of conversation does to a community when you're telling them you're going to close their school on their kids, a school which is in a community of lower income people. Not okay.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Thank you, Mrs. Zeman. I support tabling it.
Thank you. Okay. Board discussion, Mrs. Alhuda.
Thank you. So I do agree with the public speaker as far as having a town hall, going back from this period of time, if we table this to the next school board meeting. Again, there seems to be some miscommunication with the community. There needs to be in the community, the conversation, not somewhere else. Also, I wanted to, for me, I support the superintendent's recommendation. I support the Early Learning Center. I think that the Early Learning Center will help to lay a strong foundation for lifelong learning and development, making it a valuable investment in a child's future. However, I do feel that there needs to be greater conversation on where the students will be going, what that looks like, and what their options are. So for me, Dr. Hepburn, I hope that there can be greater conversation within this period of time until the next school board meeting. Thank you.
Board Member Thompson.
Thank you. I'm not in favor of tabling this. Our staff has worked incredibly hard to put this plan together. We know that that area needs childcare. We know that early childhood learning, we know that early childhood learning has the potential to greatly impact every child's life. And if we can supply that, that is our role. Broward County School Board's mission is to provide a quality education to every student, whether that student is in CTASE, whether that student's taking AP classes, whether they are doing early childhood learning in VPK. We have done the work. I know that there's a lot the school board needs to do to rebuild trust with our community, and we are asking for you to put trust in our staff, and that is hard. However, I am a firm believer that this is the right step for our school district, this is the right step for Broward Estates, and I will be voting for it, and I will be voting against tabling it. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Dr. Holness, Dr. Hepburn, can you just address if this was to be tabled and brought back to the next school board meeting, would we be able to move forward with the plan for this school year, or would it move it to a later school year?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. This definitely delays our efforts in implementation and going back out to the community and really finalizing what this plan looks like. Unfortunately, we have to go through a process of the board voting for something, and then we go out to the community and really finalize what everything will ultimately look like by conversing with the community, the parents, the faculty and staff of that school. We haven't brought anything forward that hasn't been proven in concept already. Everything that's on the table right now has been proven. It works. We haven't brought anything new. We haven't brought anything that we just threw up in the air and developed. We looked across our district. We found concepts that are proven, that are effective, that work for our kids. We understand the needs in this specific area of our school district and in the county. And we have to make a decision today for the sake of the kids that are going to be impacted, so we can do this in a timely manner, so we don't delay this process a week or two or three. Definitely delays the process to make sure we can execute this and implement this appropriately, so that we can get started in the beginning of the school year with the transition of students and also this early learning center at Broward Estates.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Hepburn, can you speak to the efforts we've had preceding this motion here today in terms of engaging the community? Can you speak extensively to what have been done so far? And can you also speak to what will be done should this motion pass?
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, I'll have Dr. Wanza talk about what's been done in the past, including intimate conversations at meetings at the school with staff and certain stakeholders, and also how we're moving forward and engaging those stakeholders.
Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. So just as we recall, we started back in August, well, actually back in May, but then we came to August of this school year, where we had a couple of school board workshops in August, and then from that, we had the first community meeting September 17th, 18th, I'm sorry, it was in that week, Dillard High School, where we had the grouping of schools that did include Broward Estates, Dr. Martin Luther King, Lauderhill, Paul Turner, Castle Hill. There were a number of schools. Then we came in a board workshop, October 8th, where the board then narrowed down the proposals that they wanted the superintendent and staff to go back out and meet with communities. And that is when we had the meeting at November 18th at Broward Estates Elementary School, where we specifically talked, the only proposal we talked about that night was this conversation that we had with the community. But following that, I and my staff went to a SAC meeting at the school, and we had extensive one-on-one conversation right there at the SAC meeting. We followed that up, I believe it was the next morning or shortly after, a meeting with the staff at Broward Estates, and some of their professional organization was represented there at the meeting as well. And then we had the board workshop, I think it was back in September, I'm sorry, now we're at December. It was December 10th, we had a board workshop where the superintendent talked about and explained to the board and the community that he would be making formal recommendations. And then on December 11th, my birthday, the next day, the actual formal memo came out from the superintendent about what he would be bringing forth to the meeting today. But I think one of the things, if I may, Dr. Hepburn, depending on whatever the board decides, obviously any decision you make may or may not impact boundaries for other schools. So as the board contemplates what it's going to do, just know that this, all of the boundaries are similarly related. So delaying one item may subsequently delay another.
Okay, so Dr. Wanzer through Dr. Hepburn, at the Dillard meeting, I believe that was in September of 2024.
That is correct.
How was the community made aware of that meeting? And at that meeting, what was the takeaway from that meeting for Broward Estates?
So we did, we had the schools send out, because one thing that we know is that there are some families, when they hear this generic message, that it is not received well. Messages tend to be received better when it's the school principal actually on the robocall inviting parents coming to a meeting. So all of the schools that were going to be discussed in the different groupings of schools, we had those direct messages going out by school principals. Mr. Sullivan, you got to tell me, because you got to remind me if your team did a global one from the district just advising the community. They were also advertised on all of our social media feeds. They were advertised on the district website about the meetings that we were having. When we had the meeting at Dillard High School, that meeting wasn't necessarily to dictate anything. It was to hear from the community about options, things that they would like to see. Early learning centers or the need or an option to provide was definitely one of the options that came up and that was discussed and that we heard from the community that night.
Okay, so to make the community aware of the Dillard meeting to which we were going to capture the community's input, that was done through various mediums, including the principals of the schools that were affected would have sent that information out. Is that correct?
That is correct, as well as we used the district platforms too, right? So we had social media, so that's Facebook, Instagram, X.
Understand. So would you say that you would have exhausted all available options that you could think of to make the community aware of the Dillard High School initial meeting to capture their input?
Yes, everything besides a direct mailer.
Okay, and from that meeting, which it was extensively advertised, the community members who showed up for that meeting, the priority from that meeting was, based on their input, was to establish an early learning center at Broward Estates.
That was one of the priorities that was voiced.
Was that one of the top priorities?
I would say it was one of the top, yes.
Okay, so and then there were subsequent meetings. One was at Broward Estates as well, correct?
Yes. Then after on November 18th, I believe that was that Monday that we had the meeting at Broward Estates.
Okay, so there has been comments that meetings were not held in Lauderhill. So we had meeting at Broward Estates, which is in Lauderhill, correct?
Yes, we had that community meeting, and then I also went to the school SAC meeting.
Okay, and Dr. Wanzer, was I at those meetings as well?
You were at the meeting at Dillard. You were at the meeting, the community meeting
at Broward Estates.
At Broward Estates, but of course it was a staff meeting when we met with the SAC and the staff. Yes.
Understand. So with that being said, the fact of the matter is, which Dr. Hepburn stated, 30% of our children in that area are not kindergarten ready, approximately. Is that correct, Dr. Hepburn? I mean, 30% of our children are kindergarten ready.
Correct, yeah, I'm just about to say
so
the opposite.
70% are not kindergarten ready.
Yes.
That's an alarming number. 70% of kids in Broward Estates and surrounding communities are not kindergarten ready. Is that correct, Dr. Hepburn?
That is a correct statement.
Okay, so when you look at that fact, and we know that if our kids get to kindergarten and they're not functioning at a kindergarten level, the chance of repeating during the third grade year is significantly higher. Is that correct, Dr. Hepburn?
That is correct. Graduation rates tend to suffer. So I've done tons of research on this topic and on this issue. First, they're playing catch up because they're coming to kindergarten behind, right? They're young, no fault of their own. They're just not didn't get the best learning opportunity. Then in third grade, the retention rate is super high. It's over 50%. When a kid gets retained in third grade, the graduation rate for that cohort reduces to about 65, 70%. They get retained again, it reduces to about 50 to 60%. So, like I said, forgive me, and I don't want to be disrespectful. I know we're doing a lot of adulting, and I'm not thinking about the adults. I'm thinking about the kids. That's my bottom line. I'm student-centered. My team knows this. Everything that we do, it has to directly tell me how it's going to impact our students.
Right.
And I'm thinking about our kids.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, we also voted as a board to prioritize kids in that community. So now we're given an exceptional opportunity to our kids, which we just mentioned. There's a 70% of our kids from that community are not kindergarten ready. We voted here to prioritize those kids for the early learning center that we're trying to create. And we will now have a generational impact for those children where they will now be kindergarten ready or have a much higher chance of being kindergarten ready and being able to succeed beyond third grade without repetition. In addition to that, the students that are transferring, those students are going to maximize the FTE dollar because now they will be in a school with higher fund allocation to provide adequate resources for them. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. Everything that you just said is correct.
Right. And whatever the cost savings is, even if we don't know it, Dr. Zeman, whatever the cost savings is, there was a motion that those cost savings, whatever it is, if it's $1,500,000, I don't know, whatever it is, we voted that those cost savings will go towards the early learning center and prioritize the transfer kids within the first year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so on that basis, because the motion is saying to table this item based on not knowing what the cost savings is and also looking at everything that we've discussed today for the last 2.5 hours, I think it's important that we move ahead with this item for the benefit of our kids in that community.
Thank you. Okay, let's take, did you want to speak? Okay, let's take a vote. All those in favor of tabling item MM1, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
Yeah, 2 dissenting votes, so the item fails. Okay, so we're going to vote on each of the items separately. So the first item is for vote is MM1. All those in favor of MM1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
2 dissenting votes, so MM1 passes. The next item is MM2. All those in favor of MM2 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. MM2 passes. Item MM3, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. Item MM3 passes. Item MM4, all those,
Chair, I'm sorry, I can't keep up with your pace. I'm sorry.
sorry, I'm on MM4.
Thank you very much. I'm ready.
Okay. All those in favor of MM4 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. MM4 passes. Item MM5, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no.
No.
Passes with 1 dissenting vote. The last item on the floor is MM6. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Item MM6 passes unanimously. Thank you so much. The next item to come to the floor is MM7. Can I have a motion and a second to bring MM7 to the floor? Been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Any public comment on MM7?
No register comments.
Great. Any, let's see, board member, Mrs. Bowman. MM7.
I don't have any comments on this.
Oh, okay. Dr. Zeman.
I don't either. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. All those in favor of MM7 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. MM7 passes unanimously. Okay, so we're going to go back to where we left off. Yes. Okay. Yes, we're going to take a brief recess. Everybody can have a chance to catch their breath.
Thanks for the debate.
All right, we are reconvening our regular school board meeting. Could I have a motion and second on JJ6, please?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Rupert. I have Dr. Holness, who has briefly left the dais. Does anyone else have any comments on JJ6?
Chair, I do. I'm just getting it organized. I apologize.
Thank you. And I also have Ms. Pham on the list. I don't know if Ms. Pham is on the phone. Nope. Okay.
I'm ready whenever you are.
All right, Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much, Chair, and I apologize coming back together after the break a little slow. This is a bid that is going out to do some significant work at Margate. I am struck in an incredibly positive way with the way that we have increased the number of bidders to do the work in Broward County. I know Mrs. Paul will not like any attention on this because it's her and her whole team, but I do hear from the people who are consistently build schools in South Florida, and they have viewed the shift in time impact statements, the speed with which change orders are done, the inspections that are done that are reasonable and safe for our kids. And because of that, this bid is significantly lower than what we would have gotten just 2 years ago. And we have sufficient numbers of people who are driving the price down again in Broward County to build the schools. Whenever we get that, we get to build more schools. And so I just want to take a break and acknowledge when things are going better. With AECOM and Adkins help, change orders have gone from 12 months to 2 weeks. Change orders are less often, and when they are, they're adjudicated quickly and decided quicker. And the net result, as I ask one time every meeting, what the impact of pick a JJ item, and the answer always comes back and says, well, students don't have the facilities that we've already asked the community to pay for, and those cases are going down. I know the Sun Sentinel wrote a long article about whether or not we can execute the rest of the SMART bond and all the other monies we put in on top of the money from the bond itself. And the answer is maybe not, but we're building a lot more than we've ever built, and we're building it faster. And I just wanted to take a break and tell you from the general contractor's perspective, Broward County has gone from an okay partner to a damn good partner. And I want to thank everybody that's moved that in the forward direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those comments. All in favor of JJ6, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, JJ6 passes unanimously. Can I have a motion and second on JJ10, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Dr. Zeman.
Thank you very much. I'm curious, Chair, why are we putting $150,000 of HVAC improvements at Forest Glen Middle School?
Dr. Fulton.
Thank you, Ms. Leonardi. Ms. Paul?
So basically, we had a problem with the air ducts as part of the HVAC design. They were too small, and so we need to make that modification to it.
Thank you very much, Chair.
All right, all in favor of JJ10, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? JJ10 passes unanimously. I have a motion and a second on JJ11.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Dr. Zeman.
Thank you very much. Same question as last. Chair, do you know why this is the highest priority for aluminum-covered walkways in Broward County?
Dr. Fulton.
Direct that again to Mrs. Paul.
Yes, we have quite a few schools where we don't have cover for our kids, and when the weather changes, hopefully it won't snow in Florida, but when it rains in Florida, our kids get wet. So we are really trying to be aggressive about putting covered walkways as part of our operation. So we have a lot of work to do on that.
Thank you very much. And one, it is snowing in Florida. I had some great pictures last night from the
North
Panhandle.
North Florida.
Yeah, the part I don't want to live in, by the way,
Right.
because it snows every once in a while. I'm curious, Chair, whether or not we have a complete inventory of schools that need covered walkways to keep kids and faculty and staff out of the rain.
Dr. Fulton, oh, sorry. Dr.
So,
Fulton?
so we, as I've stated several times, we're currently in the process of doing a facility condition assessment. We have internally identified areas that need covered walkways, but the assessment will give us a complete picture of the district.
Terrific. Chair, at some point, in the absence of having that data, we're still going to be asked to fund things. And I wonder if there isn't something that's an interim step between now and the FCA so that we can make sure we're putting these things in places and where we get kind of the greatest ROI for the dollars we want to spend. Is there something, Chair, that you're aware of that is less than an FCA but better than nothing that will allow us to make good decisions about how we spend our dollars?
Dr. Fulton.
Ms. Paul?
So we have identified several opportunities to put covered walkways. We get a lot of feedback from our principals as well as some of our board members, as well as the community. So we do have a plan not only to install new ones, but maintenance of the existing ones.
I'm very satisfied and gratified that you get feedback from principals or anybody that observes, a requirement. I appreciate that. I can't wait to get the FCA results back, and I know you're working hard on it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Thank you. I was just wondering, in the past, I brought up solar panels on roofs, and I was told that we could put solar panels on covered walkways. Has this ever been a part of the conversation?
Not in the 7 months I've been here, but it's definitely something we can look at.
Okay, so again, I'll bring it up again. I think it's a good opportunity to use solar panels, and I would, if the board is on board with it, to have the superintendent look to how we can implement solar panels at our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm always for solar panels and less plastic. So, thank you. Any other board members? Okay. So,
Ms. Simpson, would you mind just if the board members can weigh in on my comment?
sure. Is, I guess by a show of hands, all of those in favor of looking into solar panels on the walkways, raise your hand. Looks like that's, no, just, do you agree to have him look into it? Yes.
Chair,
Oh, I just had a caveat for that. If we could have maybe like a deadline, a date attached, because sometimes, we say we want these things and then it just kind of gets forgotten. So if we could have a date attached to maybe like some sort of follow-up or plan.
Right.
So I guess through
we
the
can follow up in the board response if that is sufficient.
I think we want.
Yeah, to the superintendent, is there a recommendation you can make in what the staff can bring back in a timely fashion to the board to implement solar panels in our schools?
So I made a notation of it, but I would ask Ms. Paul, just what's a reasonable timeline that we can bring that information back to the board?
I'm sure there's been some research already on it, so I think probably within 2 weeks is reasonable.
Yeah, thank you. I've been asking for 7 years, so 2 weeks is great.
Awesome.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of JJ11 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Next item, JJ4. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Is there any public comment on JJ4?
No registered speakers.
Okay, thank you, and I pulled this item. So I always like to give an update. I have to say this month was very good. There's only one consultant error, so I don't know if we're reporting it better or if they're doing it better, but one consultant omission, no consultant errors at all in these change orders, and it's only $12,000, a little over $12,000 as opposed to the couple of $100,000 that we see every single month. So I hope that means we're moving in the right direction. I'm just not sure if we are categorizing them differently or if there's really a difference, but happy to see that that has gone down. So thank you so much. All those in favor of JJ4 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. JJ4 passes unanimously. Next item up is JJ12. Can I have a motion and a second?
So move.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on JJ4?
No public comment.
JJ12, I'm sorry, not JJ4, JJ12.
Also no public comment.
Okay. Board member discussion, Dr. Zeman?
Thanks so much. My question got answered ahead of time. Appreciate the chat.
Okay. All those in favor of JJ12, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. JJ4 passes unanimously. The next, I'm sorry, I'm stuck on JJ4. I don't know
Pass
why.
four again.
I'm sorry, JJ12. Sorry. The next item up is JJ19.
So moved.
So it's been moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Dr. Zeman.
No comments.
Board member comment, Dr. Zeman?
I'm sorry, is this JJ 19?
Yes, sir.
Thanks so much, Chair. Is this use of the Lauderhill Performing Arts Center different than the use that we used it last year?
Dr. Fulton?
I know we hosted graduations there last year, and so we extended the contract again to host graduations for this school year as well, too.
And thank you, and I'm trying to be a little bit more specific. Did we do 6 graduations at Lauderhill Performing Arts Center last year?
Dr. Wanza is saying yes.
Yes, we did.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of JJ19 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. The next item is JJ20. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert.
No public comment.
Okay. Board member Thompson?
I just pulled this item because I think it's exciting about this partnership between Fort Lauderdale and Broward County. I think it just is a symbol of what kind of partnerships we can have. And I also wanted to see if there's any such partnerships throughout anywhere else in the county, and if not, are we pursuing that?
Dr. Fulton?
So it's a yes and yes, but I'm going to turn it over to John to be able to address that question.
I'm sorry.
Partnerships.
I have to look at the item, but I believe the answer to that is yes. I'm looking to Ms. Paul. She might have a better understanding of the exact project.
Yes, we definitely have many partnerships with our cities. They've been very gracious in working with us, and we continue to pursue other opportunities with them. So, yes.
Could we get a follow-up of what partnerships,
Yes.
please? Thank you.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Any other board members? Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, just one on that particular city, and may predated Ms. Paul, but the city of Fort Lauderdale had a general obligation bond of $200 million to rebuild parks. They made a commitment to build $12 million worth of parks on school property. The schools, in turn, Ms. Thompson, just so you know, agreed to allow for their athletic facilities to be open to the community. And so 27 schools in Fort Lauderdale all agreed, and they got $12 million worth of enhanced facilities at the same time. So basketball courts, tennis courts, swimming pools, pickleball courts, jogging tracks that had been closed for COVID and other reasons were then reopened. So if you live in Fort Lauderdale or you live near a Fort Lauderdale school, wherever possible, those gates are open after the students are done with them so that they can get out and do it. That $12 million, by the way, just so you know the full story, has not been built yet. So we're slow on what we were going to do in smart bonds, although accelerated lately. They're slow on their acceleration and their implementation of these $12 million, and our students really want this stuff done. We've given them free use now for 5 years of tennis courts and basketball courts and the like. We're still waiting for the city. So it's a wonderful thing they did, and we'd like it to get it done.
Thank you. Any other comments on JJ20? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is 007. Can I have a motion and a second?
06, I believe.
No, we passed 006 because Mrs. Pham wasn't here. Okay.
I move 007.
I think we had, I think Mrs. Rupert made the motion and Mrs.
Thank you.
Al-Hadef made the second. Any public comment on 007?
No, ma'am.
Board member comment, Mrs. Rupert.
Yes, thank you. I brought this up a teeny bit before because it was a later item that we'd be voting on. And really the questions, since I put them in writing, I'm sure that staff will follow up with them, which is really, just for the record, when is a good time to start these conversations for the IB program? What do standalone IB middle schools, whole school like Deerfield Beach Middle School do? I hope that they're going to be connection with each other and have that conversation. And when can we expect this program to be started? Is it included in cost assessment? So
Dr. Fulton.
follow up and let's.
Good afternoon, Simone Hollingsworth, Chief Academic Officer, and we can certainly do a follow-up so all the board members can have that as well in writing. But certainly the conversations, as you had kind of alluded to earlier, that'll be that second phase. These are the current programs that are in existence and in utilizing the IB. So certainly it's never too soon, and that's something that we are constantly in communication with and conversation with the regionals as well as academics and the school to make sure that we're putting together sound programs. So they'll be starting next.
Thank you. And to give a nod to my former colleague, Robin Bartleman, that would be called a puddle jump.
Thank you. Anybody else have comments on 007? Okay, all those in favor of 007 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is 0010. Can I have a motion in a second?
So move.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Alhadeff. Any public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 4 speakers, and I apologize on the names. Daniel Ramirez, Ben Hack, Rika Cuff, and Armando Hassan.
Okay. You can come up in that order. There's 2 microphones, so if the next person can get ready at the second microphone, and we'll go that way.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hepburn, Madam Chair, and all board members. My name is Rika Cuff. I am a Senior Vice President at Herff Jones, and I've sat in this room for 6 months at all your board meetings, hopefully waiting for an opportunity to have approval to move forward. Today I represent Herff Jones and our CEO, Ron Stopa, who planned to attend today's meeting, but unfortunately he was required at our own board meeting with our owners, was not able to attend. I also want to apologize for reading notes, but I wanted to make sure I covered all my points in a clear and concise manner. Before I get started, I would like to introduce Ben Hack, Felix Figueroa, and Danny Ramirez, all who are on my sales leadership team. Both Felix and Danny live and have their children registered in the Broward County school system. Ben Hack is a regional manager and a Florida resident as well. It's important to note that Herff Jones has had a local presence in Broward County for over 50 years, and we continue that tradition of local and personal service today. The last time I addressed this board was over a year ago, and Herff Jones as a company was not held in a high regard. My hope is that over the last 24 months, Broward County has seen the significant changes that we have made to ensure the highest degree of ethics and professionalism when it comes to how we serve the students, schools, administrators, faculty, staff, and community of Broward County. The local Herff Jones office is a corporate-owned office and will continue to be managed by my sales leadership team, as this was a request previously made by Broward County. I want to thank Broward County for the changes you have also made to your procurement office, as the interactions between them and our RFP team over the last 6+ months have been professional and thorough. We've been treated with respect and received prompt responses to our questions. I truly believe that everyone in this room, whether you're a board member, Broward County staff, parents, community member, or students, understand the importance of taking care of today's students and our combined responsibility to do that in a fair and ethical way. We at Herff Jones are 100% aligned as well. I want to thank Dr. Hepburn, Madam Chair, and all the board members to their commitment to Broward County, but especially to the board members that have supported Herff Jones throughout this entire process and believed in our commitment to do what was right by your students. Thank you. In closing, we still believe strongly in the tradition of class rings, and our CEO, Ron Stopa, previously committed that we would donate $20,000 to Broward County schools in order to uphold the tradition of a ring ceremony for school year 2026. We look forward to the opportunity to be back in the schools for class meetings, ring ceremonies, championship ring celebrations, and most importantly, watching students walk across the graduation stage. We are hopeful for a board approval today so we can get back to what is important, focusing on the milestone moments of today's seniors, because every student has a story, and that story should be celebrated. On behalf of Ron Stopa, Herf Jones, Ben, Danny, Felix, and myself, I want to say thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Hi, thank you so much. I'd like to happily report that my sled dog team is resting, and I will be taking them back up to Orlando this afternoon, where I reside. I've been a resident of Florida off and on since 2011, born and raised in Kentucky, but found my home in Florida, but more importantly, found my home directly overseeing 17 sales partners in offices across Florida, Louisiana, Alabama, Puerto Rico, and Mississippi. But because Florida is my home, I spend a lot of time in Broward with Danny and Felix, who have helped oversee the schools that we so cherished and we serve with such a cherished a memory and a tradition. I'm bringing this up because I've been here taking either the Amtrak or the Brightline for the last year and a half to service the schools that still work with us. I take that very seriously because, as I mentioned, Florida is my home. But more importantly, the kids are the community that we are the most concerned about. We want to make sure that our kids are taken care of as our clients, as the ones that we serve. The families feel heard and recognized when they are purchasing items for graduation. But most importantly, I came from pretty much nothing as far as after-school activities, during school activities. I finally found a community of nerds that accepted me later on, and then eventually started playing soccer later on too. That was my freshman and sophomore year. I didn't have a community. But then as I got further along in my schooling, I had somebody remind me that when I was on a team, we were all wearing a jersey together, so we were one. And that's why I talk about that versus graduation, because on graduation night, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of marginalized kids at a graduation center that get to wear a jersey together on graduation night. And we take that very, very seriously. I take that seriously because Herf Jones gave me a lifeline in 2016 to a career path that I didn't think I was going to have. And it brought me home to Florida, where I, brought my wife here, brought my family here, brought my dogs here, and it became a huge deal to be able to support Florida locally as an employee, but also because I get to see these kids in my backyard graduate, knowing that we put something on their back and they became a team together. So that's important for me. That's why I just want to talk about it from a very high level. We want you guys to make the best decision for us and for your community members and for your parents and families and for everybody that has a student that walks across the graduation stage. But most importantly, we want you to see that we're still here. We love what we do. We love serving this community. We're local. We take calls. We field issues when they have issues or concerns. But most importantly, we want every kid to have a cap, a gown, a tassel, and to make sure they feel like they can feel those Friday night lights on their backs on the graduation stage. I'll yield my 25 seconds to Danny, and I appreciate you all so much for having us here today. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn, the board, Madam Chair. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hepburn, Madam Chair, board members. My name is Daniel Ramirez, and I am a Plantation resident, product of Broward County. I went to elementary school here in Broward County, Flamingo Elementary. I went to Tequesta Trace Western High School, and I've lived here for over 35 years. I've been with the Herf Jones Company for over 13 years. Prior to working for Herf Jones, I was a campus monitor at J.P. Taravella High School, and I was also a social studies teacher at Coral Springs High School and JPT as well. I'm also a proud parent of a third grader who attends Central Park Elementary. Shout out to Principal Turner over there doing great things. And I'm also a proud sibling. My older brother is in the Broward County Hall of Fame, Michael J. Ramirez. Very proud of him for that accomplishment as well. I'm not going to sit here and bore you with any better product talk of one company versus the other, but the one difference that you're going to receive with Herf Jones is you are clearly going to get people who care about your students. We don't look at students as just another number. And our senior program consists of a senior assembly where we bring the class together, we build school spirit, we go over all the intricacies of graduation day, what to expect, the ordering process and whatnot. We have fun with them. But my favorite part of the assembly is the final 5 minutes of it where I sit down and I just kind of share my heart with the students and encourage them because as we know, some of them get distracted. There's a lot of distractions out there in the real world. And I tell them, the most important thing is I want everyone that's seated in this auditorium today to walk that stage come graduation day. So whatever it is that they need to do, whether it be extra credits, volunteer hours, make sure you go ahead and do it because graduation is a very important day for your school, your families, and it should be a very important day for you as well. after this, I've had students come up to me, and it's probably the most rewarding part of my job, where they say, Danny, thank you for saying what you just said, because prior to coming in here, I really forgot, and I was a little bit lost as to what I was doing here. But hearing you say that, you kind of rerouted me, and just that touches me in a special way. And honestly, it's the why as to what I do for a living. So other than that, we will be present at graduation on graduation day. We know that is the Super Bowl for principals and us as well. We bring extra items. We're there on site. We bring tassels. We bring caps. We help the faculty get dressed, put on those funky looking hoods that all of you kind of don't know how to wear, but we're there, and we're happy to be there for you guys as well. Like I said, we love what we do, and we truly care. It's one of the things that I bank on, and I hope you can feel that through my words today. And it's just so encouraging to have students say that as well, and come up to you after a presentation and say thank you for what you did. It meant a lot. And lastly, I kind of live by the saying, people will always forget what you said, but they're never going to forget the way you made them feel. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next public speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Armando Hassoun. I'm here as counsel on behalf of Jostens. They couldn't be personally in attendance because they're at their annual national business meeting. Jostens Inc. is honored that our company has been selected to provide Broward County Public Schools with products and services under items 006, class rings and item, and 0010, gowns, announcements, and diplomas. This opportunity reinforces our long-standing commitment to delivering exceptional products and services to the Broward County School District. We are pleased that our company can report that we have consistently undergone forensic audits each year with no major findings, underscoring our dedication to compliance, transparency, and the highest standards of integrity. Since our introduction into Broward County Public Schools in February of 2022, we have not only successfully served over 56,000 students, but did so in compliance with the directions mandated to BCPS procurement. It is important to emphasize that, to our knowledge, Jostens is the only cap and gown vendor before the board without any outstanding audit issues. Jostens consistently demonstrates full compliance and financial integrity. We are confident that our track record speaks for itself and sets us apart, as we understand the importance of our services and products to students and their families. We are excited about the opportunity to be a part of these students' journeys and are confident that, together with the School Board of Broward County, we can further strengthen and streamline this process, setting a positive example of what it means to be a trusted partner. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
That concludes our registered speakers.
Okay. Board member discussion. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. This is a straightforward procurement item. There's nothing tremendously different about this than other things that we see and vote on. What's good for our students, though, is that they're going to have choices, and that's really important. So now we're back in the business of more than one company, and I have no preferences or involvement in which ones they are. But more than one means that our high school students, predominantly, who buy these things and who want these things, now have choices, and we're going to get the beneficiary of the competition between more than one company who go in and make pitches to these schools. For 2 years, we have not had that. There were a lot of reasons that went into that. One of the speakers might have even referenced it to indirectly. But it's great to be back, like in many ways that we are. And I'm looking forward to moving through this item and wrapping up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhada.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. So do the students really have a choice, or does the high school pick the company?
Dr. Fulton.
Mr. Strauss.
Alan Strauss, South Regional Superintendent. So there is a process where, as Dr. Zeman was just saying, with multiple companies that we have, each school has a committee which does involve student voice on that committee, and through that committee they select which vendor that the school will utilize.
Okay, so there's probably one student on that committee that...
No, there's multiple students.
Okay, so there'll be the one company that the students will all the students will pick from. The audit committee, at the audit committee meeting this month, they brought up that Herff Jones owes the school district $16,000. Is that true? Where are we at with that?
Dr. Fulton.
Mr. Rhodes?
Yeah, there was a follow-up of a pending item that had been negotiated by Dr. Joe Phillips before he left, and the communication that went back and forth was kept in the file. And at the time that the audit was reviewed, it was discussed, a motion was made to pass that along with the actual transmitted audit. So there's some background information that will be coming to the next board meeting, regular board meeting with that audit.
So would it be through the superintendent or general counsel, are we allowed to make a motion to connect the $16,000 with Herff Jones paying that $16,000 by us approving this contract? So it's contingent, like they have to pay their $16,000 and we're approving them to be a part of this contract.
Dr. Fulton.
I would defer that to Mr. Batista.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the answer, the short answer is no. That's a separate item. I have not looked at whatever is coming forth from the audit committee. Have not had an opportunity to, see it or review it. But what I do know is that what the board has before it is the result of competitive bid, and these are the vendors that are, they're all equal, and therefore they need to be moved and approved as an item.
Okay, I hear you, but I have difficulty with agreeing if someone owes us money, because now we're going to allow them to continue to owe us money, but now we're approving more work for them to be had. So I would just hope that Herff Jones pays the $16,000 and life goes on. My next question is I just want clarity, is Herff Jones still subcontracting with Chuck Polari?
Dr. Fulton.
So the answer to that is no.
Thank you. And my next question is the pricing between the two companies, is it equal? Is it the same?
Dr. Fulton.
Mrs. Andreu, could you come up and speak to the contract, please?
Good afternoon, Jennifer Andreu, Executive Director, Operations. The pricing is in the attached agreement that you have in your backup document. It varies a little bit, but you see it's for several dozen items listed. I don't know if you have a specific line item you're concerned about.
Which one? Are you looking at the financial analysis?
No, the description, because it's diplomas, it's, there are several items and different covers, and so the prices vary a little bit per vendor, per item.
Okay, I'm just trying to, what document are you referencing?
For me, if your pages are numbered in the same order, page 20, for instance, of 21, would show you there's additional attachments that break up each item, each line item. You can have a double fold, a triple fold, so there are several different types of items that
Can you just
parents
give me
can
an
order.
example? Like cap and gown. One company costs this amount and the other company is that amount.
For instance, a matte cap can be, or a matte gown rather, a matte gown can be $20. A shiny one might be $21. And that is with one vendor. There's not a big discrepancy, but they're not exactly the same.
Well, what is the other vendor?
Jostens and Herff Jones.
No, I know. You're saying the one company is what is $21. The other company is $25, $30, $50?
The other company is $30 even for the same matte gown.
Okay, so one company significantly more than another. I mean, it's
I would-
retrospective how you look at it.
Correct. I need to see if the gown is included in, it is, the cap and the gown. So yes, one is 20 and one is 30.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Leonardi?
Yeah, I am also a little concerned about the money that is owed. I guess I'm wondering, like, why that hasn't happened yet, why it's the audit committee flagging that.
Dr. Fulton?
I'm going to also defer that to Mrs. Batista.
So I'm not sure why that's being flagged right now by the audit committee. I think maybe Mr. Rose will be in a better position to respond to that question.
Yeah, back last year on March 19th, Dr. Joe sent an email to Joris and our Assistant Director of IT, Jennifer Harpalani, and CC'd me. And in it, Dr. Joe was letting Mr. Jaboan know that there was a, there was a, what was being characterized as a in-kind negotiated amount of approximately $20,000 that the district would be reimbursed in this in-kind manner. I think the reason that it had taken this long for anything like that to happen was because at the time that this was being negotiated, and I could be wrong because Dr. Joe only knows what it is that he was negotiating with them, but I think in order to do an in-kind or a goodwill donation of some sort, there would have to be a contract in place, and they didn't have a contract in place at the time. So I think that they were working in a good faith effort to return the overbillings, but it was halted at the time that Dr. Joe left and was resumed at the time that this audit was completed and that item was readdressed.
So I guess I'm wondering, like, who on staff or what department is responsible for recouping those funds, whether they're in kind or whatever?
Dr. Fulton?
Mr. Rhodes?
I would defer that question to Dr. Hepburn or Dr. Fulton because I'm not certain who inherited that role at the time that Dr. Joe left.
Dr. Hepburn?
I heard the question. Where does the buck stop? Okay, catch me up. Negotiations about the cap and gown. Oh, with Herff Jones. That is a good question. From what I gather, I know the audit committee flagged it, and I've heard the story about Dr. Joe communicating with Mr. Jaboan, but other than that, I haven't heard anything after that as far as actionable steps that need to take place for recovery of money or in-kind services.
Okay, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. I'm sorry for interrupting or jumping the queue, Chair. I heard somebody stand up today and say they are offering $20,000 worth of in-kind services. I suspect that was as a result of the negotiations with Dr. Joe. And with his departure, it maybe didn't get a perfect handoff, but they've come back and said something about $20,000. It would have been great to have that all kind of put together on a single item and brought forth so that we would have known that. But I just want to make sure that we're cognizant of what the speakers said in terms of if in fact, it sounds to me like if in fact Dr. Joe negotiated, and again, it's a little strange because the $16,000 was never, the firm didn't admit to overcharging. And there was this huge debate about medals and medallions. There was huge amounts of potential culpability with our solicitation process, and we went around and around on that for a long time. If the net result was, which it sounds like it might have been, that the vendor agreed to do 20,000 in kind and not admit anything was overcharged, they've come back after being selected through a competitive solicitation and offered $20,000 of in kind to kind of close the circle. So that might be a potential explanation for how we landed here.
Thank you. Okay. Did you have anything else, Dr. Zeman?
Oh, no.
Okay. No. Mrs. Thompson.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman, for that explainer, because if there's nothing in contract that we owe that money, I don't know why audit committee would have flagged that, and I appreciate the 20,000 in-kind offer, so. But there's no contract that they owe us, is what I'm hearing, that there might have been an email or might have been some conversation, but there's nothing in writing, so we can't go after someone if there's nothing in writing to go after, so.
Dr. Hepburn, do you
I
want
would,
Mr. Rhodes to address that?
Yep, Mr. Rose or even Ms. Batista, if either party knows about if there's anything in contract about owing us any money.
My understanding is that there's not anything in this contract about it, but that was an ongoing agreement that was back at March 19th of 2024, that was what was being worked on and what was reduced to writing in this email. So what I think is, because it was identified as an in-kind and there wasn't a contract at the time, I think the intent may have been for when the contract was renewed, if they were selected as a part of it, they would firm up at that time. That's just what I'm gathering from this little bit and some other information that was provided to me by staff that were involved in this contemporaneously.
Thank you. Mrs. Al-Hada.
My question is to the superintendent. Are you aware of any type of conversations with $16,000 in in-kind donations?
I'm not aware.
Okay, so that I have issues with that the superintendent is not aware of this. And so it's very difficult for me to approve this when there is something that is going on. And listen, there was a scathing audit that previously happened. So I have concerns that our superintendent is not up to date with this conversation.
If I may add, I know about the scathing audit and I guess what you would call the representative or the agent for Herff Jones from this area, but I don't know about a $16,000 part. I know about the audit of overpayment and some other issues, but not about a specific amount that they owe us, because I remember when Mr. Jaboin was here, he presented this information to the board when I was deputy suit.
Dr. Hepburn, Mr. Rhodes wants to.
Yes, Mr. Rhodes.
Okay, so on the day of the audit committee, this item that is on this agenda today, it was not placed on the agenda at the time. For that reason, the audit was transmitted, and there was a motion made to provide the backup documentation to make everybody aware of this at the time that our item was going to be brought forward, because when we spoke with Ms. Andreu at the audit committee meeting, she said it would either be brought today or sometime in February, but it was not placed on the agenda at the time. So the backup information that we had was intended to come to the board at the time that our audit was transmitted. I didn't have any reason to believe that there was no institutional knowledge of this throughout the district, because there were others that were involved, from what I recall Joris talking about, whether it was a regional or some regionals that were involved with this, because it was generally school-based. But again, I wasn't that deep in the weeds where that was concerned. I just knew that at the time that we were asked to provide the information that was contained in the existing audit, the original and the first follow-up audit, we identified those summary documents and included those as backup to the audit that was transmitted. That includes everything that we have about the original amount that was identified, the amended amount that was identified, and then this negotiated amount that was being worked on at the time that this email came to us.
So I have a question, Dr. Hepburn. So is there something in writing that says Herff Jones owes us money?
There is, in the audit documents, it shows that there was a initial overbilling that was somewhere in the range just over $60,000. It was amended after there was some discussion with the auditors and Herff Jones, amended down to somewhere in the range of like $16,325. And then after the first follow-up came out and they were getting ready to do the second follow-up, that's when Dr. Joe contacted us and said, here's the current status on that negotiation with Herff Jones. That is where the information stopped until the second follow-up was completed, at which point those questions resurfaced and the documentation was gathered. But to answer your question, there is information showing what the original amount was supposed to have been, and that it was amended down from $60,000 and changed to $16,325, listed as an overbilling that remained through the process.
And there's, you said there's an email or something from Dr. Joe Phillips that indicates there was a conversation. So I think we all are looking for something in writing that says they were going to satisfy that through an in-kind, and that appears to be what they're ready to do.
The email,
with this new
the email that I
contract.
have from Dr. Joe right now from March 19th says, we are close to a settlement with Herff Jones where they will do a $20K in-kind. I am working with the regional superintendents to map out what that can look like.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Alhada.
I'd like to make a motion to table this item to later in the meeting to give the superintendent an opportunity to speak with Herff Jones.
Second.
Public comment on the motion? Board member discussion? Ms. Leonard.
I was going to ask if there was any comment from legal, like if there are any legal issues with that.
Ms. Batista.
Thank you. I was going to jump in. So, as I mentioned before, this was a separate solicitation from the prior agreement. There, as a result of the audit, there was a process that was, there was a lot of discussion and a process that was followed. At no point was, Herff Jones debarred under our policy. They, they were not given an opportunity to, file any type of administrative process or anything like that to challenge anything that the district did as a final order or anything of that sort. So that was a separate process. It ended, or it may be still continuing, as we have heard from Mr. Rhodes. It sounds like perhaps there was a some sort of a settlement or resolution. But what is before you right now is a separate solicitation. There were bidders. There were now awardees that are before you for consideration. And so you really must vote on that as a whole. There is no reason to, for example, reject all the proposals as the only thing that you could do, but it would have to be for a reason, for a legitimate business reason that would apply, to all the proposers. And there is nothing like that that I have heard. So I just wanted to put that caveat out there for the board that these are two separate items, even though they may share one vendor.
Thank you. Anybody else have any? Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Okay. We'll back to the item. So all those in, well, I'll just say this. I would like to direct the superintendent to find out all of the details of what was agreed upon, what's in writing, and give us a follow-up on what is the plan for them, for the in-kind paying the money back as a separate item, because that was a different thing. And, just so that we have clarity of what was agreed upon, because it seems like no one really knows what the actual agreement was.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, are you going to make that as a motion?
I don't know if I.
It's a deal.
Sure, I make a motion.
Second.
Okay. Any public comment?
Thank you. Rika Cuff, Herf Jones. Just wanted to clarify a couple of things. First of all, everything that was said by Dr. Zeman, I appreciate. That is what happened when we went through the audit. We completed everything. I can't change the past of what happened. But what I've been in control of is making sure that everything that we've done along the way has been exactly what Broward County has asked for, including the RFP process. We were under a cone of silence for a long time. I was not able to ask any questions. I was not able to reach out to anybody. And so no one has ever told me that we were still being held for a $16,000 debt. It was my understanding, because we were not going to admit that we were guilty, because the audit showed we did not do anything wrong. So that $16,000, even though it doesn't sound like a lot, it meant a lot to us because of our credibility. So yes, we said we would do $20,000 in kind towards the students of Broward County because we were not willing to accept or take responsibility for something that was not ours. I would appreciate the time to talk to the superintendent to clear that up, because the RFP process, again, cap, gown, tassel, medallion, make sure you understand the full story of that, of what that is, versus the $21 and the $30.
Thank you very much. So, Dr. Hepburn, it sounds like they're willing to speak with you. So if this passes, I hope that you'll reach out to them. Any board member comment on the motion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Oh, the motion was to direct the superintendent to give a follow-up to us on what the plan is for them repaying in kind the money that they negotiated with Dr. Joe.
Madam Chair, are we going back to the original motion, or this is a substitute motion?
We voted on the motion that was on the floor and it
Right,
didn't pass,
but-
so I'm making a new motion.
Okay, so the motion on the item to, that we have in front of us, because you're,
We haven't gotten to that yet.
okay, so we haven't voted on the item?
No.
Okay.
Mrs. Al-Hadda.
Ms. Batista, I heard you say that basically we have to vote on this item, period. I don't know how we can make a motion to do something different to direct the superintendent. This is why I want to table this. We just table it where we're not making any type of motion.
They're not connected.
And then we could come back and vote on it after the superintendent has the conversation. But I don't understand how we vote on directing the superintendent on this item.
I'll just clarify, it's not on this item because that has nothing to do with this item. That's what Ms. Batista was saying. This item is separate from the misunderstanding of what's happening with the past money that is being negotiated. So the motion is just to direct him to work with them and come back to us with what the plan is, but that's separate from this item. They're not connected.
Ms. Batista, can you clarify?
So I'm not sure if I understand, Mrs. Al-Hadef, what you're trying to say, but I think what you're saying is that the motion is not germane to the item before the board?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that's the point of order that is being raised, is that the motion not being germane to the item before the board since it's regarding a prior contract.
And that's why I want to table it.
Yeah, well, that's why I wasn't going to make it a motion and just direct him, but, so, can I make the motion or not? It's kind of up to you, Ms. Batista.
Well, so, it's, again, regarding the same vendor, but it's not regarding the same issue, so I would say it's not really germane to this item.
Okay.
And one more point of order. Is the chair empowered to direct the superintendent to do anything?
No, the board would have
Thank
to
you.
vote on that.
Yeah, it's not an option.
Okay. All righty. Well, we'll just vote on the item then.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I didn't get to comment on the item.
Oh, you weren't on the list,
Oh,
but go ahead.
okay, but it was on the floor. So I know the concern is with Herb Jones, and just for clarification, are we able to vote on these two vendors separately, or we have to vote together? Okay, got it. Okay.
All those in favor of item 0010, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, roll call.
Roll call on the motion. School board members, Honus,
Yes.
Leonardi,
No.
Rupert,
No.
Thompson,
Yes.
Zeman,
Yes.
Ahoda, Bowman,
Yes.
Bam's not present, Hickson,
Yes.
6-2, passes.
Thank you. I have a question then to Ms. Batista. When would it be appropriate to bring the motion that I had? Is it appropriate to bring it now?
Okay. Yes,
ma'am. Okay, thank you. I would like to make a motion to direct the superintendent to work with staff and Herff Jones to bring to the board what the plan is for the in-kind payment of what was being negotiated with Dr. Joe Phillips.
Second.
Any public comment? Board member comment?
Sounds like a great idea.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, the last item on the agenda is double P1. So can I have a motion in a second? So it's moved by Mrs. Rupert, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on double P1?
No, ma'am.
Okay, board member comment. Dr. Holness.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. PP1. Okay. Can you go to others? I'm so sorry.
Oh, there's not there. Okay. Board member Thompson.
Okay, what is the current status of the groups that were renting our facilities, but then it was too astronomical for them to continue renting for this year?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm going to repeat the question just to make sure I'm clear. What's the percentage of folks that
No, status. Just like, so the people who were priced out of renting, who have been renting our facilities for years, what's happening to them right now while we're figuring out the policy?
Some have paid the fee, and some have not, and we've lost services for students, especially this past summer. Many of them are very small businesses and couldn't afford some of the facility costs.
And who sets the facilities costs?
Ms. Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, there's a committee of people that includes different stakeholders, district stakeholders, and I think some outside stakeholders too.
And principals.
And principals that come together, look at past fees, and come up with a decision what they think the fees should be.
And how is Facilitron related to our fee scheduling?
Facilitron is the company that manages the fee, and they get a cut, and the schools get the remainder. So it's a facility management program that provides automation where the people that want to rent can put their information in, and based on the information and what category they fall in under the policy, that determines how much they are charged.
And so who sets the fees then? That committee or
Well, the
Facilitron?
committee, there's research done to determine where we fit across South Broward or across Florida in terms of how they charge. And so we are within, definitely within those parameters, and we could provide that backup information to you so that you can see how other school districts, Miami-Dade, Palm Beach, and so forth, what they charge for the rental of facilities.
And what percentage does Facilitron get for managing these services?
I can't recall right now. I don't think Chris is here, but I can get that to you.
Thank you. And then have we done a cost benefits, not just looking at the amount of money, but we've Dr. Hepburn, you just said we lost programs that our students were using. I've gone to schools that used to have soccer clubs and Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts that now our students no longer have access to. So have we really done a thorough analysis, not just about the costs we might be making, but the potential damage that we're doing to our students because they no longer access these services?
No, we haven't done something that thorough. Most of the things that we've done has been anecdotal from our interactions with past vendors, and hence the need for the change. I think one of the issues with us in our policy versus some of the other school districts, they update their facility rental fees very, very frequently, probably every year, every other year, and we had a large gap. I think the committee tried to make a decision to catch up to the other school districts, and so we didn't do a gradual means of increase over time. And so I think that's what came to the forefront that's causing some of the issues with us and some of our vendors versus other school districts where you have this incremental, frequent increase in the fee. So, you just like gas prices, right? So it keeps going up and up and up and up, but you don't notice it until it's like super high. But nonetheless, you've been prepared over time because you see an incremental increase.
So what was the thought process to making it such a drastic jump and not doing it incremental?
I can't speak for the committee, but I think the committee was trying to be comparable to the other systems in the state. Yep.
Yes, I understand that was the end goal, but why did we drop this bomb on people when we could have done it incremental?
Yep.
So there was notice sent out to all of the groups that have rented from us. That's number one. Number two, the impact that Dr. Hepburn is talking about is that the policy hadn't been updated for 10 years. And so that was obviously a factor. We had organizations that were in our schools that were not paying anything, so we tried to do a level set. In addition, we did not do from one day to the next jump. We had a year where we phased in the cost, and that was this past year. And the committee felt, based on the input that they received too, that we needed to make a change. And so it is very difficult anytime you make a change on facility, non-use of school facilities. But what we did do is the committee convened a second time based on the input that we received from the groups as well as from board members to create additional categories so that we can include more of our groups in covering some of that cost. So we did make that adjustment.
Could we continue looking into kind of the impact that this is having to the services that our students have access to? Because I think even with making those kind of changes, it's still hurting the smaller groups that might be just renting a track for an hour and they're paying hundreds of dollars, or a Girl Scout troop that now has to pass on that dollar amount to families that might not be able to afford it.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yes, we can continue to look at that and collect that data.
Thank you. Board Member Holness, are you ready to go?
Madam Chair, I am good on that item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair. My questions have all been answered. I appreciate the call.
Great. Anybody else on item PP, double P1? Okay. Thank you. All right. All those in favor of double P1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
It passes with 2 dissenting votes. Great. Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The only item that we're not showing that was 006. Just to be safe, can you pass that, please?
Sure. Can I have a motion and a second on item 006?
Move.
Any public comment on 006? Any board member comment on 006? All those in favor of 006 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion passes with 2 dissenting votes. Okay. Next, this is the time of the agenda when the school board members will hear from our evening speakers. We have one speaker, that's Mr. Sean Greenfield. Come on down.
Good morning, school board. I'm Sean Greenfield. I'm a senior at Weston High School, and relative to what I want to talk about today, the president of my rocketry club. Model rocketry is one of the main pillars of STEM education. Teaches students how to build and construct rockets and to launch them. And for a long while, Broward County was actually quite a leader in model rocketry. The American Rocketry Challenge, schools from Western, Plantation, Piper would routinely place top 50, top 25, even top 10 in the country out of over 1,000 schools. And even some schools like Plantation, for 17 straight years, attended the NASA student launch, which is a very prestigious program that even college teams participate in. But unfortunately, if you look at the present state of rocketry right now in the county, it's kind of in turmoil. Plantation no longer participates in the American Rocketry Challenge. Piper High School no longer has a rocketry program. As far as I'm aware, Western High School is the only school that still has any team that participates in a state or national level competition, and we're kind of on the tightropes. I mean, we haven't qualified in the last 2 years. And the issue where this all stems from is quite obvious. We don't have a launch site in Broward County. Since COVID hit in 2020, we lost permission to fly at Vista View, which mandates that we now have to drive up to West Palm Beach Dyer Park, which is over an hour-and-a-half drive. And most students simply don't have the time or the resources to make that commitment, which is why you've seen these school programs close in the last few years. And it's a little aggravating because, Broward County used to be renowned for its rocketry, and now we're nothing more than a blimp on the radar. The aerospace industry is up and coming. I mean, in the next 10 years, the outlook for aerospace engineers is hovering around 21%, and I expect that only to exponentially increase in the coming years as our nation gets more involved in the space industry. And we need to get students involved in aerospace at a young age. And right now, they don't really have much opportunities. I mean, as far as I'm aware, Mirror Lake Elementary, Plantation Middle, these schools have aerospace programs. They have electives. So the demand clearly is there for students who want to participate in this activity. Unfortunately, there just is no supply. And it would just be a tremendous help if the school board could lend a helping hand in securing a launch site either from the Parks and Recreation Department of Broward County or perhaps the city government that has a plot of land. We're not asking for too much. The dimensions I was told were roughly in size of 1,000 feet in either direction, which there are a few spots in Broward that have those requirements. So it would be really grateful. I thank the school board for the time, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe Dr. Hepburn would like to address some of your concerns.
Yes. Repeat your name for me, young man.
Sean Greenfield.
Thanks for coming out, Mr. Greenfield, for advocating for programs and for other students. Absolutely. Somebody will follow up with you, but we definitely can leverage our relationships with the county and other cities to find some park or property. But we'll need the specifics from you and your group, and then figure out how we can scale that out at other schools too.
Thank you.
So
I can actually put you in contact with people that know much more than me.
absolutely. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any discussions or student successes to bring forth to the superintendent for consideration? Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, thank you so much. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the outstanding efforts of Board Anderson High School students and staff. According to the recently released 23-24 high school graduation rate memorandum, Board Anderson High School has achieved a remarkable increase in its graduation rate, rising from 5.1% points compared to 22-23 academic year. I'd also like to acknowledge that Lauderhill 6 through 12 achieved a 100% graduation rate. Thank you.
Great. Mrs. Alhada?
Thank you. I wanted to make a suggestion during our school board meetings, and I don't know if we're going to go and do the committee, when the committees speak on their report in our workshop, if we're going to end up doing that. But one thought is if staff can see who is actually here from the committee, and then we call just the people that are here, and then maybe just say at the end, if anybody else has a committee report, because I think it looks really bad when we're calling names and then nobody's here. And then my next comment is, I really would like to thank the superintendent and staff for doing such a fabulous job with the BCPS showcase.
Amazing.
It was
Amazing.
so outstanding and amazing, and it's one of the best events in my 7 years of being on the school board that I've seen the school district put on. And one thing, you know, I thank Ms. Pham and Ms. Hickson. You guys went to the showcase, and I think it is. Ms. Spolman, you were there? Yeah, I didn't see you guys. Okay, perfect. Well, it was very, very crowded. There was like over 6,000 people. So I just think that it's an amazing opportunity for us as school board members to, you know, see all the amazing things that our schools are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to add to that, Ms. Aladuff, thanks for bringing that up. The showcase was amazing. It made me very proud to be part of the organization, and I think that your staff also had just a great sense of pride of being a part of it, and I think very accomplished, and I really appreciate how we're moving forward in a positive direction.
Sure.
On that point, and just a recommendation, next year, maybe if we could do it by district, because I think it would help parents better identify where they need to be at based on maybe where they live.
Yeah, or area.
Quadrant.
Yes.
Whatever.
And on that note, I would like to ask for a follow-up. I won't ask for a directive. If you could give us those numbers, like how many people attended, what the cost was, just so as we're going out and speaking to people, we can say that, you know, what the effort was and what the return was. And as I mentioned, when I went to Hollywood Central, the principal said she had 9 people from a very close charter school sign up to do tours at Hollywood Central because they're now, we can say it, going to be a K-8. So that was really exciting.
I just want to know, Chair, whether or not our John Sullivan's going to take credit for the enrollment that comes out of that as part of the 150 that he owes us for the marketing money. So I'll be dying to see the book on that.
Yes, and one of the suggestions was also to do it by area, maybe not district, because everybody doesn't know what district they're in, but by city possibly, or so that they can also see what's close to them, like if they live. That was a suggestion from a number of people, so thank you for that. I forgot to mention, good luck to Principal Porcina from Northside. She had to move, unfortunately, for us, but she moved to Jacksonville, and just wanted to wish her good luck. I forgot to do that in H1. I also want to give a shout out and a thank you to the students who participated in the Fort Lauderdale MLK Day Parade, the Martin Luther King Day Parade. That included West Broward, Nova, Dillard, Martin Luther King Elementary, Boyd Anderson High School, Fort Lauderdale High School, Oriole Elementary, Northeast High School, South Plantation High School, Lauderdale 6 through 12, Fairway Elementary, Walker Elementary, and our Title I bus. And if I missed someone, I'm sorry. Those were the ones I could see while Dr. Holiness and I were watching them all come down. And Dr. Holiness and I had a suggestion that I hope the superintendent and Mr. Sullivan actually will take up. Can the district make signs so that when board members are participating in community events, it says choose the best, choose BCPS? Because we could have held that sign while we were walking,
Nice.
But we didn't have it. So as we move forward, if you could make at least 9 of them so that we can all have one when we go out to things, that would be great.
In addition, we're going to get you some magnetic bumper stickers, everything. We're going to choose BCPS all over your car.
Along with the budget amendment for our request.
But yeah, absolutely, we could make that happen.
Thank you. Anybody else? Great. The scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting.